Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It's November 6th, 2024. The titles that I put together for today's episode are Becoming a Mormon Power Couple and Mormon Bishop Meltdown. We're going to be talking about those couples that are in every Mormon ward, kind of the it couples and what it takes to become an it couple. What are the costs and benefits of being an it couple or a popular couple in a Mormon ward in Utah, we'll say. And then we'll talk about mental health issues as it relates to being a Mormon bishop and what would lead a Mormon bishop to have two complete mental breakdowns. You know, does it have anything to do with how the church has designed the bishop calling, the responsibilities of being a Mormon bishop, and sort of in the internet age, what makes being a Mormon bishop particularly difficult even during a time of COVID. So we're going to be covering a lot of really cool stuff. We have great guests for today. I'm joined by my co-host, Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
And the couple we have today are Jared and Camille Johnson. Hey, Jared and Camille.
Hey.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
And there's so much more. We're going to be talking about Brad Wilcox. Brad Wilcox was Jared's mission president.
One of my mission presidents, yes.
Yeah. As was Jeffrey R. Holland.
Yes, for a period of time, he helped out in the mission, correct.
Yeah. And Jared's had conversations with Brad Wilcox up until recently. So that's going to be interesting. For those who don't know, Brad Wilcox is in the Young Men's Presidency for the Worldwide Church. And he's sort of a controversial youth leader in the Mormon Church that we've covered multiple times on past episodes. But we'll be talking about that and a lot more. So welcome, Jared and Camille, to Mormon Stories.
Yeah. Thanks again. We're excited to be here.
It's also maybe worth making a shout out. The area where y'all sort of spent most of your time serving in Mormon wards was Eagle Mountain. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Eagle Mountain.
Yep.
And Eagle Mountain, tell us where Eagle Mountain is. Where is that?
It is about 20 miles west of Provo, just west of Utah Lake and Utah County. So a very highly concentrated Mormon population and just concentrated LDS community. So
yeah, so that's where y'all were. That's where you were bishop.
That's where I was
and
bishop.
That's where you were before.
Correct.
So, you know, for those who are interested in kind of Utah geography and different pockets, Eagle Mountain is the place. And Camille, it's probably worth mentioning that you also served in stake level young women's callings and had high levels of responsibility for your age as well. Is that right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's, you know, that's what comes with being a Mormon power couple. Are y'all uncomfortable with that label?
A little.
A little, but it kind of goes with the story a little bit.
Yeah.
So.
It's a little clickbaity.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what we're going to be covering today. And I thought, as we always do, it would make sense for each of you to have a chance to share an intention, mostly for parents and believing family members that are going to be wondering, why in the world would you come on Mormon Stories Podcast and talk about really sensitive things? Camille, you're going to be talking about your family of origin, and I think Jody Hildebrandt and Lifestar comes into your story. Is that right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So like, why, we'll start with you, Camille. Why do you want to tell your story on Mormon Stories Podcast?
It's a little bit selfish. I feel like I want to tell my story to just get it out, and so that I'm able to be authentic and be who I am and share that love with other people that may be in the same situation as me and give them the hope and strength to be who they are.
Okay. So for your own mental health and liberation.
Yeah.
Okay. Jared, how about you?
Yeah. So
Bishop Jared. By the way, you were bishop like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah. 2 years still to this. Yeah. 2 years.
To this month.
Yeah. To this month.
Okay.
Geez. Okay. Yeah. But, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this, and I would say one of the motives, and this might come, I just first want to say, this might come a kind of a shocking to some close family members and friends who are very active in the church. And my intention is not to impose or change anybody's opinions in their faith about the church or their beliefs, but more my, faith transition has been more centered around love and be more authentic, and really allowing myself and giving myself permission to accept where I'm at, and that's okay. But more to on the bishop's side, I just know in that calling, there comes a lot of pressure and a lot of just high demand and a lot of mental health, especially in my situation, especially being called as bishop during COVID. And I know there's a lot of bishops out there in that similar situation, and let alone maybe any callings in leadership or stake presidencies. And so my hope is that, not only can this story maybe help them and resonate with them a little bit, but also kind of what Camille was mentioning, for selfish reasons. Just allowing myself to share my story and to be able to, again, give myself permission that it's okay to take the next step. I'm still the same Jared Johnson, and I'm the same person, and it's just I want to be more authentic and really allow myself that opportunity to share with others. So,
and to move on.
And to move on to the next.
So. Yeah, like Jared, as I understand it, does your family even know that maybe y'all aren't?
No.
Yeah.
No,
So this is the first time they're going to be hearing
correct.
A lot of this.
Yeah, I haven't really been very open about it, and I've been trying to deconstruct in my own way, and I just found that this is hopefully maybe an opportunity for me to have an open and honest and genuine and authentic conversation with them. And but no, to answer your question, John, no, this will be the first time that I really talked to anybody about it, even some of my close friends, other than a few friends that we have that have walked away from the church. And, and also Zane and Tina Baird has been an amazing, that was actually my first episode I ever listened to. And Zane and I have stayed in touch over the years. So
this is a Mormon Stories episode.
Yes.
Tell me if I've got this right. While you were serving as bishop 2 years ago and struggling, Camille had watched the Tina and Zane Beard, which was one of the two bishops who I've interviewed on Mormon Stories podcast while they were bishops.
Correct.
They were serving in Australia.
Correct.
And he lost his faith as a Mormon bishop in Australia.
Correct.
And he wanted to do his interview while serving as a bishop.
Yeah.
And so Camille, when you saw Jared struggling, as a bishop, you had watched that interview and then shared it with Jared so that he could why'd you do that? Just
relate to it so that he didn't feel like he was alone or crazy, because I think in the church you get this idea that like it has to, it's hard, you sacrifice it, but you're going to get blessings. And I feel like he needed to know that it wasn't okay to be suffering as much as he was suffering.
Yeah.
So shout out to Zane and Tina. Thanks for sharing your story.
Zane, I love you, man. Thank you for all the support.
I love you.
Yeah, and this is a continuation of a long series of Mormon Stories podcast interviewing church leaders. So we've interviewed a lot of bishops and Relief Society presidents and youth leaders, etc. Just because it's always interesting to hear how people who are in it to win it, how things come unraveled or develop for them. Yeah. So, all right, without any further ado, let's get going. So, Jared, should we start with just an overview of your Mormon upbringing?
Yeah. Well,
I get the sense that your outline was pretty short in this area, right?
Yes, it was. I grew up in a very just traditional LDS Mormon household. My parents are amazing. They still are amazing. I love them dearly. I've had a very close relationship with them. My dad was always serving in callings since I was little. I grew up in Utah, moved to Arizona for a few years, and then we moved back to South Jordan. And he was in state callings. He was a bishop for 5 or 6 years. But growing up, I always just never had I was always just trying not to make mistakes. That was just kind of ingrained in me not to make mistakes. And I was fortunate enough all in my childhood and even teenage years, I was just so focused on trying to be that perfect. I was afraid to, disappoint my parents. I was afraid to disappoint the church. I just didn't want to make any mistakes. And so I just found myself just going to church every week, doing all the activities, doing everything I can. I was also heavily involved in sports. It was just a very traditional household. No real trauma or anything like that. Just a very good upbringing. And I'm grateful for that upbringing. And my parents were a great example of, working hard and being good examples. And yeah, that's pretty much in my childhood years growing up, very just traditional. So
How many total kids did your
there
parents
are
have?
7 of us.
And you're where in the birth order?
I'm number 5.
Okay.
Number 5. So towards the bottom of the, yeah.
And were you there's the Book of Mormon metaphor of like the Nephi in the family or the Laman and Lemuel in the family.
Yeah.
Did you have any sort of reputation as one of 7 siblings?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, because
Camille's smiling. Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling, Camille?
Because he totally is Nephi and
Okay.
the favorite.
He's trying to be humble.
yeah, I wouldn't categorize myself as that, but yeah, I mean, I would say my older siblings and then myself and the last 3, we almost had 2 different types of childhoods, just because in my earlier days, I mean, my dad working very hard, going job to job, trying to finish up school. He actually worked for the church office building for the church prior to moving to Arizona. And I just remember him just bouncing around jobs for a while. So just struggling, just trying to get by and supporting your family and 7 kids. That's a lot to support. And I remember my older siblings, they weren't super active in sports. They weren't super active in school and stuff like that. And I really thrived in school. I thrived in sports. I was always that. Things kind of came natural and easier for me. And so I think my parents saw that. And I think my older siblings, I wouldn't say they were a little more rough, but they were a little more... what's the word I'm looking for? More
rebellious?
A little more rebellious, earthly, which is probably good. Earthy.
Earthy.
Yeah, earthy. And I was just, I was just that type of kid. I just didn't want to make any mistakes. And I was just trying to do the things I should be doing because that's what you're supposed to do. And
Your basketball career was, pretty advanced for what I've heard. Just talk us through kind of how your basketball career kind of went. I think you mentioned you played with like Danny Ainge's kids when you were living in Mesa.
In Mesa, we were on the same AAU team. When I was 9 years old, 10 years old, we moved back to Utah when I was in 9th grade. I made the high school basketball team.
Where?
In 9th grade in South Jordan. I went to Copper Hills High School. We lived close to Bingham. My other siblings went to Bingham. I went to Copper Hills High School. And I played all 4 years there. My senior year, we ended up winning the state championship.
What year was that?
Year 2000.
Okay.
They were the underdogs.
It was kind of a Cinderella story.
Who'd you beat?
We beat Brighton.
Okay.
Brighton High School.
Yeah.
And which is funny. It's kind of a funny story with that.
I was there.
She was actually there. We didn't know each other, but
Why were you there?
For Brighton. I have my family.
Did you go to Brighton?
No, I have aunts and uncles that went there.
Okay.
And my grandpa Bob was just like a huge fan of any basketball games and
they're
sports.
all big Bengal fans, and her aunt was actually the cheerleading coach.
Yeah, she was the cheer
So they were all
coach.
there, supporting
Yeah.
Brighton. And when we met, they're like, "Who was that redhead that was making all those shots?" And that was me.
And you're 6'3", 6'4"?
6'3", 6'4", yeah.
6'4"?
Yep.
You were a shooting guard?
I was a shooting guard, correct.
And did you say you were designated like Mr. Basketball 5A for Utah?
5A MVP my senior year, correct.
In 2000?
In 2000, yeah. And I mean, there's 6A now, but at the time that was the highest category.
It wasn't a 6A, so that was top.
That was 5A, that was top.
Wow, so that's amazing. Yeah. Okay. So you would have been, if you were the top basketball player in Utah for the state championship team, I would assume you might have been recruited by the Aggies or BYU or University of Utah. Or
I was recruited out of high school. I had the mentality that I wanted to go play, and a lot of these bigger schools wanted me to redshirt or gray shirt because they were always one of the first questions they'd ask is, "Are you going on a mission? Are you going on a mission? Are you going on a mission?" And I knew that was probably indicating that they would want me to probably not play that first year. And coming out thinking I was some all-star, some, successful basketball player, I'm like, I just want to play. Yeah. So I ended up defaulting. Somebody actually gave me some guidance around, well, maybe if you go to a JC or a JUCO, you do really well, those bigger schools will look at you and you could probably get a better scholarship and more of a, be able to play and actually get more playing time. So I default and I end up signing with Dixie, which is now Utah Tech. I remember the coach down there, Coach Kidder. I signed a full ride scholarship to play with them, and I went down there for a tournament. And one of the first questions he asked me was, after I signed with them, was, "Are you planning on going on a mission next year?" And I kind of gave him that, I'm not sure, let's just see how this year goes. Because I wanted to play. I want to get more playing time. And so, but he said, well, I need to know because I have a couple players that were trying to decide between a transfer from San Diego State was coming in, and he wanted me to know if I was going to end up redshirting or end up playing that year. So I gave it a lot of thought, and I came home and talked to my parents and ended up talking to the Salt Lake Community College coach, Norm Parrish, and I decided that I was going to go on my mission. But we'll get to that here in a little bit. So
like NCAA Division I level basketball.
Yeah. So it was
you ended up going
JUCO. Yeah. JC Live.
But okay, cool. Going back to high school really quick.
Yeah.
On Mormon Stories, we always talk about sort of worthiness issues because that's kind of an important way the Mormon Church interfaces with youth.
Yeah.
So the two big ones that always come up are word of wisdom and law of chastity stuff. Yeah. Anything there worth mentioning in your story?
No, like I said, I went to those parties. I hung out with, individuals, and like I said, in situations where there was alcohol and there were chastity issues, but I just didn't participate. I think I was more scared than anything else. Again, I didn't want to disappoint my parents. I didn't want to disappoint the church. I didn't want to have to face those types of things. I just didn't have that temptation because I was so worried about, facing the aftermath or the consequences of that. But I will say one of the things I do remember in high school, and I would probably say one of the first questioning of the church process was, I just remember some of friends that I had some maybe chastity issues or things they went through, is they would always say, well, it's okay, I can just go through this and I'll just repent later. And I always thought that was interesting. I was saying, okay, if they can just have some issues and go through chastity and alcohol and just repent later and they're okay, and next week they're, passing the sacrament or they're blessing the sacrament, and then it's okay and everything's okay because they can repent later. And I always thought, man, that's kind of weird, but I don't want to do that. I'm going to stay away from those things. And so I do remember thinking back, that was one of the first kind of questioning a church policy or process that I thought was really interesting that just didn't sit well with me.
Okay. Did you go to seminary all 4 years?
I graduated seminary. I don't know if I necessarily went, but
so they let you graduate even though you didn't.
Yeah, I ended up graduating. You could do packets if you didn't go. I would always make sure seminary was always first period, so I could, not go or show up and leave or whatever. But I went, but I was not a regular seminary attendee. But I ended up graduating just because, hey, and I don't know if it's because my dad was bishop all during high school, and they just said, here, if you want to graduate, just do these packets, fill these out, and you can turn it in. We'll give you your seminary diploma. And
what were your beliefs pretty orthodox? Were you into church doctrine, church, scripture, like church teachings, theology, that kind of stuff? Yeah,
growing up, my parents did their best in trying to do scripture study and prayer and things like that, but, family home evening, but like any family with a lot of kids, it's not always ends up being a positive experience. Just that's just a lot of kids to deal with, and but they did their best, and I did it just because I was supposed to. I went through the motions just because I was supposed to, and that's what every week they say: read your scriptures, say your prayers, and I did it. But I didn't really do it because I had the motive of I want to really get into the doctrine. I want to learn. I just did it because that's what I was supposed to do, and that's what they tell you need to do, and you'll be okay, and you'll be blessed if you do it.
And your beliefs, about the church were what? Just all the normal things?
Yeah, just the normal things like, hey, the Joseph Smith was a prophet. Okay, that sounds good. I'll believe that. The plan of salvation. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll believe that. I was just I trusted the process, I guess. I trusted the process and, what my leaders told me, and And I thought because that's what you're supposed to do. That's just what you're, try not to go off the rail. I wanted to hold tight to that iron rod and not look up at the great and spacious building. I didn't want to falter, right?
Yeah. I have to ask this, just a geek out on basketball just for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Did you have any favorite NBA basketball players that inspired you at all?
The 93, 94 Phoenix Suns. Dan Marley was like my idol.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Dan Marley was my idol. That was my big thing. So
He was a good shooter.
he was.
And you were a good shooter.
That's what kind of resonated with me. Like, I want to be that type of player. But that team, the Charles Barkley, Kevin Johnson, those
Danny
years.
Ainge.
Danny Ainge.
Yeah.
Tom Chambers.
Yeah.
That was there. And then I ended up moving to Utah the next couple of years in 97, 98. So I had 4 rough years of NBA championships with Jordan, the Bulls, just dominating those 4 very harsh years, in my opinion. So
Yeah. Fun.
Can I ask you a couple questions about
absolutely.
your family system a little bit?
Sure.
So it sounds like the way you've described it, your family was like an overlay for church, right? Like it was kind of very similar culture, overall similar belief. How would you describe your experience with your parents with regard to was it high control? Was it more approval? The mechanism to which you experienced love or, let's say, lack thereof with behavior, what was your experience like?
Yeah, that's interesting because, like I mentioned earlier, I feel like my 4 older siblings almost had a different upbringing than the bottom 3. I feel like, as you know, as parents, you learn and grow and you learn how to be a parent. There's no manual to become a parent. And I feel like the older siblings, there was more of a control, more of a strict environment in our household with them. And then for me, it was more about love and support and, doing everything and anything they can to support me in my upbringing. We had a very, very close relationship. Like I said, it was nothing like you have to do this or you have to do that or you have to go to church every week or you have to go to scouts, which I was not very involved in as well at all, just because I was so busy with sports during the week. I was not a regular young men weekly activity goer. They knew I didn't really attend seminary. I didn't have a lot of, like I said, issues. I think the most rebellious thing I did is I maybe had a little bit of a mouth and a little bit of language. My mom would catch me and she would joke about it and that's about it, right? So it wasn't a very controlling environment at all. It was definitely more of a love and support and supporting me whenever I needed to, to follow my passions and accomplish my goals and So.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And then a follow-up to, do you remember as a teen having a sense it sounds like your dad was bishop, which oftentimes bishops, like the families, are a bit idealized, I think. There's a little public facing, I think that can happen anyway. I don't know if that was true for you. But also with you, as you've described yourself, in comparison to your siblings, being much more, it sounds like, trying to do all the things, to not make mistakes. It sounds like excellence, like you were really, quite successful in ways that maybe they didn't experience at that time. Tell me about this idea of your value for yourself. Was there a sense of you feeling special, you feeling different, let's say, than other people?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know if I've ever thought about it that way, that I was above them in any way. I just felt like, out of all my siblings, I've probably excelled the most, especially in sports. And so when my parents saw that, I think they had a lot of almost like hyper-focused on me, and it took away a little bit away from them, especially my other siblings. And so I don't think I felt like I was an overachiever. I was just making sure that I did all the right things I didn't want to mess up to hurt that relationship with my parents. And maybe because I saw my older siblings maybe make a few mistakes and do some of those, not necessarily rebellious things, but I saw that. I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. Like my 2 older brothers, they would always fight and do these things. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be a part of that. And I was more like the peacemaker. And maybe I saw my elder siblings get in some disagreements with my parents. Like, okay, so I was very cautious and very observant with those things growing up. And I saw them. I said, okay, my parents don't like that, so I'm not going to do those things.
Right. So in some ways, too, it sounds like that peacefulness, like averse to conflict maybe, and disappointing people.
Correct.
Would you say that a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I think that gives us a good sense of your life kind of pre-mission.
Correct.
Any other big things about your life that you want to mention before your mission?
No.
Okay.
No. So.
All right, Camille, let's jump to you.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit of your early Mormon story pre-meeting Jared.
Pre-Jared.
Yeah, pre-Jared.
Well, I come from a very strong Mormonism background. I'm pretty sure we had pioneers. I don't know. But a lot of Mormonism. So great-grandparents, grandparents, and then my parents obviously were members. And they got married in the temple, and I think they probably struggled right off when they first got married, as far as like I've heard. So their marriage was, a little rough, but they stayed together. They worked together. They.
What city kind of was your upbringing?
So.
Or cities?
Mostly Montrose, Colorado was where like my younger years. And then we moved around a lot with my dad's job. We came back to Utah, and then we ended up going up to Vancouver, Washington, and then back to Utah. And then I graduated from Davis High in Kaysville.
Davis Darts.
Davis Darts. Yep. It's the best school. So, and my dad.
Tell people where Davis is in Utah.
It's in Kaysville, so north.
It's like 30 minutes north of Salt Lake, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Kind of there by like Farmington, like Lagoon area.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and my dad actually went to Davis as well. So his roots are deep in Kaysville. So.
It's considered a pretty conservative area kind of for Orthodox Mormonism. It's not quite Rexburg, Idaho, or Provo, Utah County, but Bountiful, Kaysville, that's deep Orthodox Mormon territory.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
And I feel like a lot of people stay there. Like I look at my dad's side of the family, like they grew up there, they married, stayed there, raised their kids there. So yeah, it's a good place. So
What was your family culture like when you were growing up?
So a lot of my upbringing, I remember just my parents really struggling, and a lot of it just being focused on my parents' marriage. So, arguing, fighting, but there was also a lot of love. My mom just was the sweetest, like most giving person, and really loved us. And my dad as well. I think we had a really good relationship when I was younger, and had this sweet friendship, and we really connected. We have similar personalities and inside jokes and stuff like that. But we were very religious as far as like attending church and scripture study, family night.
So it was more structured.
It was
with
very
those things?
structured. Yeah, very structured.
Sunday dinner.
Oh, Sunday dinner. Yeah, my mom cooked every day. We had family dinner every night. So I was the second oldest girl. So I was kind of the
second mom.
The second mom. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And even now I think I'm kind of that, like everyone comes to me for everything. But my older brother, he had struggles, and kind of the same as Jared's story. It's like I watched and observed and knew what like I needed to do to be good
Yes, right.
So
To feel valued
yeah.
and loved and have approval.
Yeah.
Is that what you
Yeah.
what you
And
mean that way?
I thrived and still thrive off of that idea of pleasing people
Yes.
and doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So
I'm curious for both of you. How about this for both of you? But this idea, I think sometimes when you have an older sibling or siblings that, let's just say, I mean, they're developmentally appropriate for a teen, but let's just say they explore more or show defiance, or I would say individuality or differentiation from parents, right? Exploring. But as a sibling that's watching that and the stress that it causes, this system where obedience is paramount, right, within the system. Were you both quite aware of it, like conscious as a teen, like I don't want to cause my parents stress. I don't want to have a lot of needs.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you relate to that. How about
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. No, and I
Okay.
saw that a lot. And it's not like, going back to kind of my intro, it's not like I didn't want to do those things. I saw my friends and they were having fun and doing all these things. But like you were saying, like I just didn't want to put that stress or pressure. When they said be home by midnight, like I made sure I was home by midnight most of the time so they don't have that stress, because again, I saw that in my older siblings that they would come home late or they did get in trouble for whatever reason outside the home or issues at school or whatever it was. And, so I just wanted to, make sure I didn't put that extra stress or pressure on my parents at all.
Yeah. And you felt that too. Did you feel it as a girl or more as a teen? Do you remember it kind of always being there, you being aware of
Just
your parents?
always being there. And I feel like I was really protective of my mom and just wanted her to, feel happy and everything. And for some reason, I put that on myself to make sure she was okay,
Yeah, kind of take care of her.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So sounds like you carried some burdens as a kid, seeing conflict in the home, feeling really connected, particularly with your mom, and wanting to kind of take care of your mom, almost as a parent might want to take care of their kid. Is that?
Yeah. And I think it was even more so as I got older. Like I carried that responsibility of caring for her.
Okay.
So
what else do you want to say about your childhood and adolescence?
what questions do you have?
What kind of, how about this, in your teen years, what brought you alive? What do you remember really enjoying for yourself?
Oh, I love that. So I ran track in high school, and that was kind of my outlet.
What distance?
I ran the 400.
Oh, that's a
I
hard one.
love the
Yes.
400.
Yes.
Oh, it's such a great race. Yeah.
So 400, 4x4, and then I did a high jump and long jump.
Oh, fun. Wow.
Yeah. So that was kind of my thing. And then my junior year, I started beauty school. I really struggled in regular school and that kind of thing. And so I wanted more of the hands-on artsy kind of stuff. So I got into beauty school and started that my junior year.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was going part-time hair school, high school.
And high school.
Share about your seminary experience.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this kind of goes to the topic of like modesty, shame.
Oh, okay.
So my first day of high school, I went to seminary and I was wearing something similar to this, actually. It was like this is just my style, I guess.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that revealing, but I was wearing a tank top and walked into my seminary class, and my seminary teacher shook my hand and then lifted up my arm and said, "Sweaty pits." I was mortified. mortified because I did have a sweating problem. Like I really did have a sweating problem where I was like self-conscious about that. And he did it to every girl that walked in with a tank top.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so I didn't go very often to seminary. And going back to the idea of like me wanting to do everything right, I wasn't like obsessive with like reading my scriptures or saying my prayers. It was more like, what can I do to keep the peace and like be like the good one?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't like a big reader. I never really felt like I was like a spiritual person. And I kind of always say that, like, I'm not very deep. I'm not very spiritual. I'm just,
Interesting.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that was kind of a big moment for me. Just of embarrassment, I think, like,
Yeah.
of shame, like, oh my gosh, okay, I don't want to wear a tank top
Absolutely.
to school. Like, what if I see the seminary teacher and he says something to me, or,
Yeah.
So, and my parents weren't like super strict with, I mean, I don't remember it being like, you can't wear that, whatever. It was more like a personal thing. Like I dressed appropriately, and just because I didn't want to
Yeah.
offend anybody or
That's
whatever.
right.
And I think I was very insecure with myself, my body, and the way I looked. So,
Yeah.
so yeah.
In your outline, you have the bullet that says struggled with modesty and felt shame. Can you talk about that mindset of a Mormon teenage girl in Utah who's been told, don't show your shoulders, don't, your skirt needs to be below your knee,
Yeah.
all the dress standards, and then what a Mormon young woman, teen in Utah, what do you mean by struggled with modesty? Why was it a struggle?
I think it was the struggle of like being scared of dressing immodestly.
But why did you even want to wear something the church wouldn't want you to wear? And that's not a loaded question.
Right.
I think it's natural to want to be healthy dressing or
Yeah.
dressing comfortably or whatever it is, right?
Yeah. I think with that experience from seminary, and then I had another experience when I went in for a temple recommend interview, and the bishopric member, it wasn't the bishop, had commented that the skirt I was wearing wasn't appropriate for going to the temple. And so I feel like I had these...
Just to be clear for our Never Mormon audience, we're not talking a mini skirt here, right?
No.
Right?
No.
To describe what that would mean.
I mean, it was probably like 3 inches above my knee.
Okay.
And I will, like I didn't dress.
Well, I just remember you telling me like it was a dress that your aunt gave you, and you like loved it, and like you felt special in it because you looked up to your aunt so much.
Yeah. My aunt had sent me a box of like hand-me-down clothes or whatever, and it was one of her skirts, and I just thought it was so cute, and I was feeling confident. And as soon as I walked in there, and that was the first thing he said to me was, "This is not appropriate for you to wear to the temple." And I remember it was more of a question, like, do you know that is not appropriate to wear to the temple? And I was just like, I guess. Like, and so it was more wanting to not put myself in these situations.
Stay safe.
Just
Because it can feel, right?
Yeah.
In front of your seminary class,
Yeah.
if you're publicly shamed when you do wear sleeveless, top.
Which is funny because tank tops are going to be okay soon, and when everyone gets the new garments.
Yes. Right.
So
right.
it's like back then, like we were so shamed for that, and
you were already saying that you wanted to be good, which we can talk about what that means, particularly with young women's and the young women's program, what you're told over and over and over again, what it means to be good. And so it can feel like the role of, did you feel like your role basically was to kind of have everyone else be comfortable?
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is worded so perfectly. That is exactly like, that's my life. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it was drilled into us that we were walking pornography if we, were wearing shorts or tank top or things like that. And it was our responsibility to make sure that the boys didn't have bad thoughts.
Yeah, that's right.
And I even had a young woman leader that would ask us for all of our immodest clothing, and she would cut them up and make them into a stuffed animal for us.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And I really didn't feel like I had a ton of immodest clothing. Like, I don't know. I was like my tank tops that like go, almost to my shoulders. And she kept asking me for them. Like, I really think that, we could make something really great out of your immodest clothing. And I'm just like,
yeah.
And I never did it because, I didn't want to give up my few things that I had. I don't know.
Yes. So. Yes, the amount of focus that goes into what you wear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What you look like.
Yep.
You mentioned in your outline, you have had to repent for minor mistakes and had to read the miracle of forgiveness.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What do you want to share about that, or nothing?
No, I don't mind. Obviously, making out boys, going a little too far. And the funny thing is, thinking back on it, it was always the boy that was like, oh, I think we need to repent and go to our bishops and whatever. And I was like, okay, I didn't think it was that bad, but, and going into my bishop to confess this sin, oh my gosh, I was so mortified because I didn't even really understand what petting was or heavy petting. And he would ask me these questions and I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. And so he pretty much told me that I needed to stop taking the sacrament and read the miracle of forgiveness, which I don't even think I opened up that book because I was like, I don't even like to read. So
yeah.
So you didn't read it?
No.
You dodged a bullet.
Oh, I guess so.
This is a book on worthiness written by Spencer W. Kimball, prophet of the Mormon Church when I was growing up. And it's just, it calls homosexuality like an abomination. It says that masturbation leads to homosexuality. It decries bestiality. And it basically says, like Mormon prophets have taught for 200 years, that sexual transgression is next to murder in severity.
Yeah.
And so you dodged a bullet by not reading that. Yeah. That's good. Okay.
So
we mentioned the Jody Hildebrandt stuff. Do you, and I don't know how much of that was pre-getting married versus post-marriage for you, but do you want to talk anything about, any of, just at a high level, what was going on with your family and your parents?
I mean, obviously my parents had their struggles and a lot of the focus was on, therapy and going to the bishop for help. And my dad was in and out of the house as far as living with us, because of these boundaries that my mom would set up. And I don't really know the extent of, I don't really know if they were involved with Jody Hildebrandt, but I do know that they were involved in the STAR program. Or
I think it's called LifeStar.
LifeStar.
Yeah.
Which
was the franchise of sex addiction therapy that Jody managed in Utah County.
Okay.
Doing basically Alcoholics Anonymous addiction support groups for Mormon men who were caught masturbating or looking at pornography.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything about your dad. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, that was something that they were very involved with, was support groups and things like that. And my mom was very gung-ho about just giving my dad chances and, wanting to keep their marriage together because of the covenants that they made in the temple. And so, I think when I met Jared, I was like, okay, so we go to therapy first before we get married because I need to make sure that, you're good or, but.
What would be your biggest fears for Jared based on what you experienced with your own family?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted a priesthood holder to be in my home and be able to lead my family. So, I mean, that's not a fear. That's kind of what I was
most
expecting.
important.
Yeah, that was like the number one thing that I thought I wanted.
But I remember your mom, before we got married, when we were getting a little more serious and talking about it, she actually pulled me aside and she pretty much gave me their life, kind of her marriage experience and how that was. And this is some of the trauma that you've had, and this is some of the situations and issues that your family has had. And I know you've mentioned several times that you always felt like the bishops and stake presidents kind of put a wedge in your parents' relationship because your mom relied so much on them whenever she had things come up that she wanted to talk to somebody about. Instead of talking to your dad about that, she would just go straight to the bishop or go straight to the stake president.
Right.
And so I thought that was an interesting perspective. But here I was just, she's like, this is what Camille's been through. I was like, okay.
And Jared's coming from this like perfect family that like has never even like heard the word therapy or counseling.
Yeah, and it's just
He's like, wait, what?
This is what we do, and this is how our family is. I was like, okay, but I still love her, and I still want to help her and support her. But I was like, okay, well, thank you.
I think it was a lot for Jared to come into my family and kind of see the trauma and
dynamics
that we had.
And so back to the fears, though.
Yeah.
What were you afraid of when you moving into like kind of a relationship and something more serious? Like, do you remember being afraid?
I mean, obviously the fear of like having a husband addicted to pornography, like, and not just like from my family experience, like from what the church was drilling into our minds of like, this problem that is destroying families and
what it means about that person.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, the fear of like, is he being honest with me? Like, and we didn't really know each other very well. Yeah. I mean, we'll get to that.
She actually tried calling it off a few times.
I did.
Because she was scared, I think.
I was so scared. I was so scared to get married because it seemed hard.
Totally. You're what you experienced and what you witnessed.
Yeah.
It sounds like that you were like, well, I know these things can be really hard. I know these things don't work out.
Yeah.
Like we think they will.
Yeah.
Or that's
and even
your
when
experience.
you're doing everything that's right, when you get married in the temple, when you go to church and read your scriptures and all these things, like things still happen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And was that anything y'all ever discussed? Like did you ever ask him before you got married, do you look at porn?
Yeah.
And do you promise not to talk about that?
Yeah. Well, do we want to go to his mission?
Okay. That's too soon. We're still doing that.
We talked about it. I mean, if we want not to get into it really deep, but we talked about it and I was just like, I mean, as any teenager, you come across it.
We went to my family counselor for a session before we got married. And he asked you.
Yeah. Well, because your mom was one that kind of set it up. Like, you guys need to go to counseling. I was like, we're not even married yet, but okay. So I agreed to that. And he asked me.
But your mom was worried what?
That there would be issues or things that needed to be addressed before we got married.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so much to hold as a, wow. Yeah. Can I ask, was the family therapist LDS?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he was very involved in my family for years and years.
Especially your mom.
Yeah, my mom and dad, and then we did like family sessions and
Yeah.
So he was pretty aware of my situation.
Yeah, I think it's probably every Mormon young woman's worst nightmare that her husband will look at porn and masturbate and or become a porn addict. Yeah. But what's weird about it in Mormonism is, and I know this because I worked as a therapist at Utah State University for 6 years, getting my psychology PhD, and these men would come, these young Mormon men, before their mission, after their mission, and they'd say, I'm an addict, I'm a porn addict, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, that must be terrible. And they'd say, yeah, like every 3 weeks I'll look at porn for 10 minutes, because I need a release. But that was enough to consider yourself
An
addict.
Yeah.
And because that's what they've been taught by people like Jody Hildebrandt, by so many Mormon therapists. And that's why Margie's asking if you saw a Mormon therapist, because there's this super distorted, well, first of all, porn's super ubiquitous in Utah. Porn use is super ubiquitous amongst Mormons. Even Mormon bishops we've had who admitted that they looked at porn while they were Mormon bishops, multiple Mormon bishops. So it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's compared to cocaine addiction, and even 10 minutes once a month qualifies for an addiction. And so these people are pathologized. And I'm not trying to project anything about like your parents or what happened, but if they were seeing Jody Hildebrandt and or Lifestar, I'm guessing that culture permeated your family, your mom's fears. And so I think it's just important to bring that out,
right?
Because I think that's how you entered your marriage.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly right. So.
Okay. Anything else you want to say? So you love track. You pursued becoming a hairstylist.
Yep.
Faith-wise, by the time you graduate from high school, what's your faith like?
It's what you do. Just like Jared, I don't remember ever having like super strong opinions about gospel topics. It was just like, you just believed. My patriarchal blessing is actually a big moment, because in my blessing, it says that I have the gift of faith. And I held on to that as like, okay, I'm not very spiritual. I'm not very deep. I just have faith. And that's all I need.
And everything will be okay.
And everything will be okay. And I just held on to that. I was always like, I just have the gift of faith. So I'm not going to question. I'm not going to, worry about anything that doesn't make sense to me. I'm just going to just have faith. And so I did a lot of like just push things away because I just didn't want to bother with it, because I had the gift of faith.
Right.
So that was kind of a big moment for me to just hold on to that and carry on.
Did you feel like the church worked for you? Like Jared describes what I think is an idyllic, happy, healthy Mormon upbringing. Would you agree, Jared?
Yeah, 100%.
Would you describe your Mormon upbringing similarly?
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't great at going to young women's or even girls' camp, but I think I missed a lot of years just because I didn't want to go. But it wasn't horrible. I don't remember it being, just typical teenager, like, I don't want to go.
Okay.
So.
All right.
But,
Okay. Anything else about your teen years before we jump back to Jared's mission?
I have a question actually before we do that. Did you feel like amidst the tumult that you described kind of being in your home, did you have anxiety about your family being forever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Question.
That is a really good question. And we talked a lot about it, about, sticking together and being together forever, and what that looked like and what we had to do to stay strong and continue on. And with my parents, back and forth with, we're going to get divorced, we're not going to get divorced, dad's going to live somewhere else, or dad's going to live in the basement, or, whatever. And it was just this like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Yeah. And how is that going to look for eternity? Yeah. It was a thought.
Did you feel like it was something that you had to hold privately? Or did people know about what was going on? Like, did you have this sense of like, that's something that our family knows, but we don't show that to other people? Or was it something where people knew? And if so, did you have anxiety about that?
I did. I feel like we weren't like super, what's the word? Like, outward about it. But for some reason, it did feel like everybody was looking at us like we weren't the perfect family. And that could have just been my like insecurities of like, oh my gosh, they know that, we don't have the priesthood in our home, or
Yeah.
What do you mean by not having the priesthood in your home?
like my dad didn't have the priesthood
Okay.
at times, and so we didn't have that patriarch priesthood. I don't know. It just and it probably was just more of like me feeling like everyone knew that we weren't the perfect family.
What was that like?
It was hard. I think I don't know. I think it just felt scary and sad.
Yeah.
And so a lot of my, things that I did like to kind of keep my family happy was like so that I could like help them be happy and support in the way that I can.
Yeah.
So behave as well as you could to not add extra stress and sadness to a stressed out family, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. What type of dreams for yourself did the church engender in terms of career or education or your future,
Yeah.
And did that it all differ from what you wanted for yourself when you were a teen?
I don't think I really knew what I really wanted. I knew what the church wanted, or what like the typical Mormon mom would be. I did really love doing hair, and I had a couple aunts that did hair, and I really looked up to them. And so that was like, I wanted to say that was like why I did it, why I went to beauty school and stuff, because I loved it, but it was also because it was something that I could do in the home while I had children. Right. So, but I think that was like the reasoning for it, but I also had a deep passion for it too. And it ended up being a really good experience for me. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that was the dream, to stay home with the babies and have a husband that cared for me, which you do.
Did you mention your brother coming home early from his mission, and do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would love to talk about that. So my older brother went on a mission. I think I must have been a senior in high school. And he went on a mission, and it was one of the years that was really hard with my parents. Talk of divorce again. And my brother went to the Dominican Republic on his mission, and he really struggled. And I think we knew that from the beginning, that he was just having a really hard time as far as like depression and anxiety goes. And with him gone and my parents going through more intense like marriage problems, I felt like the responsibility to kind of like take care of my younger siblings, and like be kind of step in where my older brother wasn't there anymore. And so I really missed him, and I really wanted him home because our family was falling apart. And I don't even know how it happened, but somehow I found the phone number that I could reach him at in the Dominican, because he had been talking with my mom because he wanted to come home. And he was suicidal and really, really struggled. And I think his mission president was determined to keep him out there, try this medication, do this, switch companions, do all these things. And but he really wanted to come home. So anyways, I somehow found out how to get a hold of him and called him one night and just, told him that I wanted him to come home. And he eventually did. I don't know what that time frame was between the time that I had talked to him. But he struggled with the idea of preaching families are forever. And while his family is falling apart at home.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of his like shelf breakers, maybe.
Yeah.
So did he question his faith while he was a missionary?
Yeah, he always did, even before his mission, which was interesting because he was very scriptorian almost, like very like smart in the gospel and the scriptures and everything. And so for him to question things was kind of like, whoa, like why would you question, you know? And so when he came home from his mission, he ended up moving out and left the church. So,
Whoa. And what was that like for you to have your brother who you loved leave the church?
It was
Did he tell
heartbreaking.
you why? And, did you have that conversation?
No, I think it was just the typical like, oh, well, he just lost his faith and he wants to sin and doesn't want to put the work in. And, the typical just.
Well, and he talks about it. He's had a lot of shame. He had a lot of shame coming home, and that guilt of coming home from a mission early, and the perception that everybody has, and the judgmental, feeling that. And we were just talking to him not too long ago about that, and he still talks about that 20 years later.
Yeah, the shame.
Yeah, because when a Mormon missionary goes on a mission, usually he's been in his home ward or congregation for 5, 10, 20 years. And everybody's excited because it's like almost, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Yeah, parents help get a Mormon kid on a mission, but so do ward members, youth leaders, bishops, even youth. So when a Mormon kid goes on a mission, it's like a rite of passage, and it's something the entire ward congregation community celebrates. So if they come home early, it's disappointing. And it's shaming, and it's experienced as being something of a failure,
Right.
Yeah.
by the person coming home early.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then to come home early and leave the church, that must have been really hard for him in Kaysville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in like my extended family, like, cousins and aunts and uncle, like just like the dominating Mormonism and perfectionism, and then to have, a nephew, cousin come home, I think he felt a lot of embarrassment for that. Yeah.
Okay. And did that affect your relationship with him?
A little bit. We were really, really close growing up, and I feel like there was like a little phase where we kind of separated when he was making different choices, like drinking and stuff like that. Because I was like, oh, I don't want to like be a part of that. But we always had a good friendship. I think with all of my siblings, we kind of, I call it the bonding, trauma bonding. I feel like we have good relationships because of that, because we were all there for each other and kind of know what we went through. So
One last thing, and because my parents got divorced and there was church discipline involved. My dad didn't ordain me as a deacon, so I relate to a lot of this.
yeah,
But that made me want to become more like Jared or you.
yeah,
But there were other siblings that took a different path. And when I can just imagine if your dad was not viewed always worthy by the church, and then your mom's super neurotically Mormon, then if your brother comes home from the mission and not only leaves the church, but then does normal, typical, healthy developmental things for young adults,
yeah,
that must have been really hard on him and really hard between him and your mom.
Yes.
And I don't know about your dad,
yeah,
you know?
yeah. You nailed it on the head.
Is that all right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was
Okay.
And to go back to your experience and your phone call that you made and kind of what you were feeling in that moment, which is just sort of like what I heard is, okay, the parents are not doing well. Like, can you help?
Yeah.
Can you come home and help?
Yeah.
That what resulted basically is he did come home, but he moved out. And then so
Yeah.
you're like, wait, where's the help
Yeah.
that I
Yeah.
needed?
And he has said that actually recently since I've talked to him about my deconstruction of the church. And he gets very emotional about it, saying that he felt like he abandoned us.
Oh.
And he still carries that to this day. And it's not, he did not abandon us. He was doing what he needed to do for himself. And it wasn't his job to, protect us or keep the family together or anything, but he carries that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really important to say, particularly in family systems where the children become parentified and are actually trying to do the work of, and this isn't judgment on your parents. I think this is something that happens, but for us to understand ourselves as the children of that, what happens when we're trying to keep things together that we have no control over as kids, or stabilize things that we have no control. It changes who you are.
Right.
It changes how you relate, I think, in relationship to people, but your experience is this sense of like overwhelm in the moment because you are trying to do that. You're looking around and saying, how do I, as a child, stabilize this boat? Because it feels like it's going down. Right?
Yeah.
And then your experience developmentally at the time is like, okay, I didn't really get the help, and now we know it's not your brother's job to give you the help, right? But your experience is I'm not getting the help, and now he needs help.
Right.
So like now it's just not the parents, it's not just, but it's also now a sibling, so it's just a lot for a teen growing up, just trying to honestly find safety in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, she for sure felt that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on really quickly just how great my parents are too. It's funny being a parent now with teenagers and everything, and going through a faith crisis and like just life things, and how hard it is to be a parent and make sure you're doing all the right things for all of your kids and everything. And I feel like my parents were doing what they thought was the best for our family at that time, and
being effortful, really working hard and trying.
Yeah. It was a constant thing that they were working on for us as a forever family. But also they were doing what the church was teaching them and guiding them to do, by putting, what was important, in their marriage.
Creating a focus on something that in that approach actually really either aggravated or contributed to the breaking of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, this background's all super important. I shouldn't have even, power couple is weird, but like people who are in it to win it, like people who are really committed to the church, these two upbringings are starting to form to make sense. Jared, you were wanting to be the best kid you could be in a very committed Mormon family. And then, Camille, you as well, with all the family stress and difficulty, you probably felt like the gospel would be a safety you could cling to help avoid the stress that, your family endured by, according to the perceptions of the Mormon mindset, not everyone was living as they should.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. So, Jared, let's hop back to your mission. Now, before we talk about your mission, so tell us where you served.
Chile, Santiago East.
Okay.
Yep.
So, because I've covered Chile specifically on Mormon Stories in several episodes, is it okay if I just give a little bit of background before we talk about your mission?
Yeah.
Because I think it'll be relevant.
Yeah.
So my very first, for those who are new to Mormon Stories or never Mormons, my very first episode, number 1 of Mormon Stories, was my mission in Guatemala. And it was in the late 80s. I started my mission in 1988. My mission president was Gordon Romney. I was in the Guatemala City North Mission. And it was a time of massive growth statistically for the Mormon Church. And Latin America, particularly in the Philippines for the Mormon Church, were going gangbusters. We're talking about thousands and thousands of monthly baptisms across multiple missions. Guatemala had 3 missions at the time, north, south, and central. Actually, there might have been 4. There was Quetzaltenango. I'm spacing that for a second. But anyway, my mission president, Gordon Romney, wanted to be the highest baptizing mission in the world. And there was one country that stood in our way, and that was Chile. Chile had a mission called the Viña del Mar mission that had over 1,000 baptisms in 1 month. And apparently the missionaries would like go to the beach and just invite people. You want to get baptized? Let's get baptized. And they just go and baptize them right in the beach. Oftentimes no discussions, no parental consent, hadn't even been to church. It was basically what was going on in Chile in the late 80s, early 90s was scam. Not every baptism, but it was kind of fraudulent,
absolutely
scammy baptisms. Yeah. And I know this because I ended up having 2 lunches with Elder Jeffrey R. Holland prior to my excommunication because my brother lined them up. And he told me about his time in Chile because there's a point in the early 2000s where Chile and the Philippines, they had grown so much statistically with baptisms. And again, Guatemala, we had like 700 baptisms a month, 750. There were some companionships in my mission that had 40 baptisms a month for a single companionship. There's only 30 days in a month, and they had 40 baptisms in a month. That's how crazy it was. But it was, in my mission, it was scammy and fraudulent, and I think it was in Chile too. And when I met with Elder Holland and he talked about his time in Chile, he acknowledged to me that he went there to clean up the mess. And so one other episode I'm going to refer you to, I interviewed Ted Lyon, my mentor from BYU, who's the son of T. Edgar Lyon, who was an early church historian in the 20th century, friends with Lowell Benyon and Eugene England and those types of people. But Ted Lyon was called to be a mission president in Chile, and then he got called back to be a temple president in Chile.
Correct.
And he was Elder Holland's interpreter while Elder Holland was in Chile. And so I had Ted Lyon on Mormon Stories to tell the story of Chile and baptisms in that area. And there were wards, tell me if I'm wrong, with branches or wards with thousands of members on the roll, but like 10 people attending. Am I exaggerating?
No. In fact, in one of the general conferences during that time, they actually did one of those, how they have like those in between the morning session and afternoon session, they do like a episode or a special. They actually did a special on one of the areas I was over. There was almost 2,000 members on the roll, and there was less than 20 people on the active members and only a couple of priesthood holders. So,
So how many members of record?
There was close to 2,000 people on the records.
And how many attending?
Well, to be exact, I actually remember this. I was actually looking at my journal. There were 17 active members and 3 priesthood holders.
Yeah.
So us as the missionaries, luckily the branch president was active, and so but we were acting. We passed the sacrament, we blessed the sacrament, we gave the talks, we did everything during that time.
Yeah, yeah. So just so people know, when the Mormon Church claims 17 million members, there's really only about 5 million, 4 to 5 million actively attending self-identifying Mormons, and 2/3 either fell away from the church, or left the church, or were part of these scammy third world baptisms that happened in the Philippines and Latin America, elsewhere. And that's what's going on in Africa to a large extent right now. Right. But during this early 2000s time, Jeffrey R. Holland goes to Chile and Dallin H. Oaks goes to the Philippines to clean up the mess. And if you listen to that interview with T. Edgar Lyon, with Ted Lyon, who I interviewed, he acknowledges that Elder Holland closed 30 stakes while he was in Chile. So I give all that as context, number one, so you'll go back and listen to those episodes because they're really interesting. They're kind of classic Mormon Stories episodes. But also that was in late 80s, early 90s. So you're there 10 years later, sort of coming into a country. And by the way, I also interviewed Roger Hendricks, who was a mission president in Chile. That was another great series. But that's the context you came into when you went to your mission in Chile.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So now that we got there, what was it like to get called to Chile, and were you excited? And
Yeah, so I was super excited, first of all, because my brother was there as well. He served in Chile as well. And in the South Mission, I was in the East Mission. And going back to the stakes, he actually came in and condensed a couple of actually missions as well. But then a couple years later, they ended up adding more missions. But one thing I just wanted to add prior to my mission, if that's okay, is so again, going back to my kind of my introduction, I was on a full ride scholarship, and I was really trying to figure out if I should go on a mission or not. And I had a couple of friends that said, no, that's just what you need to do. That's what, and I was told you're 19, back when I was 19 years old, now it's 18, but they just said, that's what you need to do. That's what you're supposed to do. I didn't say anything, I didn't feel any pressure from my parents, but they said that's what you needed to do. So
were you at Dixie your first year, right?
Yeah, but I ended up transferring up to Salt Lake Community College, actually, which is
before your mission?
Before my mission. Yeah.
So really quick, did you start in either of those years, or did you even play for Dixie?
No, because going back on that, I ended up going back down, telling Coach Kidder, the basketball coach at the time, saying, I am going to go on my mission. That's what I'm supposed to do when I turn 19, because you graduated and you had a full year right back then. And now a lot of young men are leaving right after high school, which that's another story, but I'll talk about that later when I was bishop. But he said, well, if that's the case, we're going to go ahead and have you redshirt. But if you'd like, I talked to Coach Norm Parrish up at Salt Lake Community College, and you can go ahead, and he actually thinks he could bring you on the team, actually get a lot more playing time. So that's what I ended up doing. But I did decide to go ahead. He was very pro mission, had a really strong, a lot of missionaries, return missionaries play for him. So he really understood where I was coming from, and I still love him. He's an amazing guy. He's actually a head coach at Westminster right now. So, but during this time, right before my mission, in my ward, my home ward, my dad was bishop, and there was a lady that we home taught. And she was the secretary for Elder Richard G. Scott, who was a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. And I remember...
And he was over Latin America.
He was over Latin America.
Yeah. Because he came to my mission while I was a missionary.
Correct.
And spoke to us, yeah.
And he was also a mission president in Argentina. And when he found out that through his secretary that I was going to Chile, he found out that my mission president, which was... President Gardner, he was his AP when he was serving as the mission president in Argentina. So I get a phone call from the church office saying that Elder Richard G. Scott would like to have me come in for an interview. And I was like, I didn't really know what to expect.
Had you ever met an Mormon apostle before?
No.
And for never Mormons, the Mormon Church believes that Mormon apostles, there's 12 of them. There's actually 15. There's a first presidency, a prophet, 2 counselors, and then 12 apostles. Mm-hmm. Think Peter in the New Testament. Think Peter, James, and John. Like, Mormons believe that their apostles are like the 12 disciples of Jesus Christ. I didn't meet an apostle really until my mission, and I basically just shook their hand. So, like, the idea of being called to church headquarters to privately meet with an apostle, that's like meeting the wizard in The Wizard of Oz, basically, right?
Especially him. Again, I'd watch General Conference all the time, and he was very intense and talked really slow and had that typical apostle look. And I was like, okay, like I didn't know what to expect. I remember my parents had some things going on, so I actually drove there by myself. I ended up leaving my scriptures in. I was so nervous. I ended up leaving it in my car, forgot about them. And it was just a really intense interview. I was there for almost 2 hours, just speaking with him one-on-one in his office. I remember actually going to the elevator and walking out, and James E. Faust was right there. And I believe at that time he was in the presidency. I believe he was a first or second counselor.
Yeah, first presidency, yeah.
And so here I am. I see a couple of apostles walking around, and here I'm just this 18-year-old, 19-year-old. I wasn't even 19 yet because I left on my mission a couple days after I turned 19. 18-year-old basketball kid. I'm just in this room in a suit and just sweating probably, So that was, and he told me, I heard you're going to Chile, Santiago, kind of talking about some of the things, like it has a very high standard of baptizing, has a high standard of kind of the elite missions. And he kind of, I don't want to say fed in my ego a little bit, but you're you're be considered one of the elect to be able to be called to go to Chile. And, on top of that, I was going to be serving under his AP, who is one of the best mission presidents in the world. And here I am feeling all this pressure and stress. I'm like, what am I? I was just a couple months ago doubting whether or not I was even going to go on a mission. Now I am in front of an apostle talking about all the pressure and the high stress of going into this elite mission and just the expectations of the type of missionaries that go there and the type of mission that it was and, what the expectations were and got to baptize. And, if you baptize one, that's going to affect thousands and thousands of generations. And I'm just like, okay, sure. And, but it was super, I just remember it was super intense for me prior to going on my mission. So,
wow.
And I have no idea why an apostle would take the time. I mean, they're basically managing a multi-$100 billion multinational corporation. Yeah. So like, why would you could say they're just nice guys, but it blows my mind that an apostle would take the time to just call a kid just about to go serve on a mission to meet with them privately. I don't even know how to explain it. Do you?
And I honestly don't. But one thing I would say, though, is in my patriarchal blessing, it does say that I would serve with leaders, great leaders of the church. And so here I was thinking, I am fulfilling my patriarchal blessing.
This is it. The patriarchal blessing says I'm going to be the top leader in the church.
And so
it makes sense I would meet with an apostle.
Now, come to find out, a lot of patriarchal blessings say that, but that's later on. But here I am, again, 18-year-old kid, to answer your question, John, I don't know how to explain. I don't know why. All I remember is walking in this big, beautiful office with amazing doors overlooking the Temple Square and him kind of highlighting his beautiful office and a picture of his wife behind him. And, I was more like, wow, this is a beautiful 10, 12-foot ceilings and just the majesty of this beautiful building. He had a set of the original scriptures behind him in a box, and he let me touch it. And I just felt like it was just intense. Very, very intense interview. So
you probably don't remember much about what he told you, right?
I don't. I think I was so celebrity shocked.
Awestruck,
shocked. I do just remember talking about the select mission, and I remember that aspect of it and make sure I'm there for the right reasons and making sure, just putting almost pressure on me that I was pretty select or elect to be able to, go to that mission and serve under President Gardner. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what happened next?
Yeah. So interesting enough, I go to the MTC middle of July, and
that's the Missionary Training Center in Provo, Utah. No, it's fine. Keep
Provo,
going.
Utah. So one thing I will just add to that, kind of another dynamic of the stress and pressures, is I was supposed to leave on my mission to Chile on September 13th of 2001.
Ooh.
But we know a couple of days will happen before that. So here I was getting, as the mission, the Missionary Training Center, the MTC. You're excited when you first get there, but you realize it's more kind of like a prison, really. I don't know any other way to explain it. And I was a very active person and being confined for 8 to 10 hours a day studying. I only got kicked out of playing basketball once because but
they did have good basketball in the MTC.
We did. We had some serious, and I played it serious. I wanted to make sure people knew that I was quite the basketball player, and I did get kicked out once. But I remember.
Kicked out? Wait, what do you mean?
Just they wouldn't let me come play because we got so competitive.
Oh, okay.
So they, but so super excited, getting ready to leave, getting your flight plans, getting everything ready to go. Talking to your parents, for the last time before you go to Chile. They were expected to meet me at the airport at that time where they can go to the actual airport, not just the terminal, but actually go to the gate. Back then, pre-2001, you could do that. So we're having all these plans and making all these arrangements, and all of a sudden, September 11th happened a couple of days before I was supposed to leave. And I remember in the MTC, they did not want us to know about what was going on at all. We didn't know anything about what was going on. All I knew is we were in the big conference room, and they said, if you have any family that lives around the Washington, D.C. area or downtown New York, please come to the front office. That's all they said. Did not tell us what else was going on. And so myself, I had a sister living in New York at the time, and I had an elder in our in my district, that was his dad worked at the Pentagon. We both walked down to the office and they told us briefly what was going on, and they said, please make the phone call to make sure they're okay. And we called them. I called my sister. She told me what was going on. I was like, what is going on? And that was it. My one of the companions in my district also mentioned he talked to his dad and everything was okay with them, and that was it. So I really didn't, hear you. And also during this time, so I really didn't have that effect or that feeling that everybody went through during 2001, because I didn't know anything about that tax. I went down to Chile and I saw all the news articles, and we actually couldn't leave for a couple of days because everybody in Chile was thinking that, oh, you're running away from going to war. U.S. is going to war. U.S. is going to war. And so I'm like, what am I getting myself into? Like, again, the pressure, I think this is where a lot of it started. Now that I'm thinking back, a lot of the pressure and just stress of doing everything you should be doing, but why am I feeling like this? I shouldn't be feeling like this because I was that perfect kid doing everything I was told to be doing, but I was feeling so much stress and anxiety and pressure from all these different aspects. So they end up postponing our flights. We were actually one of the first international flights to actually leave the U.S. We end up staying in the MTC for another week, and we end up finally going down to Chile.
Okay.
So
that's stressful.
I wanted to get a little bit of context because of the stress and anxiety of an 18, 19-year-old kid, kind of where it all started. So.
Yeah.
All right. So what are the big things about your mission you want to share?
Yeah. So I arrived to Chile, super excited, a lot of unknowns. And so I actually had 5 mission presidents.
That's, most people have 2 at the most.
At the most.
Yeah. But often 1.
Yeah. So President Gardner was supposed to be my first mission president, and he was supposed to go last all 2 years. He was there for exactly 1 year before me. 2 years before me. He was supposed to be leaving with me a year from now. So we actually had a really close relationship. He knew that I met with Elder Richard G. Scott.
Word got around.
Word got around that I had an interview with him. And so when I showed up at the airport and he was there, I was probably that he came and gave me a hug. He knew exactly who I was, which is also a little bit different because all these other missionaries he didn't know. He knew exactly who I was, my background, and I'm like, hi. And so, so I, got assigned my trainer, my companion, and we just went on the typical things.
Can I just say, thinking back now, and this is also based on my conversations with my brother who worked at church headquarters with top church leaders, I think the number one currency, the church leader to member facing dynamic is all about obedience to authority. Mm-hmm. I think within top church leadership, the currency is trust. And I think that the way that these general authorities operate is they have all these relationships from middle school, elementary school, high school, missions, college, business, etc. There are all these families that they grew up with, that they knew, other church leaders. There's a lot of intermarrying going on between church leaders. And the way that people get, I think, groomed for leadership is through these interpersonal dynamics. Mm-hmm. So it happened in my mission too, where if a missionary was the son of a wealthy business owner or a high-level church leader, they would get special attention from the mission president. The mission president would be made aware of them. They would often get, the zone leader or the AP level positions. And it's all about networking and interpersonal relationships within Mormon leadership. And I would say it's about trust.
Yeah.
Because if you know someone and their parents and their grandparents, and that they're people that are kind of church broke, that they can be trusted, then those are the people you want to invest in as your future leaders, I think.
And also one other dynamic was my uncle. He was a mission president in Paraguay at this time, and he actually served with my mission president under Richard G. Scott as well in Argentina.
Yeah.
So there was kind of so there is politics in Mormonism.
Yeah, and it's just human. It's human. It's nothing nefarious.
Yeah.
And trust is important.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So anyway, I get to Chile, the typical getting settled in, not knowing the language, typical struggles, you're trying to get to it. But a couple weeks into my mission, I remember we were we were attending the temple. The temple was in our mission. So we were able to go to the temple every transfer, which is about every 6 weeks. And I remember we were going to the temple. When we came home, somebody had broke into our house and stole literally everything that I had. So I was left with what I was wearing and my scriptures, and that was it. And I just remember, like, why is this happening to me? Why am I being punished for doing everything? I was supposed to be doing everything I should be doing, right? I ended up injuring myself and going to the hospital.
You punched a wall.
I punched a wall. I
broke your hand.
I broke my hand, and I ended up passing out. Actually, went to the hospital.
By the way, basketball players shouldn't break their hands,
right? And so I ended up going to the hospital, and I just remember the mission president coming in, and the first thing he said to me is, "I hate expensive missionaries." I thought, well, that's kind of intense. Like, I'm okay as well, but I just thought that was.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, thanks for asking. And
your sense was he just was like corporate minded and was trying to keep costs low.
Yeah, he is a very businessman, lawyer, very successful lawyer in Arizona, and but fast forward, and I ended up having the option of coming home. For my mission because of the severity of my injury, or if I went home, I wouldn't be able to go back out. So I ended up staying. We ended up finding an American doctor from Dallas who ended up performing the surgery. But once again, I ended up feeling this pressure and the stress and anxiety of, why am I going through these struggles? Because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be blessed, right? Because that's what you're told. You're told if you do what you should be doing, you will be blessed for your efforts. And I thought that's why I was, following all the rules. And that's why I was following what I'm told to be, what the church told me to do. And so.
Is that part of what was behind you punching a wall? Is just, it seems like when you're talking so far about your life, you've been able to experience pretty much that idea.
Yeah.
Consistently. And also this level of like pressure and accumulating, and in a moment of you're kind of, you have people, but you're also out on your own, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And everything's stolen. Is that part of, like, if you were going to describe behind the punch?
It was definitely an outlet. It was definitely out of anger. I didn't have the greatest relationship with my trainer. And so it was definitely out of like just letting it out.
And kind of like, why is this so hard?
Why is it
when
so
I'm
hard?
trying to do the good thing? Why is it so hard?
Correct. And a lot of things that up to that point just came very natural and easy for me. And so I was challenged.
Yeah.
And so I felt that, and I felt it a lot. And so I just let it all out, and I punched the wall and ended up hitting the 2x4 and just literally just crushing my hand.
Which was so out of character for you.
Yeah.
Like,
he doesn't
even
have a
today.
temper, like a physical temper.
No.
It rings. It does ring of like pressure, desperation, like a breaking point, psychologically a little, right?
Oh, for sure.
And needing to kind of
So I end up talking to my parents, figuring out what I should do. We end up, again, coming to the solution. I was just going to stay there because I didn't want to come home, because you're not supposed to go home as a missionary. And I felt like that's what I was supposed to be. I was called to Chile. I was part of the elect. That was that Elder Richard G. Scott told me. And I was determined to stick it out no matter how hard it was. And so I did end up having my surgery and just continue my mission. But I will say, the mission, I absolutely loved my mission. I did. I just loved the people there. I loved the culture there. I loved who it allowed me to become. And I've benefited a lot of who I am and my personality because of the benefits of what the mission did for me. Now, I did also start to learn of some of what we've referred to as chueco, which is missionaries not doing the things they should be doing. Once I started figuring out the realities of some of what goes on with missionaries, because we did, like I said, we had 5 mission presidents. At one point, we didn't have any mission president. The APs, 19-year-olds were leading the mission for a month or two until they were trying to figure some things out, because Richard Gardner, President Gardner, his wife ended up getting cancer, and they ended up needing to come home early. And right when he left early, that's when Elder Holland came down and at that same time was also called to be a zone leader. And so I had a lot of interactions with Elder Holland during this time.
What was Holland like?
Intense. I just remember the first thing he did when he arrived at Chile, he called all the zone leaders in for a special meeting for our mission. And he lived in our mission as well. So we had a lot of interactions, and he knew that the dynamic of what was going on, how President Gardner was leaving, and we were going to be without a mission president, and he was going to have his first counselor, which is Elder Pratt, kind of come in as an interim. And Elder Pratt has some deep roots in Chile as well. And because his grandfather, great-grandfather, Joseph Smith, actually assigned him, or Brigham Young assigned him to actually open up Chile and a lot of South America and Argentina. That's the roots he had. So we had a lot going on. We met with Elder Holland probably as a zone leader, probably every transfer, but just very intense, very, I don't even know how else to explain it, but very, doctrine, this is how you do things. We got to make sure we're doing things the right way. Again, he ended up condensing some missions, so we actually brought in some additional missionaries.
He collapsed missions.
Yeah, he collapsed a couple missions. Yeah, because we went from, again, being one of the highest baptizing missions in the world at that time, which was 200 to 300, maybe 400 a month. And we went down to like 80, I remember. And all of us were like, what should we do? So we focused a lot of reactivation and getting people to come back to church.
Yeah, what I remember him telling me is it was a huge embarrassment. It hurt the reputation of the Mormon Church to do all these beach baptisms and soccer baptisms and just all these fraudulent baptisms, because oftentimes parents weren't informed that their kids, a lot of times the missionaries would target children, and they would target poor children who were just, playing soccer or hanging around town, and they'd go take them right to the chapel and baptize them, and without parental consent. And so parents would find out their kids had been baptized by Mormon missionaries. He said that there were people picketing the area offices in Chile. They were so upset at what the church had done. And then on the other hand, in terms of just wards, how do you home teach 2,000 people on the records with 20 members or with 40 members? And so they also built chapels as if the chapels matched the membership. And so again, you'd have these super nice wards with 10 or 20 people attending. But it was bad for the wards because, how does a branch president or a bishop manage a ward with 2,000 members of record, but only 40 people attending?
Yeah.
So it really harmed the church.
For sure. And like here in Utah, where you see a chapel literally on every corner, that's how it was in Chile. There's literally a chapel on almost every corner in Chile, especially in our mission. We actually were a very, very small mission geographic because of the amount of members we had in our area. Yeah. So very, very interesting. So my second mission president was Elder Pratt and Elder
Holland,
for a couple months. And then Richard Millett he was a mission president actually in Dominican Republic. He was on the missionary board. He got asked to become our new mission president for a period of time. He's actually a strong author, big, so he was our mission president.
I wonder if he's related to Bob Millett, who's the head of the religion department at BYU.
I don't know. Yeah, but he was our mission president for about 6 months. And then his wife got diagnosed with cancer.
Dang.
So
that's in the water in Chile.
Yeah. And so then my fourth mission president was an interim mission president. He lived in our mission. He got called to be a mission president in Venezuela. And President Guerrera. And then my last mission president during the last, 4 or 6 months, whatever it was Brad Wilcox.
So talk about Brad Wilcox, because he's a celebrity. He's as close to a Paul Dunn-like figure as we have in modern Mormonism. His General Conference talk this past General Conference opened a lot of eyes, I think. But he's sort of a celebrity of the youth is the best way. Dynamic.
For sure.
Talks, charismatic, but also sometimes really careless and offensive.
Yeah.
But always attempting to be super entertaining.
Yeah.
That's the Brad Wilcox I know. Tell us about the Brad Wilcox you met.
Yeah, so I ended up getting a letter from him before he came to Chile. He actually sent me a letter because my sister-in-law, he was in the education system, and my sister-in-law had some type of connection with him. And so I get this random letter from him saying he's going to be the new mission president, and we'd go back and forth for a while. At that time, it was email because that's when they allowed to get email. So I was in that mission during the time. They're like, oh, you can actually allow to do emails now instead of handwritten letters. And so I ended up getting an email from him. We went back and forth for a while. He was asking about how the mission was and some of the issues and struggles and everything like that. And I was just like super open with him. So you
were his own leader, right?
I was his own leader,
okay,
correct.
Yeah.
I was his own leader. And so yeah, he came and everybody was definitely celebrity. We thought that we were getting basically a celebrity.
So his reputation preceded him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
because he was like the big speaker at EFY. Especially for youth. I think he was a BYU professor as well, but definitely church education.
Definitely church education. Yeah, but everybody knew him from EFY primarily. Okay. And so
had you gone to EFY?
I never went.
Did you go to EFY?
I did.
Ever?
Once.
Did you ever see Brad Wilcox?
No, he wasn't at the one I went to.
So
Margie, did you ever see Brad Wilcox at EFY? Margie was an EFY instructor.
I think that's after my time, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, everybody, a lot of the missionaries, when we had probably 180, 200 missionaries, and a lot of the missionaries were like, oh, here comes Brad Wilcox. And I don't know if and he actually served his mission in Chile. And so there was a lot of connection there, and Elder Holland was still the area president. So here we are thinking, yeah, we are the elect. We're getting the elite of the elite coming our way. But at the same time, I started feeling I knew what was going on in the mission. I knew some of the missionaries and they're breaking the rules and not doing the things they should be doing. And so I just was staying on the right path. I was like, nope, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And so, but yeah, the mission was a phenomenal experience for me. I absolutely loved it. And
wait, any Brad Wilcox stories of like what he's like to work with, or
no, just
his personality? Is he quirky?
Just what you said.
Is he mean? Is he nice? Is he fun?
Super charismatic, obviously. People, he loved us. He made us feel like we were his own kids, and just made us feel like we're all here, we're all part of the elect, being a part of this mission, and we are going to turn things around and get everything back on track, the way a mission should be ran and operated. And everybody knew the issues we were going through and the transitions and Elder Holland, and we spent a lot of time with Brad Wilcox and Elder Holland during that time. So.
Did a lot of missionaries get sent home for disobedience or breaking the rules? Do you know?
No, because, for what President Gardner, his whole philosophy is if I send missionaries home, they're going to go off the deep end and they're going to fall away from the church. So he did everything he could in his power to keep missionaries there, regardless of what they did. But Elder Holland, when he came, there was definitely some transitions. Let's just say that. So.
Okay. So anything else from your mission before we move on? No.
So just kind of, follows, again, I'm going to talk more about this, but again, the stress and pressure of everything that's going on, right? And trying to do everything I should be doing and just seeing everything around me and feeling like, I just need to make sure that I'm staying on the straight and narrow path. I'm holding tight to the iron rod because that's what I should be doing. And now looking back, I know that's where a lot of it started.
Okay. But did it also feel amazing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, surrounding yourself with those types of individuals, being able to interact with Elder Holland and Brad Wilcox and, it did.
Richard G. Scott. Two apostles. So you're on first name basis with two apostles by the time you're 21 years old.
Yeah. And so, I definitely felt like I was fulfilling my role as a young man, and I was heading in the right direction to being the right type of disciple of Christ. And that's what the path I was striving for, and that's what the church tells you that you need to be doing.
Yeah. Okay. Did you receive any advice on what you should do after you finish your mission by your mission president?
Yeah, because President Wilcox, he obviously did my exit interview and go to school. Because obviously he was a big component of of education. So, go to school. He knew that I had a scholarship lining up. So he's like, go to school, go play basketball. I actually ended up having another surgery on my mission probably 3 or 4 months before I left. So I was like half of my mission I was in a cast. But he would give me a lot of guidance about just the typical get married, go find the right person, just continue do everything you should be doing. And I was like, okay, sure, that's okay. And I remember writing it down on my journal exactly what I wanted to do. He encouraged me to write a letter to my future wife, and what the type of person I wanted her to be. And
did you?
I did. Yeah, I did everything.
He gave it to me on our wedding day.
Yeah, on our wedding day, I ended up giving it to her. And
wow.
Yeah, so it was just, and it wasn't like, I don't want to make it come across that I was perfect, because I wasn't. We all have our stories and some flaws that we have, but I just didn't want to disappoint anybody.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to disappoint my parents, and I didn't want to, disappoint the church, what they instilled in me. And they have a very clear path for you, and the way you should be doing things, and how you should do it, and when you should do it, and where you should do it. And I'm the type of person, if you tell me what to do and how to do it, like, I will give 110% to that. And that kind of alludes to fast forwards when I was bishop and everything. But that's just the type of person I was, and same with basketball and sports. I think that's why I excelled, because you told me I need to shoot 200 shots a day. Well, I'm going to shoot 300 shots a day.
Right.
That's just the type of person I was.
Yep. That's how he is.
Okay. So your scholarship when you came back was where?
At Slick. Yep.
Okay.
Salt Lake
Community College
Yep.
in Salt Lake. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so I guess your love story's next. Is that right or not?
Yeah.
Who wants to? Do you want to tell it?
Well, what version of it?
Yeah.
Let's hear Camille's version.
Okay.
So you graduated from high
Yeah,
school.
so I
was
graduated from high
doing hair.
school.
Is that right?
I was still going to beauty school the summer after high school. So I still had to get through and do my testing and everything. One of my friends from beauty school asked me to go down to a party.
Sundance.
Oh, yeah, a Sundance party one night. And, oh my gosh, I don't even know.
Her best friend was dating my best friend.
Okay, yeah. And so we ended up at the same party that night, and he was watching a basketball game.
Of course.
And I was, being my crazy, whatever. And he was like, can you move? I'm trying to watch the game.
Jared was into the game.
Oh, yeah, he was into the game.
Was this a college game?
No, it was actually, I still remember. It was San Antonio Spurs versus Jazz. And back
So
then.
is this Tim Duncan?
Tim Duncan years.
Okay.
Yep, I still remember.
Yeah.
Against Jazz.
Let us all have a moment for the important details.
Yes. I can't believe you remember that.
I don't know why.
That's funny. So I was trying to get his attention. He was sitting on the, those big love sacks.
Oh, yeah.
He was sitting on that, and I wanted to get his attention. So I ran over to it, and I did a flip and landed next to him. And I was like, hey.
Nice moves.
Yeah.
Can I say?
Throw some gymnastics in there.
A little, yeah,
So
right?
we ended up hanging out the rest of the night and kind of hit it off. And
Well, you called me that next day and said my birthday's.
oh yeah, yeah, we exchanged phone numbers and called him the next. Did I call you or did you call me? No way. Really? Okay.
Hey, brilliant.
But it was my birthday, my 19th birthday, and he took me out on my birthday.
On your
That was our first
birthday.
date to Olive Garden.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of hit it off, and he checked all of the boxes very quickly. Returned missionary, great family, basketball player.
Yeah.
Thought he was pretty great. So
Do you remember what your first kind of thought was with regard to Camille?
yeah, he was annoyed with me.
Yeah.
Well,
was
maybe
in the way of the game.
thought after that thought.
No, I wasn't annoyed. It was just, I was really into the game. And no, obviously she had a very bubbly personality. She still does. And, I was dating people, but I hadn't dated anybody real serious. And the same type of thing. She checked the box a lot of different things. And
What were the boxes that you had from?
well, initially,
kind of
obviously,
young
her
men
looks,
and-
she was beautiful, and I'm like, okay, that was my first reaction. Like, wow, she's smoking hot. Like I'm gonna make sure I
Keeping it real. Keeping it real on the Mormon stories.
That's the first reaction of every
Okay.
21 return missionary with, what you look for. And like they say, the better missionary you are, the better your looking your wife is going to be. That's a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
No, was not aware of
Yes,
that.
it is
The
always
correlation
instilled in
between
you.
those two things.
Oh, yeah.
It is all.
Or like the amount of prayers you say, like in public or something. Like,
Yeah, whenever the better missionary you are, you serve. And that was another big thing. Like I actually took that to heart. Like I took that literal. Like I'm saying, I'm going to serve a good mission. I'm going to be the best missionary I could be because I want to make sure that I marry a beautiful, righteous young woman. And and that's what I did. I saw her. I'm like, man, she's beautiful. We had a great night that night, and we went to Sundance, during the Sundance Film Festival, and we went up there and hung out, because her birthday is January 19th.
Yeah.
And so it was right around that Sundance Film Festival. So we went up there, and I think after that night, we spent every day together. And
Yeah.
it made sense.
Well, yeah. It was fast. So
Yeah, it was fast. So I had some after I played at Salt Lake Community College. I had some offers to go play back east, and we were like, okay, do we get married? Because you're not supposed to live together.
Well, wait. So our first date was January 19th,
Okay,
What year?
2004.
2004. Yep.
And then his mom worked for JetBlue, and so we flew standby to Long Beach on Valentine's Day. And that was the first day he told me that he loved me at sunset on the beach. So cute. So that was not even a month. And then, so that was January, February, and then end of February,
We got engaged.
we got engaged.
Because I was just finishing up my basketball at Slick.
Yeah. And then we got married in May.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So 5 months from meeting to marriage.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's actually probably the average for kind of college-age Mormon kids,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that time.
Oh,
I
it
think-
didn't feel crazy
didn't feel
at all.
crazy at all.
Like that was it's what you do.
Yeah.
And when you find someone as amazing as Jared, you don't let them go. Even though I tried to break it off.
She did. Because she was, like we talked about earlier, she had, we talked about,
Yeah.
her relationship with her mom and some of the fears that she had. But again, we also had that pressure of, obviously, if I was going to go out and play back east, I would lose her. She said, well, you just go out and play. I'll stay here. I said, no, I won't. You won't be around when I come back. And because I knew she was just like smoking hot and great personality. I knew she'd get snatched up really quick. So I didn't want to do that. And then I went out there and it didn't end up working out anyways. But we already had planned to get married. So we were just like, let's just get married.
Wow.
Yeah. So he chose me over basketball. That's the bottom line.
Which temple did you get married in?
So, Salt Lake.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
Salt Lake.
Salt Lake Temple. David B. Burton married us.
So he was the presiding bishop of the church?
Yeah.
So like the head business guy of the church,
Yeah.
basically.
And-
And wasn't that a family member of
Yeah.
yours?
He was my great uncle. So yeah.
And wasn't your grandpa a temple sealer as well?
My dad's side, yeah. My dad's dad, my grandpa was a sealer, but
Yeah.
that was later after we had already gotten
Okay,
married. But
okay.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
a sealer.
And he kept calling Camille Lori.
My
which
mom's
is
name.
the whole time. So it was really awkward during the sailing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just
That
like,
did happen.
oh goodness.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
You're like,
Definitely
this
awkward.
is not
Yeah.
as personal as it might be.
Yeah. It was
You
funny.
used my name.
Yeah. It was funny
correct
because
name.
I didn't really care who married us. It wasn't like
It
Yeah.
wasn't a big
like
thing.
oh, we have to have Bishop Burton seal us, but it was kind of more my grandma that was like pushing for
Oh, yeah.
him. I mean, it was like
He's a family member.
like
Yeah.
able to seal the marriage
Yeah.
but I mean it was great.
Yeah.
But you had gone to the temple for the first time right before that as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. So when I went through the temple, so that was the week before we got married, and I never did the temple prep classes or anything. I just, I don't know. I didn't have time.
That's right.
I was barely 19 and it's just what you do. So my mom loved the temple. She went to the temple every week and was just very devout, temple goer. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so I just trusted that, that's the place to be. That's where you go and to feel the Spirit. And I had heard, I don't even know where, but that it was weird and that, things happen, but no one really would say. And so it was like, what am I doing? What do we do? And no one would really say, but they would say it's really weird. And it made me really nervous. And so usually when you go through the temple, you invite all your family, right? Aunts, uncles, cousins, whoever come when you go through the temple. And I was really scared because I thought something weird was going to happen. I was going to be naked in front of somebody or everybody, or I literally don't even know what I was thinking, but I was nervous about it. And I think too, my dad couldn't be there. And so I had asked Jared if just his parents and my mom could come instead of making it a big ordeal, because I was so nervous about it. And so, so I went through the temple and it was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was kind of an interesting.
And I didn't know what to expect either, because I didn't know some of the stuff that goes on in the temple. As far as I knew when you go for yourself, but when you get sealed, I didn't realize some of the things that happen that are disclosed from her, telling me certain things, but I didn't tell her. That was a big, what? What is this? It was super interesting.
And you're talking about the temple name.
Weird. And I had never, obviously I'd gone to the temple a lot during my mission. I'd gone to I went every, during every transfer on my mission and before my mission I was in the MTC. And I was never a real big fan. I always thought it was weird. I mean, I actually went to the temple for the first time with my sister and her up-and-coming fiance. And I remember just looking at each other what are we doing? What is going on? Because nobody really tells you what goes on in the temple. It doesn't matter what type of temple prep you do. They don't tell you what goes on in the temple.
Right.
And so we'll talk a little bit more about the temple later on.
Do you remember how you processed that? Was it just kind of oh, that was weird?
Yeah.
Did it affect if you wanted to go from that point?
I mean, it wasn't oh, I'm not going to do this.
Okay.
It was this is what we do. This is what you do. And it's going to be okay. And the whole thing of everyone saying you just come back, just go often.
Right. That'll help.
It will get better, and things like that. And I really struggled with memorizing things or, so when you're in certain parts of the temple and you have to say things, and I was so nervous and I was just I don't like that feeling of not knowing what to say, and
you have to be
so
told.
It was uncomfortable.
You have to kind of be cued what to say.
Yeah. So that always made me really nervous, but it wasn't oh, I'm out now because that was weird. It was just that was weird.
Yeah.
Let's just carry on.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm everyone that I know does this.
Right.
So guess
And your
normal.
mom, just like your mom would have been taught that if she's super righteous, then maybe the kids won't fall away.
Yeah.
She would have been maniacally attending the temple as a way to keep her marriage alive or to, offset the turmoil she was experiencing in the home.
Yeah.
Because Mormons are taught that going to the temple can have these magic powers basically to bless your lives.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
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 So.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all got married in 5 months.
Yep, we got married.
We got married and
Jared gave me his letter that he wrote on his mission to his future wife. I don't know. I should have.
What did you think about it? Any memories of it or?
I do remember it was oddly correct. I think you even said you would have dark brown hair and it was almost like a
manifestation.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. I'm going to have to find that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
it's I manifest
yeah.
Camille.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there an explicit or unspoken understanding of what your life was going to be like, what you were both committing to. What was the contract, either explicitly or implicitly, you were both agreeing to when you got temple married as Mormons? Who wants to go?
I can go.
Expectations, you know what I mean?
Funny enough, I don't think we ever even talked about it. Like, we just...
Things were happening so fast.
Yeah, it was so fast. And I think we just, like, were going through the check boxes. Like, this is what you do. This is, whatever. And when I met his family, I fell in love with his family and just, like, wanted to be a part of that. And they were just so great. It was, like, kind of this, Mormon outstanding family that I was going to be able to be a part of. And so we didn't even talk about, like, kids or any. It was just like, we just kind of like, it just kind of
a lot of making assumptions, right?
Yeah.
Of commonality. It's kind of like,
For sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like you said, we were just checking the box, right? I mean, that's what my mission president, that's what Brad told me, President Wilcox told me I needed to do.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, hey, your next step is to do this. And I said, okay. So as soon as I found that person, I'm like, okay, like, let's check the box. Let's go get married. And,
Right.
let's go get married in the temple.
What was the next box after you're married? What do we do
kids.
next?
You have kids.
You have kids.
Yeah. And surprisingly, we waited a year until we got pregnant. So we had that
school. And
Yeah. And so we had that first year. I don't even know if that was really on purpose, but we waited a year and then got pregnant with our first. And she was born on Valentine's Day.
Aww.
So first Valentine's, Jared told me he loved me. And then third Valentine's, we had a baby.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, that was kind of our thing is, we weren't super, I wouldn't say devout at that time. Like, we weren't super like, okay, let's work our way up. Let's go get callings and let's go to the temple every single month and let's do that. When we were first married, we were just enjoying newlywed life and we were both working. We never really saw each other because I was working a couple of jobs. I was going to school. She was working.
Yeah,
and we're just like kind of doing our own thing. And, just like every young couple trying to figure out life and living with somebody 24/7 and, trying to make it work. I think it was just very typical, not anything out of the norm.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah. So. And everything was just super easy for us. Like, we didn't ever like argue about anything or like,
So high compatibility.
For sure. Yeah. And we're just like, whatever.
So like, I guess we can fast track. What was that path from newlyweds, casual about church, like committed to the church, but not intense about it? How did you go from there to ending up as a stake young women's leader and as a bishop? Like, take us through that path. You can go even skipping years, whatever.
So, so this is 2006, 7, right around there. I was in the real estate business. And so obviously we know what happened in 2008. And so a lot of the real estate and financial crisis happened. And so that put a little bit of an additional stress and strain on our relationship and kind of just in general, just because of the type of work that I did. But we ended up selling our house. We ended up selling a couple of rental properties that I had at that period of time. And we ended up moving to Eagle Mountain. My parents, after my dad got released to being bishop, he moved out to Eagle Mountain. Eagle Mountain this time was up and coming, huge community. It's a very small community at the time. And we're like, yeah, it's quiet out there. Let's move out there. It's cheap.
Is it around Utah Lake, basically?
Yeah, it's west of Utah Lake, about 10 minutes. Yeah. So it's pretty far out there, but
it's like on the other side of Provo Orem across a lake. Is that right?
Yeah. And it was just very affordable. I mean, that's mainly just because of what we were going through. It was just affordable. So that's why a lot of people actually moved there during that time. And as a younger couple, that's kind of, that's just a part of it. So we moved out there. We actually moved in with my parents for a little bit. And then just a couple months after my dad had moved out there, he got called in to be a counselor in the stake presidency. And that added a little bit of stress, him now being in the stake presidency. And then we ended up moving into just a rental property out there for a while. And I think that's where it kind of started, seeing that example from my dad, seeing the example from my parents. My mom was Relief Society president. And so we just started recommitted, I guess you can say, and regular attending the temple and doing all the things you should be doing. And
So you'd start going monthly, or
yeah, prayer.
Go to the temple?
yeah,
Yeah.
or every other month, or once
Yeah,
a
I
quarter?
mean, we started going regularly. And I think it was also because my parents did, and we like kind of felt that pressure that we needed to do it, right?
Yeah.
It was not more out of, oh, we're going to go overachievers. It was more like, oh,
This is what you do.
this is what you're supposed to be doing, because we saw that's what my parents did, and they'd always invite us to go, and they'd go with the stake presidency, and so we had 2 children at this time, and so
And for those who don't know, a stake president is a leader over like 10 congregations.
correct, yeah.
So
Yep.
Yeah.
So he was the counselor at that time, and then our stake ended up getting split because of the growth out there, and then he got called to be the new stake president.
okay.
And then when I was 29, I guess we're kind of fast forwarding a little bit, but then I got called to be on the high council.
Okay, really quick. This is just total Mormon randomness. Would your parents have Sunday dinners and invite all the children and
Oh, yeah.
grandchildren over?
Correct. Yep. So we would alternate pretty much.
Yep.
Every other week. Her family 1 week, my family the next week.
That's
And
a big time Utah thing, right?
correct. Yep.
Yeah.
The typical, roast mashed potatoes. That's the typical,
Yep.
Jell-O.
very, very traditional. And we'd rotate every single week. We were there at her parents' or her mom's house, because her parents ended up getting divorced at this time. And then my parents. Yeah. So this is where like the kind of the level and expectation and the pressure really started building up, because I got called to the high council when my dad got called to be the stake president.
And you're in such close proximity
Correct.
to them as well, which I think it makes all the sense that you would feel that intensity. It's right in your space. Yeah.
For those who don't know, a stake high council is 12. It's like 12 apostles for the stake.
Correct.
And it makes you a high priest, right? You have to go from elder
So I was
to high priest.
28, 29
So
year old
greater
high priest.
status.
Yeah.
There's greater status with
But
it.
it's leadership track, because you go from elder to high priest. It's a new ordination, but now you're at a stake level instead of a ward level. You're helping run 10 congregations. You go on the speaker circuit where you're speaking at 2 wards. You're assigned 2 wards, or what?
Yeah, I was actually over all the missionary work in the stake, because I'd always talk. Right before that, I actually was a gospel doctrine teacher, and I actually really enjoyed that. And I'd always talk about my mission, how great it was, and everything we've already previously talked about, right? And who I met with and who I interacted with, and
If you could name drop apostles' names to Mormons,
correct.
that's
Yeah.
money. That's social currency. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And so as a gospel doctrine teacher, it just came very natural for me. And I love that calling. And then the next thing I know, here I'm a high council, then I'm over the missionary work in the stake.
Did anybody cry nepotism? Like when your stake president dad is calling you onto the stake high council, was there anybody who's like, hey, this is nepotism. This is not a calling of God?
For sure. And again, I want to tread a little bit lightly on this topic, just because of respect to my dad, and I love him, but also my sister that was living in New York. They had at this time moved to Utah, and he had called him to be the bishop. He moved into Eagle Mountain as well, in a different ward. No, actually, it was in our ward for a little bit before we got split. So he actually got called to be the bishop. So here I am on the high council. He was the bishop. My brother-in-law got called to be the bishop, and then he was the stake president.
And so, no shade on your dad at all. And this is how leadership positions work in the church. Like, it's no coincidence that Jeffrey R. Holland's son, Matt, is now a general authority. So Apostle Jeffrey R. Holland, magically his son, Matthew Holland, gets called as a general authority. Gordon B. Hinckley's son, Richard, magically was called as a general authority. Like, leadership, if you want to move up in the ranks of the church, you have a higher probability of moving up the ranks if you have, family members or connected people up the leadership chain. That's how leadership happens.
Yeah.
It's, Mormons tend to think it's God inspiring the church leaders to call people. But the truth is they're going to call people who they trust, who they know. Or in this case, who they love.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously there was a lot of nepotism, probably more than we knew or heard about. But yeah, there was that pressure of it. And then the High Council, that's a whole nother thing. I mean, again, being 28, 29 years old, going through some of the High Council things with, at the time, they referred to it as excommunication, but the disciplinary councils that I went through, we went through a period of time in that area where we had several a month.
Can you talk about that? Let's slow down and talk about that.
Sure.
So why would the Mormon Church excommunicate someone? What were the types of excommunications? And it's a council. I was excommunicated. Margie was there. It's like the stake presidency, 15 men around a table, maybe 16 if the secretary's there. And you're basically put on trial.
Correct.
To be kicked out of the church. So what were some of the most common scenarios that you participated in? And what was that like?
Yeah. So, so exactly how you explained, but typically we would meet with individuals who had committed adultery or who had issues in the home, or I would say adultery and a lot of chastity was probably the main issues that we were dealing with.
Was it mostly men, mostly women, both men and women?
Mostly men.
Okay.
Majority of them were men. And like I said, for a while there, we were getting several a month. And
in a single stake?
In a single stake. Yeah, and we had probably 9 or 10. We were a smaller stake this time because we had just been recently split. But I was just like, what is going on? Like, I was immune to all this. I was in a bubble up to this point. I had never seen anything like this or even heard about anything like this. I didn't know like stuff like that existed really, as far as the disciplinary councils. I didn't know anything about that.
What were your impressions of the actual disciplinary councils when people were called to repent and or be excommunicated by this council of 15 men in a room? What are your memories of how that felt and whether it was a good or an unhealthy process?
Yeah. So this is where I really had compassion for those individuals. Because here they are sitting in front of, sharing their story and being very vulnerable about what had happened to them.
So they had to tell the story of how they became adulterers, basically?
Basically, because what would happen is the stake president or stake presidency would allow them to share their story, and then they go around the room and they open up, if any members of the High Council had questions for them, they would ask the individual questions and kind of put them on the spot. And
what kind of questions would you ask them?
Let's just say more in-depth and detailed questions that I was comfortable sitting in a room with.
So like sexual questions?
Correct.
Like how far did you go?
Correct. How many times? What all happened? Basically getting him to open up to see how much remorse he felt. And if he really was repentant and was wanting to have the atonement a part of his life. Some situations were extremely awkward, and being in a room where you have these majority of older men, I was the youngest one in the room, just asking these very open and vulnerable questions to these gentlemen. And a lot of times their wife would be right there, and it put in a very awkward situation. And it was just very, very intense. But I definitely at that time started feeling a true compassion for those men. I just felt so bad for them. And no matter what they went through, I just felt so bad for them and just the experience that they were going through. That's just answering your question, John. That's was a starting point of understanding that side of the church that I never knew it really existed.
And how was the decision made whether or not to excommunicate?
Yeah, so basically it's split up between, because there's 12, basically half the room represents the church, the other half of the room represents the individual, has the best interest of the church and has the best interest of the individual. And after the gentleman or whoever it was kind of put on the spot and he shared, we would invite him to leave. We would talk as a High Council and as a presidency, and then the presidency would then take that information and go into a room and they would pray about a decision. They would then come back. We'd have another further discussion, invite him back in, and then they would disclose kind of what his future was going to be like
And if you had to guess the percentage of excommunication versus disfellowship versus
Probation.
no action,
Yeah.
what would you guess the percentage breakdown was?
I don't remember because we went through a lot during that time, but there were definitely a lot of excommunications. I remember a lot of probation, and I thought that one thing I thought was odd was it was so situational. Like some people would only get have disfellowship for 12 months for the exact same thing. Other people would have 15 months, and they would say, well, because of his he was less experienced in the church. So if, like, let's say there was...
They'd be more lenient if he was less experienced.
Correct. So let's say it was somebody that had a leadership calling or had more experience in the church, we would be more strict with them versus somebody that was less experienced because they didn't know any better type of thing.
Was that to protect the reputation of the church? Like if someone was well known in the church, mm-hmm. and it was well known that they did something wrong. My memory is, as I read the General Handbook of Instructions, is the more public the infidelity is, and if they've served a mission, and the higher the level in the leadership potentially, the more likely excommunication should be the outcome. Does that sound right or not?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just because they're set to a higher expectation, just like those covenants we make in the temple, right? If you are covenanting in the temple that day with God, then you are set to a higher standard and a higher expectation, right? And that obviously bled over to those type of situations.
Do you remember excommunicating any women and what that was like?
I do. Yeah, I do remember there was some situations where there were some women that there was an excommunication. Yeah, I mean, it's just for me at least. So
there's a woman surrounded by 15 men.
Correct.
Probing her and asking her details about her sexual experiences. Am I exaggerating?
No, that's right, because it's a very private, nobody else is in the room. Nobody else talks about it. Nobody else is allowed in or out during that time. Some of these went on for a couple hours. I remember one being over 6 hours, and everywhere in between. But for me, it was just very hard to see people go through that. And again, being on that side, I was like, man, I never want to go through that. Going back to how I was raised and everything like that, I'm like, I never want to have to go through that experience because of just the shame. You can just feel how much shame they felt and just how much embarrassment they felt. And again, being surrounded with a bunch of men, especially the women, there were some very awkward situations that I felt especially.
Mm-hmm. So somehow disciplinary councils have gotten the nickname Court of Love. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. You never heard of that?
No, but that's definitely, I mean, that's probably what they intend it to be. That's the intention, but it's definitely.
How would you characterize those councils?
Like a court of law, not a court of love. I mean, it really is. I mean, they're being judged by their actions, and and it's just, these are men that have no experience with like psychology and being psychologists and marriage counselors and stuff. None of us have been trained.
No mental health training.
No mental health training. No, when I was there, I don't think anybody, we're just typical blue collar people, construction workers and stuff like that. And here we are judging this individual based off of her, decisions she's made. But
your opinion,
giving our opinions about certain things, but none of us had professional training around therapy or counseling or professional counselors or anything like that. But you are set apart to be able to judge certain people in certain ways that the church has designated you to be in that position.
Mm. So overall, did you look forward to those disciplinary councils? Did you hate them? How did you feel about them? What?
I absolutely hated them.
Oh.
I hated him too. I would know when he was doing a disciplinary or a excommunication or whatever.
Or disciplinary council.
Because it would affect him for days.
Yeah.
And luckily he did have his dad to be able to talk to about it, like, concerns or things that were affecting him. But it affected our family as well. And I remember always thinking like, sin is so horrible. Like, look how it affects even me. Like when someone sins and they have to go confess and then be part of this excommunication, and it affects my husband and then it affects me. Like, I mean, that was my thinking, right?
Yeah.
But it was reality too, because it really did impact our family.
I mean,
And is part of it, so were you able to talk about it
No.
between you? So, and that's part of it, right? Is as you get in the higher callings, you're exposed to these more and more instances where there's a sense of like, well, you could say confidentiality
Like
or
secrets.
secrecy that you actually can't share with your partner,
Yeah.
right? With your wife.
It definitely put
strain.
a strain and a wedge and just that disconnect, because I could see in him that he was struggling or like hurting,
Yeah.
and he couldn't tell me why.
Yes. So it puts you in this position of kind of bearing it alone. You're a bit isolated. Now, you could talk to your dad. Do you want to explain why you could talk to your dad about it? Just so the
Yeah, because he
audience
was
can know.
obviously a part of those conversations. He was in those rooms. He knew what was going on. And so we had some open conversations about it. And I'd expressed some things to him about why certain things happen a certain way. And again, I was very uneducated about the whole process. And so we would talk about it, and I would share how much it impacted me emotionally, especially. I'm not saying we didn't have spiritual experiences, because at the time I thought I was having spiritual experiences, but it was more I just couldn't believe how much emotionally draining it was for me when I'd go through those experiences. But yeah, we were able to have those open conversations because he was a part of it as well.
Something that people don't think about, and especially never Mormons wouldn't know this, but when you excommunicate someone, you're not just kicking them out of God's true church. You're invalidating their baptism. You're also invalidating their temple marriage, and you're breaking up their eternal family. So Mormons believe that you can only go to the celestial kingdom with all your family if you get sealed in the temple and are worthy. And as soon as you excommunicate somebody, it means they're no longer going to be with their wife in heaven, the heaven they want to go to. They're no longer going to be with their children in the heaven they want to go to. So it's breaking up an entire family, kind of like what your family might have experienced in some ways.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's honestly too, having children be out of control in their situation and their dreams for an eternal family, because it's their parents that are making the decisions oftentimes. So,
And it was hard for me because a lot of these individuals I knew, just being in the stake, you just know these individuals. But that was one of the things I don't know if I was more confused or questioned, is like, why would you go through that way? We want them to go to the temple. We want them to be able to partake of the sacrament. We want them to do those things. And we'll talk about that more when I got called to be bishop. But I was like, why don't we want them there? Why are we restraining them from being able to go to the temple? And that's where
If that's where they want to be.
And that's where they want to be.
their
But we're saying,
desire.
and if they need support, like to help them actually improve or, feel closer to, Heavenly Father, Jesus, that in that moment you'd be like, no,
nope,
denied.
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
It's like making them hit rock bottom.
Even more than they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So you hated doing those. When somebody says communicated, what are the rules? What are they not allowed to do? How does it affect them other than ruining their eternal life with their families? What does it mean in terms of the church and their membership? And
When they're excommunicated?
Yeah.
So they're not allowed to participate in any type of calling in the church. They're not allowed to speak publicly in church. They're not allowed to say prayers publicly in church. They're not allowed to partake of the sacrament.
which is the bread and water that gets passed from person to person.
Yeah. Obviously, they're not allowed to attend the temple. Their temple recommend is taken away.
Do they have take off their garments as
They
well?
have to remove their garments. I think that's pretty much it that I can think of. I mean, they're basically restricted from everything. They can attend church, and they actually are encouraged. And that's the other thing too. I remember, you have to give them an action plan. I remember that was the big thing. Like, here's your action plan that you need to do afterwards. You need to attend church regularly. You need to still do, if your bishop can invite you to participate in home teaching. So it wasn't technically a calling. You can do your home teaching. You can do certain things, but there were so many restrictions that they couldn't do. The only thing they could do was show up to church, and they were like not forced, but they were highly, highly encouraged to still go to church and be in a room of everybody who was allowed to do those things, but you are not allowed to do those things.
Right. Yes. It's the repeated experience of being denied.
Yeah.
Yeah. In front of people.
Correct. And I was like, man, that's a lot of shame that we're putting on that person. Like, we want you to be there in front of everybody. And everybody kind of sees that over time. Like, everybody knows that.
But sometimes people don't know, and they'll be like, hey, Brother Smith, do you want to say the opening prayer? Right? And Brother Smith will have to say, I can't.
Yeah.
Which then in the minds of members means what?
That they've done something horrible.
Yeah.
And it also transforms the experience of going to church into an incredibly stressful and anxious experience.
Correct.
Because you're afraid that someone's going to ask you to say the prayer and you're going to have to say no, or you're thinking about not being able to take the sacrament and who will see, or right, all of these things that would kind of call you out. So it also discourages attendance, really.
Yeah. Well, and I would say out of all of them, now that you're, a lot of it's kind of coming back to me now, is majority of the people that were excommunicated never came back.
Yeah.
They never came back.
Yeah.
The ones that were on like a soft probation, whatever you want to call it, I would say the majority of those actually end up leaving. And what was interesting too, a lot of the men that came in, they actually didn't want to be there. It was more of their wives that were active in church. Yep. And they were saying, if you want to make this work, you have to do this.
Got it.
That was the majority of the men that we met with was in that type of situation.
Yeah,
but they weren't there because they wanted to be there. Like, they came and did. It was more their
save their
spouse.
marriage.
Save their marriage.
Save their family, yeah.
So devil's advocate, like, infidelity is bad, cheating is bad, adultery is bad. So this is a support system to families to disincentivize people from cheating, and then also getting them to stop and getting them to clean up their act. Like, why is there a way that we can see this as something that's actually positive or not?
I mean, you've said that. You're like, I'm never going to cheat on you. That would be horrible to go through a disciplinary.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing they were,
like, oh, okay.
Yeah, another thing they were
like,
forced to do,
babe.
Or you just really love me and you would never cheat on me.
was they were the 12-step program. This is when the 12-step program came out as well, and that was a huge thing. You have to go through this 12-step program, and
this is the
addiction recovery.
Addiction recovery ARP. If any of you guys want to have a mind-blowing experience, go to Google Maps, type in addiction and recovery program Utah, and you will see thousands and thousands of dots, not just all over Utah, but all over the United States, of these Mormon established sexual addiction programs for pornography masturbators and Mormon masturbators and pornography viewers. Yeah. Do it sometime. It'll blow your mind. Yeah. Right. So they were required.
Yeah. That was part of their action plan, was attend church regularly and do this 12-step program. That was pretty much anything. That was the only thing they really could do. And they would be assigned 2 high counselors to meet with them once a month as an additional home teacher. And, it was not, I would say it was more of a negative experience than a positive experience for individuals.
Really?
100%.
Even though we all agree cheating is bad, adultery is bad, and this is just the church trying to get people to not do that, give them consequences, you still say it was not a healthy thing?
Majority of the time.
Because they would never come back to church?
They just want to come back to church through shame or guilt or whatever it was, or they just got so immune to not attending church. They just said, why do I even need this in my life? I can go and, go a different direction, and I can work it out with my marriage, or sometimes the marriage would not end up working out. But from my perspective, I did not see that as a positive experience for the individuals at the end of the table.
Were there ever people excommunicated for like child abuse or spousal abuse? Or financial fraud that you experienced?
Not that I experienced, no. Not that.
And I can just guarantee you, it's not that those things weren't occurring in your stake. So is that interesting at all? That infidelity gets excommunication.
Correct.
But child abuse and financial fraud or even spouse abuse never came across your desk, so to speak.
Yeah, and I knew it was happening. Well, when I became bishop, I knew it was happening, and I was surprised at how much it was happening because they had a big emphasis on that because they had a lawsuit with somebody that in Mesa, Arizona, from an individual that was accused of, and nobody reported it. So we actually had a training on this from an area authority. And so every little issue that even every time you met with the youth or anything like that, if they brought up any type of child abuse or anything like that, you had to report it because they didn't want to have anything.
Not to the police.
No. You had to call. There was a hotline you called
clear.
to Kurt McConkie.
Yeah.
You called, and there was a hotline, and I talked to Kurt McConkie more when I was bishop than I ever wanted to. But yeah, when I was on the High Council, no, that never got brought up. We never had excommunications as far as what I remember, or disfellowships or probation based off of those. But 90% of them was fidelity or infidelity or adultery type of situations. But when I was bishop, yeah, there was a lot of issues with child abuse and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just think, take note, the Mormon Church doesn't punish child abusers, child molesters for whatever reason. And this is important evidence of that. Did you ever sit in a disciplinary council for apostasy? Just curious.
No.
Okay.
No. I didn't.
That's what I was excommunicated for, just for the record.
No.
It's not funny. It's just.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Because I know you. I have compassion for. I know you went through, and I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So you're on the Stake High Council. Your dad's the stake president. Were you serving, in church? You're having little kids?
Yeah,
and were you
I'm
serving
trying to
in
remember the timeline on that. What year were you?
You were in the primary presidency.
Oh, that's right. I was primary presidency at the time.
And how many children?
I had 2, and then I was pregnant with
Okay,
my
so you were pregnant
with
while
my
you were
third
in the
primary presidency. Yep.
What was it like to have him traveling to other wards on Sunday and gone at disciplinary councils? And was he gone a lot?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that like for you?
It was just part of what we did. Like, I just made it work, but he was gone all Sunday. Most Sundays, yeah. And then I was busy doing the primary stuff.
Right.
So, and that's when we did sharing time. It was a 3-hour church, so
Yep.
it was a lot.
It was an hour
Yeah.
of
It was 2 hours of.
it was 2 hours of primary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
it was
yep.
a lot. So.
But your husband being gone, like he had his job that was probably super stressful.
Yeah.
And then on the weekends, he's doing a lot of church stuff.
Yeah.
And for you, you're just like, that's what
Well,
you
and I
do?
felt like I was doing all the church things too, meetings and
Yes.
then all day on Sunday primary stuff.
That's
So,
right.
And there's one framing of that where it's awesome. We're
Yeah,
in it to win it.
it
We're
was like-
leading and
We were both doing good things, and
We were committed.
we were very committed, and I don't ever really remember complaining about it. Like, it was just like, wow, we're doing good.
Well,
Did it ever overlap with, say, your postpartum depression, where that might hit, and you're in a high demand calling, you're in a presidency, and how would you navigate that with, again, him being gone, less available maybe to step in and support?
So with postpartum depression, my first 2 babies were 18 months apart. And after that second one, I was so depressed. So it was so hard. And we weren't really doing like a lot of church calling stuff back then. And so we put off having more kids because
Got
of
it.
the state of mind that I was in. I was just like, I don't know if I can do this. And people would ask, like, are you going to have more kids? When are you going to have your another kid? You got to have more kids, And
this is a 5-year gap in between
Yeah,
our
so-
second
Right.
and third.
by the time, I was feeling better and we were doing, all these things, we decided, we were like, okay, let's have one more. And so when I was in the primary presidency and pregnant, I was concerned about, the after postpartum, but
How did that play out?
It was okay. I had been on an antidepressant, and that had really helped me. And I had gotten into running, and so that was kind of like my in between everything. Like I had my therapy where I can clear my mind and do things like that. But at that time, after my third, I didn't feel as intense as like the time before, but I do feel like medication really did help me in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
it felt full. What I'm hearing is
yeah.
it was a full life.
Yeah.
An effortful life. And also, which I so get, it's so normalized that it's just the water you're swimming in. You don't know anything different. So it's kind of like, this is what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like we got praised for it. I mean, you feel like you're amazing. Like, I'm busy. I'm doing this and this and this. And, it's kind of that, like, not prideful, but like
social dopamine.
Yeah.
Social dopamine and high visibility in the ward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's see. I was in the primary presidency. And then when did you get called to bishopric?
Are you saying because you were on the
Because then I was in Young Women's.
stake?
No, ward. I don't know. It's such a blur. Like we were just like, and then I think you even had a moment where you were in Young Men's.
Well, I got called back to be gospel doctrine
and then
teacher.
gospel doctrine, and then bishopric, and then and then I get called to be in the stake Young Women's, and that's you. And he was in the bishopric.
That's when we got called. She was in the stake women's when I got called to be in the bishopric.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what's it like with parents and in-laws and siblings when somebody gets called into a bishopric or gets made bishop? What does that mean in Utah culture? How does it talked about? What does it mean?
Praise.
Yeah, it's like, wow, he's bishop, right? Because when I got called in bishopric, I was like 36, 37. And then I got called to be bishop when I was 38, 39. And so, yeah, it's definitely, I felt, wow, this is it. Like, we've made it. We've gone the way we've worked ourselves up I've worked my way up to the chain. That's what, I was told I was supposed to do. And that's, we've made it now. And it wasn't anything that like I applied for. I wouldn't say that, but it's like, God, I'm doing the things that God wants me to do. Right. And that's, but we were like, wow, she's still, they even talk. I remember when they called me, but I remember in the meeting, they said, well, do you want to stay in the primary presidency? And we're like, oh yeah, you can stay. Or not the primary presidency, young women's stake presidency when I was in the bishopric. So we were like, yeah, we can do it. We're the power couple. Like we're the power, we can make it work.
No, we do it. We just do it. And
So did y'all have friends that, active, faithful Mormon friends that you hung out with and did stuff with? It's like, how connected was your social life to your ward and stake relationships in your neighborhood?
Very, very connected.
Talk about what that's like.
We had a really, really awesome group of friends, about 5 couples.
Yeah, 5 or 6.
And it was funny because, like, they were our friends that we like connected with and loved being with and everything. But it was also viewed as cliquey, I think, from other people, which was hard because it's like, but why can't I have my friends and like be okay with that? If that makes sense. Like, as far as like, I try to include everybody or whatever, but like these are my close friends that I want to be with. So, but yeah, I think we had kind of a reputation of maybe being cliquey, not on purpose.
And y'all how would y'all hang out normally? And would there be vacations?
Yeah, we would travel together. We did everything together.
Like where?
We would do, we went all over Belize, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Mexico a lot. Like we traveled
with like 4 other Mormon couples from your ward or stake.
Yep.
Yeah.
From our ward pretty much. And like I said, we were very close. We would do all the ward parties. We did everything together. And,
Date night, temple night.
We did temple night every month. And
So 5 Mormon couples would go to the temple together.
Timpanogos Temple, and we'd go to dinner. And
Yep.
yeah, this is before the Saratoga Springs Temple, but yeah, we'd go to the Timpanogos Temple, and we did everything.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When you're in the group and you're having those relationships, are you finding yourselves deeply connected with them? Like, how did it feel to you? Were you feeling very much like a lot of what we talk about is more surface or shallow, or, you know, a lot of church talk, let's say? Or did you feel like you actually also had deep connection where you're talking about things that are more vulnerable, or parenting, or things that have more depth and meaning? How would you talk about, you know, what you experienced at that time with those relationships?
Do you want me to go, or do you want?
Go ahead.
Okay. So at the time, we thought these were deep relationships, right? We thought they were super deep. We thought, man, these are the best friends and couples anybody could ask for. This is like perfect.
Like friends forever. Like
Friends forever. And it kind of helped alleviate some of the stress that we were feeling and the busyness that we felt, because we had these escapes where we'd go to the temple and we'd go on vacation and stuff like that together. So at the time, we definitely thought they were deep. But when we get to kind of fast forward in the story, we'll talk about how they weren't as, they were very surface level, and they were not as deep as we thought they were.
And maybe that's like from your perspective as a guy, like I think the girls were a little bit closer as far as like we would talk more, you know, Marco Polo's boxer type things, and kind of had more of that intimate conversations.
How would you support each other as women?
Oh my gosh, we would help with each other's kids. We would make meals for each other. We would be there for each other, like hard days. We worked out together.
Wow.
Like it was, we got into, a couple of the girls got into the running, ultra racing with me and stuff like that. So it was a lot of time, a lot of experiences together. So
it's so interesting in this time of life. So you have, you know, 3 young kids. You have a husband who is in a high demand calling and, you know, away a bit. And you have high demand callings. And then you're like, and how about some ultra running?
yeah.
I feel like now would be the perfect time to maybe run 50 miles.
Yeah, it was.
Did you run with these other women?
Yeah, a couple of them. Yeah. So,
Another
I don't know
challenge.
another challenge.
And something really, it sounds like for you, maybe it wasn't conscious, but doing something for yourself, but also connecting with friends.
Well, yeah, for sure. Like having that friend time. And it ended up being a lot. I was gone a lot, actually. This is kind of later as, you know, our callings changed and everything, and our kids were getting older. And maybe I was running away from something or feelings, because I would go run for hours and hours in the mountains.
Yeah.
And
Maybe a little coping in there.
And at the moment, we didn't realize how much it was impacting our family, because we thought we were doing everything we should be doing. But we started to realize later on, looking back, how much it did impact our relationship with our kids, how much of time we were spending away from our kids.
And with each other as well. Because like we had kind of grown apart. Like, you're doing all of this, I'm doing all of this. Our kids are great. They can take care of themselves. I don't know. They were babysitting themselves at 9, like age 9. Like we were just like, it works. Like we can do it. And I think we both got really independent, which I always I wanted that. Like I always hated the, like, when you get married, you become one. And it always bothered me, because I was like, but we're so, like we have our things, and I don't want to lose that. And so I felt like we were really good about like letting each other, not even letting, like, I don't even think we would ever really like ask like, hey, can I go run? Or can I go golfing? Or, you know, it was more like, hey, I'm going to go do this. Okay, well, I'm doing this. And it started being so frequent that we just weren't even like doing anything together anymore.
Yep.
When you were on dates, you were on couples dates.
Yeah. And trips. It was couple trips.
It was never the 2 of us.
Yeah.
So like intimacy between you two, emotional intimacy, or really connecting, taking time to connect and build. Yeah, there's no time for that.
There was no time
with that.
Yeah. And we just were like, it's just time in life. This is what we do.
Right.
This is what we're told.
Like we're doing all these good things, and it's good.
That's right.
Do you think either of you were starved for emotional intimacy with each other, or did you just not really need it?
I felt like I was getting like what I needed from my friends, like my
From your female
like,
friends.
Yeah, from just like the social aspect. I don't know. I think maybe like down the road, you've probably felt
like,
more.
once again, when you're going through that at the moment, you don't realize it, but now when you're kind of have time to reflect on what went on during that time, it's like, wow, we were kind of drawing apart from each other. We were looking for ways for our outs and looking for ways that we could fill our buckets in. That wasn't our connection between each other. We did different things. Like I'd go golfing or I'd go out and do other things, and she did her thing. And so, yeah, when you're in the moment, you don't really realize it, but it's like, wow, we missed out on so much. And I wouldn't say it caused like a division, but we were definitely starting to be more independent from each other than.
Speaking of like filling your bucket, like, you know, everything that you need to be happy and successful and everything, I was willing to find that from my friends or from running or from doing hair clients or whatever, because I knew like Jared wasn't able to fill that part. So I feel like we were like fulfilled.
Yeah, you were almost outsourcing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And it became so normal that it was just like, oh, well, you can't really give me that time, and so I'm going to go be with my friends.
Yeah.
So.
Got it. Yep.
What about, so there's this idea of keeping up with the Joneses, and I can think of a couple ways. One is material possessions. Already you guys are smiling. I'm seeing you smiling as I say that.
Because it was keeping up with the Johnsons.
Yeah.
Well.
Was something we had heard.
Okay. Oh, Johnsons?
Yeah.
Oh. So
Keeping up with you,
minute.
like you were the Joneses?
Maybe.
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
were used. Oh.
So, oh wow. Okay. So I want to hear more
so
about that.
So it's funny that you
that's not where
said
you're
that
going.
phrase
Okay.
because there was a kind of a, elephant in the room type of phrase that went around in our ward in Stakey, keeping up with the Johnsons. So
Meaning you guys.
Yeah.
And
Because you apparently were doing it all and had it all. Is that right?
And my parents and my dad and
Yeah.
Oh, because it was kind of starting to become a legacy family in the
Correct.
stake, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Apparently it was called the Johnson vibe.
The Johnson vibe, what it was called.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was a
interesting.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you remember my brother-in-law was still bishop during this time as well. Our ward got split, and that's when I got called in the bishopric. He was still the bishop of that other ward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was an amazing bishop, amazing guy.
Oh, yeah.
But there was definitely a Johnson vibe.
Yeah. Growing up in Houston and Katy, Texas, like there's this Prince family where the patriarch of the family was the stake president, and like 4 of the sons were bishops. Mm-hmm. And we were all just like, oh, the princes are the elite. And it never really occurred to me, oh, wait a minute. It's the dad calling his sons to be bishop, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was both, right? It could be both.
Yeah. And I want to touch on that
Okay,
really
please.
quick.
Yeah.
While we're at that. Like Jared said, like our brother-in-law is the most kind, most spiritual, most willing and really did fit that part of being bishop. And so I always want to be careful with like, just because he was the son-in-law of the stake president or whatever, and as well as Jared. And I think Jared has such great attributes of leadership and spirituality, and he really was called because of who he is individually.
So kind of privilege of connection and who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From my perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So back to this idea of keeping up with the Joneses. So there's one domain that I think is quite, I've seen a lot of it in Utah. It's boats, it's jet skis, it's probably Teslas and nice cars, nice houses. That's one. Mm-hmm. And then there's probably appearance, thin, attractive, Mormon beauty standards, whatever. Mm-hmm. There's probably money and job prestige and church callings. What are the domains of keeping up with the Joneses in Utah or the Johnsons? And what is that like? Is that fun? Is it a tread? Is it bad? Is it enjoyable? Is it like a game? What was it like? You go first.
I don't even think it's something that you consciously do on purpose. I think we were just like loving life and just, enjoying. I don't really know how to answer that as far as like.
You weren't aware of it, and it wasn't causing you stress.
Not me.
Beauty standards or materialistic standards, money, prestige.
I mean, I wouldn't say it necessarily caused us stress, but yeah, I mean, we had the both aspects of that, the material things, and we had the RVs and the four-wheelers and the ATV. We did all that because our friends did that. And, then we also had the appearance and making sure we looked the right part and we fit the right part to be able to be in those callings and the things we should be doing. And, again, going at the moment, you don't realize what you're actually doing. Like consciously, I don't think we're making those decisions based off of like, so people can look up to us and we're prestige. But again, when you finally have time to reflect, when you're not as busy, since we stepped away, it's like, wow, I wonder those relationships and those things that we were feeling were not authentic. They were not genuine. They were not really who we were. We were just doing it because we wanted to fit the part.
Yeah, it's almost like other types of conditioning.
Yeah.
It's a social conditioning, and you're not oftentimes aware of the conditioning at the time.
Yeah.
You have to step out of that to kind of see that. But in the moment, it just feels like, you're going with the current, and the current feels like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because on the one hand, there's going to be couples and families in the ward and stake who can't afford to go to Belize or Dominican Republic or, and they can't afford jet skis and nice houses. And maybe they don't, meet the Utah beauty standards or whatever. So there's going to be people left out.
Yeah.
For sure.
Who are lower, quote, lower class. So that's one aspect.
Right.
There's the pressure of being the Johnsons. And then also, I've noticed in Mormon culture this real emphasis on looking perfect, but then there's dark stuff going on behind the scenes. And I see you guys nodding a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm curious about that, because a lot of those families that appeared to be the perfect Mormon families had physical abuse or sexual abuse or financial fraud or dark, dirty little secrets that you would never have known. They would have never told you. They looked perfect, and you would just have never known until someone ends up in jail or, or divorced or whatever.
Yeah.
So any of those things relevant to that scene, not necessarily your lives, but just that whole scene.
Want me to share some things? Or?
Well, let me.
You both can.
Yeah,
Both take a
okay.
turn. Both take a turn.
So I feel like everything came really natural to us. Like, it wasn't like we were trying to be better than anyone or like look better than anyone, or I don't know, like I felt like it was really natural. But I have this like guilt of having a good life. And so it was hard for me to do things and travel and have things knowing that other people don't. And so if that has any...
And your family too.
And my family, like I have a great marriage. I have a great husband that, takes care of me, and we're happy and everything. So I really did have this and I still do and it's something I'm working on in therapy is it's okay to have joy and
That's
happiness
right.
and live your life that way,
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't feel like we were ever show offs or we post about our trips and stuff, but it wasn't we're better than everybody. I don't know. Do you have anything to say?
Well, I was just going to share, because we were so busy and doing so many things, again, now that I've had a step back from being able to reflect back, I know I've dealt with mental health issues and anxiety since I was in high school or even younger, just that pressure. And you don't talk about, when we were younger, we didn't talk about mental health. It wasn't really a thing. And I didn't like talking about it because I'm a guy and I'm, I'm a male, and I didn't want to be open about that. And so deep down, I knew I was dealing with severe anxiety, but I just didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to open up about it. And I would cope with just staying busy and continue to do the busy things, so I didn't have to be open and vulnerable about that topic that was really going on inside of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm remembering, I feel, but I don't know contextually if this is the context, but this pace that you're kind of living right now, this highly productive, busy, it am I right in saying it did hit a wall of some sort for you as well? So it worked, but likely wasn't sustainable.
Right. Yeah.
And is that during this time frame that you did hit something like that, or after?
It was kind of in the middle of it.
And we should let's go through the bishop thing a little more systematically. So maybe pre-bishop.
This is pre-bishop. This is pre-bishop.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Keep
okay.
going.
So, and I just want to back up 1 second too, as far as like, kind of our community and everything. We would throw parties for the neighborhood, 4th of July. We would buy fireworks, and like we really wanted that like community in our neighborhood, and we strived to do that. And and help.
You were wanting to be exclusionary. You're saying you were wanting to be.
You were a gathering place.
Yes. Yeah. We loved to gather, and
I love to host. We love to host those types of things, and it was.
Yeah.
And to help with the youth.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Lots of youth.
Yeah, lots of youth.
Things. Yeah. And missionaries. Like when he was on the High Council, like the missionaries like loved being at our house. We would let them come in and just eat whatever they wanted, or like, this pre-2020, but
right.
Yeah. So we were doing a lot. And then it was about 2015. I was just like, I could not even function. I was exhausted. I had gained a ton of weight. I was severely depressed. And so obviously I went to the doctor to see what was going on, got my blood work, and found out that I had an autoimmune disease called Hashimoto's. And so that was kind of like, holy crap, like you overdid it. You've kind of like, run your body to the point of not being able to function. And so the next couple of years, I actually went through diet, food sensitivity stuff, like just really working on myself and like my triggers of like, what's causing my cortisol to be like way high and everything. And so I learned how to manage my thyroid problems and
kind
like
of
that.
stress, right?
And stress, yeah.
And I think the reason why I think this is so interesting is that I think when we're in this place of conditioning, like you're highly conditioned and you guys are doing all the things, your brain is on overdrive. It's like all in it. Yeah. Your brain was all in it. You were like, oh, it's just what we do. It's just what so you're always green lighting, more, green light for your brain. 100%. And that's it can be anyway, a disconnected state,
right?
A dissociative state, right? Where it took your body, not your brain, your body being like, brakes, like enough.
No more.
Right?
Yep.
So,
that's exactly where I got. And I think maybe even during that time is kind of when I was like, oh my gosh, why are we doing this? Why do we do it?
Yeah.
And you even got back into the busyness after you got control of everything.
And I did, because I was like, I feel good.
A little reprieve.
Yeah.
Now I've learned the tools, so we're back in.
So I'm back in. That was that was when I started planning Trek and girls camp and all the big stake stuff.
Let me ask you. We recently interviewed Fran Grover. She's in law school. She's a mom. Her husband's an OBGYN in Utah County. And they've left the church. And he says that depression amongst Mormon women in Utah County is off the charts.
Yeah.
Just it's an epidemic, and he talked about it in very serious ways.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk? Do you have any? What can you say from your perspective about why Mormon moms in Utah County have shocking levels of depression?
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about your whole story, but if you had to distill that and summarize it, do you think that's true? And if so, why do you think that's true?
Yeah, I think it's true. I mean, obviously, I don't know like the chemical imbalance of like depression and like how that plays into it, but I definitely think that like the expectation of like, you know, doing all the things, looking a certain way, you know, having your kids be successful, all these things is very weighing on the women and
husbands being gone a lot
and
with their
husbands
work
being
and
gone,
church
like,
service.
yeah.
Is that part of it? I don't want to cede your answer, but
yeah,
is
no,
that part
that's
of it?
exactly, you know, and so I think it's natural to just be down on yourself and sad or like feeling like you're not good enough. And so somehow I don't, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I don't know like how that affects the actual chemicals in your brain, but I do feel like it causes a lot of problems.
Well, and self-criticism as well. You know, they're their hardest critics. These women trying to live a certain, like she was mentioned, a certain way, a certain lifestyle, a certain expectation, and fulfilling these callings and wanting to feel included in doing all these things. And, you know, when I was serving as bishop, I mean, dozens of women coming into my office and talking about, you know, depression and feeling that. I'm like, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I can see how that could be a huge problem, especially in Utah County.
You saw high levels of depression amongst Mormon moms in Utah County.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, well, I do see a lot of these autoimmune disorders break out amongst Mormon women. And there's this book, The Body Keeps the Score, where it just sounds like there's a cost to being the Johnsons or the Joneses, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. To both of you.
Yeah.
Like I was going to also say that there's a typical feminist critique, you know, that patriarchy's bad, that patriarchy oppresses women and it hurts women, and it does. But there's also a very common line as well that patriarchy hurts men.
For sure.
So you were in pain because you were exhausted, having a lot of kids young.
Yeah.
And maybe not the support you needed and all the perfectionist standards.
Yep.
But to be the sole breadwinner in the home and not just to provide for your wife and kids, but to provide boats and jet skis and but then also not only to have a successful business, but also to be serving the community and bishops and stake presidents, and that can take men out, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And that's where, you know, like I said, we'll fast forward not the full thing, but where I had my breakdown, right? So at the time, I didn't realize what the toll was having on me. And I know that my out was just continue to stay busy. It wasn't going to therapy. It wasn't, you know, taking time for myself. That's just not what you do. Is you stay busy and you do all the things and
you'll be blessed.
And you'll be blessed. And that's what we're told. And that's what we're told in the temple, is sacrifice everything, your resources and everything you have to the Church of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Law of consecration.
Law of consecration, even until
your own lives,
even your own lives if necessary, right? Yeah. And I did that, you know, and I just thought the more, if I can continue to do this, we will be blessed and we will have that eternal family that, you know, we were almost living for the moment, but we were also living because we wanted to be blessed. I was scared that if I didn't do those things, I wouldn't be blessed. Right. So it's also one of those things where, you know, going back to my early childhood, I was scared of making mistakes. Now at this point, I was scared of not trying to be that perfect person because I was afraid of losing and not being blessed. And am I being blessed because of my job and getting paid well because of who I am and my talents and my abilities? Or am I being blessed because God has blessed me because I'm doing everything right? I tore with that issue for the longest time, going back and forth with that.
Yeah. So should we jump to you being called as a bishop, or is there other parts of your story that are really important before we get to the bishop part?
Is there anything else leading up to it?
Is that what we want to do? Like,
No, I'm just saying, is there more?
No.
for there,
That would be the next step.
yeah,
kind of
I think
bishop.
that's the next step. It's bishop.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So, what was it like getting called? And what was it like for both of you to get called? Who wants to tell the story?
Yeah,
here?
so it was, in a way, it was unexpected. This is beginning of 2020. So this is February, March of 2020. The current bishop had only been bishop for about 3.5 years. And he had some health issues and stuff like that. But the moment we got called in, I kind of had that feeling that I was going to get called to be
by your
bishop.
dad?
Yeah, it was by my dad. Correct. And he was supposed to be getting released later on that year because he was around 9.5, 10 years. And so we knew he was going to be released. And I just remember getting called into his office, and he pulled out a letter from the First Presidency and said that they'd been given some thought, and they thought it was going to be the best for interest of the ward for me to be called as the new bishop.
How'd that feel?
I broke down.
Yeah,
I was
he was
super.
pretty
I was emotional. I was, I was emotional just because I was excited. I had a lot of mixed emotions. I was nervous. I was like, oh, that's the next step, right? I had done all the callings up to that point. That was the next box I was supposed to check, and that was kind of the pinnacle, right, of the ward level callings. And that's why I was like, okay, well, we felt like that was the next box to check in our journey of moving up this ladder of Mormonism, right? And but it was a lot of mixed emotions, at least for me. I was excited and nervous and all those feelings. What do you want to share with that?
I had just run a 50-mile race the day before.
Wow.
You remember that?
I don't, but
Because they submitted your name in March or June and wasn't able to call it, or sorry, March, and then it was June when they actually called you. Yeah. So I had just run a 50-mile race and was pretty exhausted, and just remember being like, okay, here we go. This is what we do.
Now, wait a minute. Isn't that weren't y'all in it to win it, and him becoming a bishop is part of winning it? So it was like a culmination of what you'd been working towards. Did you not experience it that way? A huge honor, like a trophy. Being bishop is like the ultimate Mormon trophy.
Honestly,
For both people.
I mean, I was excited, like proud of Jared, and thought, of course, he's just the greatest and would be a great bishop or whatever. But I was kind of embarrassed in a way.
Why?
Because of the Johnson vibe. And it was like, well,
nepotism.
of course Jared would be the bishop. And so, yeah, I don't remember being like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to be the bishop wife, like,
Yeah.
but I was kind of like, okay.
Right.
So
How did you feel about, I think being called as bishop is one thing. What did you feel around the identity of a bishop's wife?
I didn't love the idea of being bishop's wife. I don't know. I didn't feel like I really fit that.
Tell me your thoughts on that. Like what your resistance is to it, because
Yeah.
what is it? What is a bishop's wife kind of, what's the picture of what that means?
Oh,
as
man.
opposed to the bishop, because I think it's very different.
It is very different. The bishop's wife is more like submissive and sweet and just loving to everybody and perfect. Yeah. And I definitely didn't feel that way. I felt a little bit more edgy in a way, if that even makes sense. Like, I did have some close friends, and I felt like bishop wives never really had like their group of friends. Like they were just like there for everybody, and so I don't know. I think it made me nervous a little bit that I wouldn't be able to live up to that. Like, I don't really know.
Well, I know one thing that she was nervous about was because she had such a strong influence and such a strong group of friends, and her group of friends were very open with each other and talking. Now they couldn't talk to her because I was the bishop, and the bishop always knows everything that goes on the ward, and now they couldn't be open to her about certain things because of me being called as bishop.
So maybe also anticipating it could change some of your relationships that you valued at the time.
Yeah.
I see.
So you didn't experience it as some big honor as arriving, you know?
Not really.
I mean, deep down, I think we did. I mean, we think like, wow, we made it.
Yeah.
Like everything I went through in our story we've shared up to this point, it's like, yeah, we made it and we feel good about it. And I don't think we were, outwardly
Like
going on social media and bragging about it by all means. That's just not who we are on the top of personalities. But I think it was like a badge of honor that I was worthy enough, and I am the type of person that either it was nepotism or God or whoever it was that I was called to be bishop. Like I was proud of that, and I think Camille was proud of that.
Yeah.
And it was kind of it is. It's the church culture, right? It's a badge of honor that you reached that rank of bishop, and you were actually called and set apart as a bishop.
Isn't it validating that like, yep, you've lived righteously up to this point because,
for sure.
And for both of you, not just because the whole family has to be perceived as being together for the husband to be called as bishop. It really is a joint calling.
Yeah.
Even though, is that right? Do you agree, Camille?
Sure.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. If a man appeared to have it together, but the wife didn't appear to have it together, he's not getting called as a bishop.
Yeah.
Right?
And there was a kind of even from the stake president prior to my dad, there was a kind of a phrase that went around, like they found the best wives and they called their husband to be bishop. I don't know if that's a Utah thing or Utah County thing, but that was definitely a phrase that went around in our stake and stakes in general. That was always said, and whenever when they're getting ready to call me as bishop in the sacrament meeting, like that particular day, whoever was the one calling it, they would always make that comment is they find some of the best wives in the stake and they call their husband to be bishop.
Yeah.
Is there a little bit of that? Did you feel a little bit of that?
Yeah.
Camille? Yeah.
I think what's interesting when you're saying, were you thrilled? This is the pinnacle moment, like you've reached this. But I also remember church culture though. And it's like anytime you reach anything, there's you're always hustling. It's like you've never arrived. You never rest.
Correct.
It's never and almost the higher you go, the stakes get higher. You have more to prove. So it's like you're only as good as the last thing you proved. So, there's just always this impending stress. I feel like no matter what. Is that what you felt? I think things can be many things, right? Clearly. I mean, that's obvious.
The expectation increases, right? The standards increase, right? I'm not just, the counselor anymore. I'm not I am the bishop of the ward. And we had to have a certain way and we looked a certain way. We had to fit that mold regardless if we wanted to or not. The expectation is what you fit the mold.
So did y'all dress differently once you became bishop and bishop's wife?
Not really.
Not really.
No.
That wasn't kind of our thing, but
I mean, I still wore garments at the time, so.
yeah.
Did you feel pressure for your children?
Yes.
Yes. They were just getting ready to hit their teenage years. So 14 and 12, right around that age, 15 and 12. Anyway, they're in their teenage years, and we definitely, because they didn't fit that mold either, because my daughter's very independent. Our kids have been very independent. They're very active in the sports, and so they weren't regular not church goers, but weekly goers to their weekly activities because they were so involved in other things. And even while I was in the bishopric, there were a lot of their leaders that were saying oh, your daughter, Reagan, she was the project. We're going to get her to go to these weekly activities. But she's doing everything, a straight A student, doing all these things. I'm like, I wanted to speak up, and I wish, obviously I regret not speaking up, but no, she's doing amazing things. She doesn't necessarily have to go to the weekly activities and play with puppies and do some of these craft things that doesn't interest her. I want her to follow her passions. But yeah, we were definitely concerned about our kids.
Yeah.
And the way they were viewed and the pressure of being the bishops. children, because I felt that out when I was a youth.
That's right. That would be something you would have some familiarity with.
Yeah, for sure.
And they were upset when we
They
told
were.
them that Jared was going to be called to be bishop. Our son, Cade, actually cried.
Yeah, we took him out on our back porch, and we were sitting there right before that day, and we told them I was going to be called to be bishop that day, and they're like, they just started crying, and because they knew that I was going to be taken away, the time was going to be taken away from them.
Yes, that's right. So you'll be home even less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you feel like they had a sense of maybe, an identity they would have to, like expectations for them? Or do you feel like that was not something they were particularly connected to because they weren't, let's just say, all in the same way maybe that, what do you think about that for them?
No, I don't think it was like stress for them to like be any different. It was more a time commitment,
loss.
like a time loss. Yeah. That they were worried about because we had already been so busy.
Yes, which is real. Can we just talk about that from a family perspective? If the church is all about families, how much it asks of members and how often parents are away from their children in the buy-in of that as well. So, and they were vocal about that in the moment, being able to say,
For sure.
that's so interesting.
So when I did finally have my breakdown, that was a big thing. If the churches, I'm constantly preaching about families are forever, and the family's the center of the plan and everything like that. And yet I'm not spending any time with my family because I'm a bishop and I'm so busy. That was one of several issues that I started feeling like a hypocrite.
Yeah, I bet.
And that ultimately was part of my meltdown. And
Let's get into that. So what year were you called?
I was called in 2020.
And that was
right
in
after COVID.
2020.
April of 2020.
So
So as soon as they let us come back for sacrament meeting, right?
Yeah. So while I was called, we were not allowed to go in sacrament. And then, I was called to be bishop basically our first week when we were able to start going back.
Mm-hmm.
And was there a honeymoon where you loved it, or was it really hard
I mean,
from the start?
I was excited. Like when you're called to be bishop, you have certain expectations, you have certain things that you want to do. Like, I'm going to be a bishop this way. You take some of the pros and cons of the previous bishop, what you liked and didn't like that he did. And like, I'm going to do these things and that. And so I had a certain way I thought of how I wanted to be bishop. But yeah, it's, when you're first bishop, there was kind of that honeymoon phase where I was excited. to get everybody to go back to church. And I'm going to get everybody.
It was a weird time.
Yeah.
Because we had been through COVID and not at church.
Any idea if the church lost active membership because of COVID?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Like, any idea of like what percentage activity rates dropped?
Well, I know just in our stake, I mean, there was at least a 50% drop in active rate when we were kind of forced to come back. Not forced, but when we were encouraged to come back.
That never rebounded, or?
No, I think because they were videoing the sacrament as well. And so people would just stay home.
Yeah,
and
we were allowed to do a live.
But I just mean, once those videos stopped, did activity levels return to where they were pre-COVID, or?
No, they never did. And I don't know percentage-wise off the top of my head, because especially in that area, because we grew so much during that time, there was a lot of growth. But percentage-wise, I wouldn't know. But yeah, I definitely know there was a drop-off, because the church talked about it a lot. Every time we had have a meeting with leadership, area presidency leadership, they would talk about getting people to go back to church. Don't share the live video stream unless people have a valid reason, or only for the elderly, or, we need people in the sacrament room.
Yeah, so you get to decide who gets to stay home or not.
Yeah. Don't share it with everybody. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what were some of the best and worst things about being bishop?
One of the things I did love was working with the youth, because during this time, right before that, the last general conference before COVID is when they called the bishops to be the young men's president.
Yeah, they eliminated the job of young men's president. Do you know why they did, and gave it to the bishop on top of all their other responsibilities? Do you have any idea why they did that? Did they ever explain that to you?
I never got a clear explanation why, and I don't know why they would do that, to put more on the bishop's plate. Now, they always talked about delegating and having the right, having young men leaders, assistants. I don't know, I can't remember the exact term we called them, but yeah, they want us to delegate. But that was one of the things I was challenged with, or just getting the right people, because they always felt like, oh, he's the young men's president, I don't have to do anything, right? Getting men to fulfill their callings, but that's in general. I do not know why they put that on there. I wish I did, because I know it put a lot of stress on the bishops and pressure on the bishops.
So what did that mean for you as a bishop to be young men's president too? What did that mean you had to do? Well,
you just do it, step in the role of a young men's president, which is,
for those who don't know, what does that mean?
So weekly activities, camps, you're over the priest typically, your first counselor's over the teachers, your second counselor's over the deacons. And so we had to make sure that they were, we met with them more on a regular basis. It was just added on top of
Who did the teaching on Sunday?
We did.
So you did the teaching too?
I would teach every Sunday pretty much for the most part, even though they said delegate that. But again, we know, those callings always aren't fulfilled. And so
you were preparing priest quorum lessons as a bishop.
Yeah.
Every week.
Yep. And it was justified because it was every other week now, right? Because how they changed the format. So you had Sunday school one week, and then you had young men the other week, because they rotated. So they were said, but it's only every other week, you'll be fine. I'm like, okay, sure, just add it to my plate. And
so you're planning weekly young men's activities, teaching. You're having like 5 callings at once. Organizing young men's, you're teaching young men's on Sunday, plus you're running the whole congregation.
Plus, all the normal, typical bishop stuff.
And then all of the complaints about activities being canceled, or they're not good enough for the young men, or, You're
dealing with the young men leadership role of dealing with the parents as well, right? That you typically have in any type of congregation, but now that's put on the bishop.
Because parents are expecting their kids to have a good youth program, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and so then I was planning a lot of things too, or running errands, or getting ice cream, or making sure the activity is going to be ready to go at 7:00 on Wednesday.
In addition to your stake and young women's calling.
Wow. Yeah.
And raising young kids.
Yes.
Yeah. Teenage kids. This isn't our teenage years with our kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's too much. What else did you love or hate?
Yeah,
but you said you love that part.
I love being involved in the youth's life. That's the part I like. The busyness side of it, it was starting to taking a toll on me, but I knew that was the emphasis, and I needed to be able to do that. I did like being able to just be more involved on a ward level, but not necessarily. Again, I had a hard time balancing that out between being involved and being too busy and taking on too much. And so those are it's just a challenge as a bishop. I think every bishop struggles with the balance of being a bishop, being a husband, being a provider, being the leader, being the spiritual leader of the ward, being the marriage counselor. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
That everything, all these different callings, or all these expectations that the bishop is given. I definitely a bishop. I think every bishop struggles with that.
How often are you meeting with either husbands or wives in marriages?
Every week.
Every week.
Oh,
how many?
I would say I met with at least 1 or 2 every single Sunday but that's on top of when you're constantly giving callings. So, I'd have to delegate that a lot of times too. So here I am just meeting with, youth, because a lot of youth would, all of a sudden I'd get an appointment. Youth wants to come meet with you right now at that time. Okay. And then you have your couples that you're consistently meeting with, and
every marital trouble. So you're not trained as a marriage therapist.
No.
And yet couples are coming to you to seek marital help.
Yep. Bishops are not given any training. The only training they are given when you are called is study the handbook and make sure you understand how the finances are ran in the ward.
So what types of problems would married couples come to you with?
All types of problems. And we had issues from just standard marital issues to how to raise their kids. They're not connecting with their kids. The husband, can't keep a job. intimacy, problems with
Sexual
intimacy.
dysfunction.
Yeah. Yep. So intimacy issues between the marriage counseling, or between the marriage.
How did you deal with that?
Well, the first thing, when I got called to be bishop, I even told, after my dad was released, and I remember meeting the stake, I told him, like, I'm not, and I met with the new stake president. I told him, like, I'm not your typical bishop. I'm just not going to be your typical, because I want to do what I felt was best, and I was going to be led by the Spirit. And, for example, one of the first things I would say when a couple would come in to meet with marriage counseling, whatever the situation was, like intimacy, I would say, look, I'm not your marriage counselor. There is professional counseling for that, and we can talk about that. I can help mediate a conversation. I can help talk through some things, but there are some professionals that are that as we talk through this, that I'm going to encourage you to do on your own. But so I wanted.
Sometimes would couples not.
Yeah, most of the time they would, because they relied on the church. They wanted the church to pay for it. They wanted to, they don't want to have to pay for therapy or counseling and stuff like that.
So even though you would tell people to see a therapist, they would just want to use you.
No. Well, and a lot of times then we'd encourage them to, if they didn't want to go their own route, then I would then, as a backup, set up a time with the LDS counseling.
Okay.
So
the types of problems they'd come to you with, was there ever the porn masturbation problem with married couples?
for sure.
How common was
More
that?
with with the males, with the brethren. Pretty regularly, I met with individuals that would have that issue, and it was more of a shame thing. Sometimes the spouse did know, sometimes the spouse did know, and she was the one that wanted him to come talk to me, and it was obviously uncomfortable for the men to come talk to me about that. And, again, not being the standard bishop, I wouldn't get into the details about it. I said, the fact that you're here, that says a lot about you're trying to do the right thing, and let's work on a plan, right? Let's try to work on a plan to help you get back on track. And the same thing with youth. I had a lot of youth come talk to me, and this is where I felt super connected with the youth, because I'd have young women come in and talk to me about, and starting to get into details, and they spoke to other bishops, and they would have to get into certain details about certain things, and I would just tell them
about sexual experiences. Yeah.
And I would just say, look, and I would just stop them. I said, look, the fact that you're here shows that your heart is in the right place, and you have the right intentions. We don't need to go into the details. And I just saw it in their face, the relief that they felt. Same thing with, sisters in the ward or brethren in the ward, because that's between them and God. And I'm obviously, as the church tells you, like they say that the bishop is the common judge in Israel, and I still wanted to fulfill that part of the calling and at least be that sounding board for them, but help them more, put together a plan to help them get back on track. I'd have sisters get angry with me that I let their husband attend the temple sooner than they thought. But I'm like, isn't that where we want your husband to be? We want them to be at the temple. They want to be at the temple. Why is he only, able to come out to the temple after a month, right? Or vice versa. And it was just so sad to see those types of things. They just had a certain expectation because the church told them to do a certain thing. And I would say, look, you're in the right place. Your heart's in the right place. Let's just put together a plan of action to help you get back, to feeling the best version of yourself and not feeling that guilt and shame. So that was kind of a philosophy that I always led by.
How would you handle the porn masturbation problem? Let's just say a wife comes to you and says, my husband's looking at porn and masturbating. Yeah. How would you deal with that?
Yeah, I would say, first thing I would ask him, if it was just a sister coming and speaking with me, I would say, does your husband know you're here? That was the first. And sometimes they would say yes or no. And I'd say, is your husband open to talking with me about that? Have you guys had an open conversation about that? Because sure, they can come talk to me about that. We can talk through it, but you guys need to have that open communication. That's really one thing that I emphasize, even with other issues. I wanted them to have an open relationship and have an open conversation about it, and not just come to the bishop because that's what they're told, and they're used to coming to the bishop for everything.
Right. That almost connects back to Camille's family story. Do you feel like that made you more sensitive and not wanting
More
to
aware.
be
For
a
sure.
wedge?
Yeah, for sure. And, but yeah, when I would deal with that, I mean, every situation is slightly different, but a lot of men felt guilty and embarrassed and shamed about it, and they didn't want to come talk to me about it. So when they would come and meet with you, we would put together a thing, but I'd invite the spouse to be there as well, so they can have that, start having that open conversation, because they didn't feel comfortable talking about it. So it's almost like they felt comfortable talking about it when I was there, but not by themselves. And I think that's just a church thing that the church has put on them is, no, that's bad. That's a sin. That's they're sinning. They're such a terrible person for doing some of those things that's really, it didn't need to be more as big as an issue as the church makes it.
Yeah. Yeah. What I've concluded is that the way the church deals with and approaches porn and masturbation is much more harmful to the individual than the actual porn and masturbation. Would you say that's based on your experience as a bishop?
They definitely make
that's
it
true?
more of an issue or emphasize it more than it needs to be, right? Because I was talking about where do you look at it? It's typically on their phone, on their tablets or whatever. Okay, well, they want them to be more exposed to it, because that's all they want to do is talk about it. They want them to go through the 12-step program. All they do is talk about it. So it's constantly on their mind. And
the church talks about it constantly.
Yeah, the church is constantly just emphasizing, don't do it because it's so bad, instead of saying, okay, I made a mistake, let's move on.
Yeah. Do you think that there's an extra part in that too, where it's also the story that is created around someone who struggles with it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a character flaw. It's right. It has to do with your sense of morality for yourself, your sense of self-control.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you feel like that adds, a layer that is deeply problematic?
Sin next to murder.
Correct. And you would have, especially, these brethren coming in, and they're just, like I said, they feel so much shame for it. And I would just kind of take the approach of, let's figure out what the root of it is, and let's get you some help if you feel like you need to have some therapy. But if you don't, let's just, they would make it almost believe themselves that's an addiction, when I don't think it really was an addiction. Mm-hmm. It was more of an episode or a situation that happened once or twice. But the church says, if you do it once or twice, it's an addiction. Like, you're addicted to porn. You're,
right.
Right.
Yep. The addiction model.
Yeah. So what were the parts you really disliked about being a bishop, the parts that maybe started leading to your breakdown?
Yeah, so I would say one of the first things was how bishops' councils were handled. So in the stake, all of the bishops would meet together, just the bishops. And without any presidency members there, it was just the 9 or 10 or 11 bishops. And we would counsel together on how to best help our individual wards. And I was pleasantly surprised how much control the bishops wanted and felt like they had. For example, let's say there was a sister in the ward that wasn't paying, she didn't have a job and her husband wasn't active. He wasn't paying tithing. He would not let that sister have a temple recommend because they weren't paying tithing. Or they would want way more details when an individual was coming to them, going through the repentance process. They would want way more details than was necessary or was appropriate. And I started raising my voice a little bit and talking about some of these concerns. And it was starting to, Bishop Johnson was always the one. He's always the one trying to be negative or be critical and stuff like that. But I'm like, I just was so almost disappointed in how some of the bishops, but I'm like, okay, that they can handle they can be bishops how they want. And that was a first thing that I really emotionally, I'm like, wow, that's not the type of bishop I want to be. I was super surprised on how much emphasis the church trained and wanted you to manage finances.
What do you mean? Finances of the ward? Or
finances of the ward, yeah. I remember I had a training with I believe it was Elder Anderson. And Elder Anderson talked about one of the biggest expenses that the Utah has in general was paying for mortgages and rent payments for members who were struggling. And I was actually surprised about that, because I was always told that in the handbook it says you don't support lifestyle, you can support living, And so it means that you can pay for the utilities and stuff like that, but you don't support necessarily a lifestyle pay for their cars and stuff like that, but it was circumstantial type situations. And I just want to share a quick story on that. Is I had a sister in the war. She was a single mother of 2 kids. And I was working with her for a few months with she was just struggling like a lot of people were during COVID and post-COVID. And we were talking about our finances and going through and putting together a plan and the whole self-reliance, and they called it spiritual reliance and financial reliance or self-reliance. That was a big thing that was emphasized right after COVID because everybody was relying on the church and they wanted to get away with that. So having this training in the back of my mind right after COVID with Elder Anderson was just really just prevalent in the back of my mind, and I want to make sure I talk to everybody about it. And so I helped her out for, a couple of months, but then you were told after 3 months or after 90 days, you need to make sure that these individuals could be self-reliant. And she had a lot of struggles she went through, not just with the church, but she wasn't active, personal and everything like that. And she had some addiction issues. But I remember getting a call one day. And she had taken her life. Sorry. And I just thought that added pressure of being able to help her out just a little bit more, what that could have done for her. And I don't know, obviously I don't know the reasons why she took her life, but that was one of the first turning points of really internalizing, like, what am I doing? Am I doing the right things for the right reasons, or am I more doing it for the church?
Did you say you were told to cut her off?
I was told that a plan should typically be about 90 days.
So she had 3 months of rent.
She had 3 months of rent we were helping her out with, and it needed, I don't remember exactly, but anything beyond that needed to get approved by the stake presidency. And we talked about that, and I said, sit down and go through your finances and figure out what you're able to do and come back to me and let me know what you need help with, but you need to kind of really get into your finances. And I think I really did a good job with that. I really wanted to educate people and really help them get back on track with their finances and take some accountability, not just, fall back on, be reliant on the church. And I just remember when I got that call, I just broke down. I just really, and that was the start of my mental health, realizing how much I am taking on as a bishop. And that
you felt partially responsible?
Yeah, I did. Because regardless of her motive or why it happened, if I could have just, like I said, removed just a little bit of stress, alleviated a little bit of stress from what she was going through, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but at least I could have played a part in that. And so, yeah, I do feel a little bit responsible.
But when we think about all you were dealing with, like, how could anyone, it makes no sense and all the sense in the world. Camille, do you remember that time?
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts or memories of just what that was like for him and as an observer and for you and the family?
Yeah, it was hard. I actually went over and cleaned out the apartment after they took her body. So
you knew her?
That's very personal.
Yeah. So it was a lot. I think we both were just, getting through and just feeling really bad about it.
So sorry.
So sorry. It's weird because the church has, we know, $250 billion on the one hand. On the other hand, they can't pay everyone's rent.
Yeah.
Or mortgages. You know what I mean? So what's the right balance, right?
Yeah.
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 So that was a big turning point for me, but then it also was, like I said, a starting point of acknowledging mental health. Because really up to that point, I was just, I could get through it.
Yeah.
I could get through it. I also dealt with a couple of divorce situations where I felt a little bit responsible for those. There was two couples in our ward that ended up getting divorced. Did I say enough? Did I not say enough? Did I try to put it off to other people? Because I would tell them, look, I'm not a marriage counselor, but I will help mediate this conversation, and you can never please one or the other, right? If you're agreeing with the sister or the brother, you're always the one in between. Why are you agreeing with her? Why are you agreeing with him? Or whatever it was. And I had two situations where they end up getting divorced. I end up feeling a little bit of responsibility for that. At that same time, there was a sister in our ward, a young mother of 6 boys, that Camille was her ministering person, whatever you want to call it.
Friend.
I was her friend, and she was battling with cancer, and she ended up passing away. And Camille was super close with her.
And we actually, as soon as we found out, the minute that she died, we went down to the house and helped carry her body to the, what are they called?
The car, I don't know what you call them. The
mortuary.
The hearse. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I had, this is all within, 3 months, 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to tell the story about her bedroom?
Yeah.
I mean, that's going back.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But then
matter.
we also dealt with one of our good friends. They had lost their son. He was our son's. So at this time, he was 9 years old. One of his best friends, they had moved out of the ward, but we stayed really close with them.
One of our friends that we would travel with.
Yeah, one of our friends that we would travel with, they had lost their son in the middle of the night for no reason. He had just died.
He didn't wake up.
He didn't wake up the next day, and he was one of our son's best friends, and so we were dealing with that as well.
This is all in a 3-month time
this
frame.
is all
This is like
about a year.
2020, 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
all
a
within
lot.
my first year or two of being
loss.
bishop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I felt like we were always like in the middle of like what was happening. Like
Yeah.
when my friend found out that her son didn't wake up, like she called me,
Yeah.
and so I was there in the moment, like
Yes. So up close to the grief and
to
the
the grief,
suffering.
like
yeah.
that you can't even imagine.
Right.
And
I was out of town, and I came home that night, and she was the first person she wanted to. I came in, and she was just screaming. It was just, and
so we were very involved in that whole funeral, and
Wow.
setting up. They ended up using our church because Jared was the bishop. So, and the church is across the street from.
they also had the bishops we rotated who was the church, the calendar guy.
Oh yeah, he scheduled the building.
Yeah.
So they
all the
wanted to-
details.
All the
There's
details.
So many
They
details.
put that on the bishop then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they wanted the funeral at our building because the cemetery is across the street. So it was just like convenient.
Yeah.
And so we took care of like getting the building ready, and I went and opened up the building when they brought the casket in the morning, and so I got to sit there with this little 9-year-old by myself. Well, I waited for the family to come for the funeral, and so
Yeah.
just a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah. And then that same summer, I had a good group of young men that I was working with, and every year, and they were getting ready to graduate, they're on their way out, and every year we did the same campouts every year. And I said, what do you guys want to do? They're like, oh, we don't want to do anything this summer. We're graduating, we're moving on. And I kind of convinced them, okay, you guys plan, you could do whatever you want. And so they wanted to go down to St. George. Because we had some connections down at St. George, and I did something completely out of the box. We rented an Airbnb. We did something completely just what they wanted to do as their last kind of get-go, and I got so much flack for how much we spent. And majority of that trip, I paid for it out of pocket because of the Young Women's president, of the Release Society president, and how much we would have spent on that trip. And, we shouldn't be going to St. George, and just all the pressure from all the parents being so disappointed in allowing these boys and taking them down there to do this. It was that same
like
summer.
It was like, it didn't matter what you did. It was never good enough.
Yeah.
It wasn't the right way, or it wasn't what the parents expected. And
So parents weren't generally grateful?
No. If I stepped forward with my right foot, it was wrong. If I stepped forward with my left foot, it was wrong.
yeah.
They were constantly criticizing you guys?
And the weird thing is, this is where like stuff started happening, is they would come to me
Yeah.
and complain about
That's so hard.
my husband. Like,
I was in the backyard mowing the lawn, and you were inside talking to a couple of young
Yeah.
women, and they were just complaining about me and how I was doing certain things.
and I was like, whoa, like usually I'm just like, don't want to ruffle feathers, or, I was like, whoa, like, do you know like everything that he's doing? And
He's my husband.
and he's my husband. Like, you don't need to be like complaining to me, because it's
Yeah.
not going to help. It's not going to do
Right.
anything.
So really high levels of scrutiny.
Yeah, I would get emails and text messages every Sunday for I can't remember how long this went on for, about how what we did wrong or right, or what we did wrong, especially that Sunday. Lessons that were taught that shouldn't be taught that way. How the sacrament meeting songs were it wasn't in line with, during the month of July, we didn't always sing about the pioneers,
Yeah.
right? And I was like, no, it needs to be centered around Christ. And that was more my thing. So every Sunday night I would, what text messages and emails am I going to get today about people complaining about how church was ran that day?
Yeah. Or like how the ward was sitting. Like, we need to close the back so everyone sits closer together.
Or
Just like,
people are on their cell phones too much. I'm like, well, how do you know they're not on their
Scriptures.
scriptures? Or and every week it was just something else. And Camille would be like, you've got to turn it off. Like, no, I need to respond to let them know they're acknowledged and their voice is heard. And that's just kind of how I was.
And that's something I want to touch on as well, because you think back to, our grandparents' generation when they were bishops, and how they handled it, and they could do it. It was, they did it great, and they weren't as overwhelmed or something. And so the more that I thought about it, I was like, the reason this is so heavy and hard is these bishops have a constant communication with every single person in the ward. Everyone
It's a
can
text
be
message
in
away.
contact with the bishop anytime.
Yeah.
Email, text, phone call. Come to your
Everyone
door.
has a direct line.
A direct line, when in reality it should be going through the secretary, and he should be making a schedule, and then you have your
Or the
meetings
Relief
in the
Society
church.
president, or the Elders Quorum president.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter how much the church would always say, well, delegate, have them go through that. They still want to just talk. They've been ingrained. The church puts it ingrained that it's put on the bishop.
Yeah.
The bishop is the one that handles those things. So, and I'm embarrassed to go talk to my Relief Society president about it, but I can talk to my bishop.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it's it's constantly going out in the middle of the night, early mornings, late at night, going and giving blessings, and the same blessings for the same reasons to the same person day after day after day. And finally just getting to the point where you're educating them around what a blessing is and the doctrine behind a blessing, and them thinking that, no, the church tells me every time I'm sick or have a cough or a cold, I need a blessing from the bishop because my husband's worthy. And I was like, I just gave you a blessing the other day about the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And it was just starting to build up, and just so much was going on.
Yeah. And for some reason, like I remember you telling me one time, ward council where, everyone has their opinions and they want things certain ways or whatever. And like you would say, well, I think we need to do it this way. And then everyone would complain. And I think at one point he was just like, fine, everyone do whatever you freaking want to do.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, oh boy,
Right.
that's not like you.
That's right.
And then at that same time, I got an email about a very, very, very long email about a complaint that was not necessary. And I responded probably not in the most compassionate way, saying, hey, you need to please just worry about yourself.
Yep.
Type of thing. That's kind of how I responded. And it didn't go over well. It got taken up to my counselors in the stake, and it wasn't anything rude. It was just pretty much just mind your own business type of response. And that didn't go over well either.
Interesting.
And when I started responding like that, my counselor started saying, hey, what's going on with Jared? Something's going on. He's a little bit not a norm. Camille started mentioning some things like, what's going on with Jared? He doesn't usually respond like this, or he's a little more compassionate towards how he responds.
Right.
And
yeah, I so get that.
Yeah.
I was hoping so just a temporary pivot, but because you guys kind of set up that when you were called as bishop, your children had concerns about that or felt loss about being able to spend as much time with you. And also, I just want to check in on your experience, of him being bishop, and also your own faith during that time and your experience. Can we just kind of pivot?
Because you had a history of depression.
Yes.
And now your husband's getting all this extra pressure and stress and complaints, and you're carrying that as well.
Right. Yeah.
What was all this like for you?
And you literally, it feels like a crossroad a little bit when you take a calling and this actually, now I have data from my children that this is hurting them. That this now the church, what the church is asking me to do is in some ways playing out against my family's, happiness, joy, and what we want. And that as you're showing up in this way, right?
Yeah.
So, and you're home, so you would be experiencing a lot of that as well, the lived experience of that, as well as just kind of your own experience during this time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really interesting. I don't know, we talk about the shelf and the things that you've questioned or things that you've kind of just pushed to the side, and you just have faith and you continue on. And for whatever reason, those items on my shelf were getting pretty big. And
like what?
I think working with the youth and learning a lot about LGBTQ issues, being in the stake Young Women's and not letting girls come because they were gay or trans or, things like that. And
Wait, there were lesbian, gay, or trans youth that were disallowed from activities?
Yes.
They just couldn't come?
Yeah. And if they did, there were rules and things set up for these girls. So
and that bothered you?
Yeah.
That would be so
if it
difficult.
was sin from a believing Mormon perspective, why did it bother you?
I guess I was a little bit more nuanced on that because I just love people so much, and I love hearing about people's experiences in their life and giving people the benefit of a doubt. And I just didn't feel like we were listening to these youth. We were assuming things, and we were putting rules and guidelines that were in judgment that weren't necessary. There was one girl that we thought was trans because she had changed her name. I don't know. There was a lot of things going on, but she wanted to come to girls' camp, and so someone came up with this plan of having her stay in a tent with the leaders. And this was never a conversation with the girl. This was just a plan that we had come up with, And throughout the week, she was like, "Why am I staying in the tent with the leaders?"
which is also inappropriate.
Which is weird. Yeah, I know. There were there's so many weird things that were I'm like, I don't know, what are we doing? And one of the leaders was like, "Well, because you're gay." And she was like, "No, I'm not." And we were like, "Oh." It was just things that were unnecessary, but hyper focused, and things that just didn't matter, that we were focusing on and not understanding, I guess.
Yeah, some misinformation maybe too.
Yeah. So things like that really bothered me, and I really had a problem with garments. And I feel like a lot of my running and working out was so that I didn't have to wear garments.
And really quickly, just what were the worst things about them for you?
Oh my gosh. The fit, the styles, the suffocation, the yeast
Comfort.
infections, the comfort,
The health.
the layers and layers that you'd have to wear with them. And so I wouldn't wear them.
Yeah.
And I would just be like, oh, well, I'm going to go running later, or I'm going to work out later, or whatever.
Justified.
And I got to the point that I was like, I am lying. I'm lying. I'm not going on a run later. And I got to the point that I was like, no, I don't, I'm just not wearing them because I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was kind of,
I didn't know a bishop's wife could say that.
he didn't really know. I mean, because I was wearing workout clothes.
Yeah, I just like, oh, she's going to work. She worked out today, or she's going to be working out today.
Yeah.
When you're busy enough,
Yeah, I was
and you're
gone
seeing
all the
each other
time.
in small increments,
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, she's working out.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can squeeze it in.
Yeah, good job. And so that was one of my big things where I was like, I really need to like think through this because it's supposed to be important. Maybe I don't understand the covenants I made, or, you know, and so I'm putting that pressure on me of like, you're not understanding the commitment. And I don't know. I just didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I stopped wearing my garments, and
Did you tell him that or just?
not at that time.
It kind of
was
just
later.
evolved into, I obviously over time kind of realized like, oh, she's always working out, I guess. And that was kind of her out, right? And so I don't know when we finally had an open conversation about it, but
Yeah.
we'd also, like I said, from the very beginning, neither of us were a huge fan of the temple. We just always went for the sake. I started going to the temple by myself a lot every month. And so it was kind of trending in that direction.
Did Camille explain to you? Did you explain to him why you didn't want to go to the temple anymore?
No.
She's just
I
like,
was
oh,
like,
it's,
I just
it's
don't-
long.
Yeah.
It's long. It's,
Yeah.
she just didn't like it, or it was kind of weird, or, it just didn't resonate with her, I guess is the right word.
I think that's a really good way to put it, is the resignation of, or like feeling connected to it. Like I never did. I never felt that like spiritual uplifting when I was there. And my Mormon brain is like, well, because you didn't go enough.
Yeah.
You didn't learn enough. You didn't know the real reasons that the temple's important. And it just never resonated with me.
Right.
So I was battling with that a little bit, and feeling really lonely. It was weird. Our friends started to kind of fizzle out, especially when he became bishop.
So it did end up kind of changing the relationship a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was hard. My kids didn't want to go to church, and I didn't want to like force that on them and like create a bad experience as far as like, a fight every Sunday. Which my Mormon brain is like, but that's what you do.
Yes, the conditioning.
You
is
just
still
go.
there.
It's hard. You sacrifice. It's miserable. It's miserable or whatever. And so I would attend by myself, and I just remember sitting alone in the chapel and looking at Jared and his counselors, and they look miserable,
We're so tired.
and I'm just like, wow, that's great. And then I kind of look around, and I'm just like, does anyone even want to be here?
Yeah.
Like, this just feels so depressing. Like it just always felt,
Empty.
yeah, it just always felt forced, I guess is the word. Like, no one really wanted to have their callings. No one really wanted to go to the activities, but it was just what we did. And it just felt like this like constant, like, I don't even know what the word is,
Yeah.
but
Hustle.
hustle. Yeah. Yeah. And I wasn't feeling fulfilled spiritually, which was kind of always hard. And I think maybe because I wasn't busy anymore, because I didn't have a big calling anymore, because Jared was the bishop. And so I got to sit in my own brain and my own heart and really feel that, like,
Oh, you could reflect.
Yeah.
You could connect to yourself. You could connect with your own experiences. Yeah.
and realizing, like, wow, I really don't resonate with this.
Yeah.
So
As the bishop's wife,
as the bishop's wife.
you're starting to have a faith crisis.
Yeah.
Is that how you thought of it, or?
Not in that exact, well, I don't think I called it a faith crisis. I think I felt like I was healing, like, from just like trauma that we had gone through as like all these callings and things that we had experienced. And so I was like, I'm just healing, and I don't feel like I can heal here.
Yeah.
And so I actually stopped attending regularly. I would go every once in a while, but
This is not the first story I've heard of the bishop's wife
Really?
going inactive. Yeah.
really
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
quite common, actually.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I remember laying in bed. I had set my alarm so that I could get up and go to church. And I just started bawling. I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't explain it. I can't, and like, you're thinking, oh my gosh, Satan's got me. Satan is like giving me these thoughts that like, I shouldn't go, or, whatever. But like, I just physically could not even get out of bed to go to church.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of my like, okay, then don't. Just rest
Wow.
and be here with your kids, and that's what I did. It was kind of my favorite
I
day.
was like texting her during sacrament, like, where are you?
He's doing all the church stuff. He's doing everything, and like me and my kids are making pancakes and having this amazing connection at home.
Yeah. Yep.
And maybe you felt that a little bit, like, as
I
far
did.
as like, wow, I'm missing out
Yeah.
on this.
Right.
So
So powerful.
yeah.
So did that come up as a point of tension when Camille stops going to church?
I wouldn't say a point of tension, because we don't really have like big arguments and stuff like that. But I did start to notice that my kids were starting to attend less. And
A bishop's family's going inactive.
yeah,
It was. What, were we on the list? Like,
Yeah.
He's like, they're dropping like
Yeah.
flies.
yeah.
They're
and so,
out.
My family.
and I'd, noticed Camille wasn't attending regularly, and I'd send her text messages, everything okay? And sometimes she would wait to respond, or sometimes she would respond right away. And I'm like texting up on the, on the stand. And then I just remember, having some conversations about, we don't want to force our kids. We don't want the church to turn into a negative experience. We both came in agreement to that. She expressed some concerns about feeling the pressure and feeling it's just a lot, and she doesn't feel connected. It wasn't resonating with her. It wasn't necessarily a negative thing. I was just starting to see
the shift.
the shift a little bit. And when I remember one time you came, and I remember just looking out there and seeing her and just breaking down. And I was just in tears, just saying, like, kind of like, where are we at?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? And are we
Right.
doing this? Is this really what's best for our family? But the family is the center of the plan, right? That's what the church tells you.
Right.
That's the center, that's the core, but the church was literally tearing our family apart.
Yes.
It was literally tearing our family
That's
apart.
how you see it now?
Oh, for sure.
For sure, I
think we felt that in the moment.
Yeah.
In the moment, that's what I
Like,
started
while he
feeling.
was bishop,
While I was
and-
bishop.
Which is why you started crying, right?
Yeah, I just started really, I'm like internalizing this. And then slowly after that, I started feeling like a hypocrite, because here I am coming up on the pulpit, speaking, doing lessons about families need to be there. We need to go reach out to the lost sheep, right? We need to be attending the temple regularly. We need to be reading, we need to be doing come follow me every week. We need to be doing scripture study every week with our families. And we weren't doing that at our home. Not because we didn't think it was the right thing. It wasn't working in our family. It wasn't resonating with our family. And it's just, we found other ways of connecting with our family. We found connection in traveling together and being together and having those moments where we wanted to have more of a physical connection and not have the connection because of the church. We wanted to find our own family connection.
Yeah.
And
learning that through our kids' personalities
Yeah,
as well.
for sure.
Because with our daughter, she's very driven and stubborn and amazing and independent. And I just knew that if we, would have forced and shoved things down her throat and everything, that maybe it would have ended badly.
Yeah. So here I am just week after week talking about these things and preaching about these things and telling the congregation to do these things, and I wasn't doing it. Up to that point, it really hadn't bothered me until I started really seeing my family and how it was affecting my family.
Right.
And so, and so that just kind of happened for a couple of months. And
where is this in the timeline compared to the months of just loss after loss after loss and the heavy critiquing of you?
Yeah.
And is this after that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
this is after. This is in the 2022. Pretty much all of 2022.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep, 2022, and all this was starting to build up.
You guys have had heavy months.
Yeah.
Just really so much to hold for months and months. Yeah.
And in Mormon culture, there's this solemn sacredness. There's this idea that once a bishop, always a bishop. Mormons know that bishops carry way heavy load, if not too much. And there's kind of reverence about it. But it's also just and that's the calling.
And I also think because you're going to be so blessed, the blessings that you're going to get from being the bishop's family. And I remember thinking I don't even know if whatever these blessings are that we're going to get, I don't even think it's worth it.
Or you're I'm not sure I want those.
Yeah.
Actually.
Because no one can tell me what that blessing's going to be.
Exactly.
I don't know. And maybe I'll get it in the afterlife. I don't know.
Yeah.
And one of the things that really started to hit me as well is everybody prays for the bishop's family. Pray for the bishop and the bishop's family. But yet nobody was reaching out to Camille to make sure she was okay.
Right. Just the basic.
They were every Sunday they'd pray for the bishop and his family, but they weren't physically going over and making sure she's okay. And I think that's a big thing in the church. So it's such a cultural thing where you hear it, well, I'll pray for you.
Yeah.
Instead of just praying for somebody, how about we actually go over there and do something about it?
Yeah.
And I'm just here I am, the bishop of the ward, starting to feel all these different, from my family to the cultural side. I started having some meeting with some individuals about some church history and some negative things about church history, and me not really knowing how to answer those because I've never been told, don't look into the anti-stuff, don't get into anti-doctrine. And
what were just a topic or two that they would come to you with?
A lot of the Joseph Smith, history of the church, the translation of the Book of Mormon, the whole polygamy thing. And I was always told, don't, just have faith. Everything will be okay. We don't have all the answers. Just have faith. Everything will be okay. And so I started really feeling like a hypocrite, not being able to just giving that as the standard answer. How many times can you give a standard answer without actually being able to give some counsel around how to handle that? And these were real concerns that people had.
So real quick, the Gospel Topics essays were released around 2013, where they talked about Joseph Smith's polygamy with underage girls. They talked about the Book of Mormon. They talked about DNA in the Book of Mormon. They talked about the Mountain Meadows Massacre and a lot of the Book of Abraham, a lot of the big problems.
Yeah.
Number one, did you receive any training as a bishop on what these historical or truth claims issues were? Any training?
No, absolutely no training at all. But when I did reach out to get some training on it, the response that I was given to tell people was, we don't have all the answers, just have faith and everything will work out.
Were you aware of the Gospel Topics essays when you had become bishop?
not until towards the end of being bishop when.
Okay, so you were this is 2022.
Correct.
Or no, 2020. You're called as a bishop, and at that point you're in your 40s, 30s, late 30s, and you had never heard of the Gospel Topics essays that had been released.
Nope. CS letter, nothing. I've never heard anything about that.
That was the bubble we were in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the church put those out, but clearly not actually for the members.
Well, they put it out, but they keep it hidden. They don't want to talk about it because, again, they don't want to have individuals look at it. But social pressure, they say, okay, we'll just post it. We'll just throw it out there because of the social pressure that they get about not being transparent about those things.
It's never publicly like announced like, hey, now we have this on our website. Go read these essays.
And you weren't told this is a resource for you, Bishop, and for your ward members if they have doubts and questions? Nope. What?
No.
Is that what they're there for?
That's what they're there for, but they don't want to be, again, they don't want to highlight those things. It's not like they get up in general conference and say, look, we have this next, we're growing, we are starting to become more understanding, we want to be more transparent about some of these things. No, at least not that I was aware of. But again, I reached out several times to several individuals in our stake about doctrinal issues and history of the church. And that's what I was told what to say. Respond. Just respond to people like this and just tell them to have faith. And, we don't have all the answers and everything will be okay. And just live righteous and you'll be able to go to the temple and you'll be able to live with your families forever. I'm like, what about the moment? These are real concerns that people have. And I just started to really to build me up. Build up in my mind, and I don't have the answers, and maybe I should start looking into those things.
I mean, I'm outraged that number one, it took so long for the church to come clean about its historical problems and its truth claims problems, but then they make a big fanfare in some circles to say, hey, we're transparent now. We've now come clean. We're now releasing this stuff, but they don't give bishops any training. They don't even let bishops know the Gospel Topics essays exist so that the bishops can be prepared for these questions and problems, have their own, and provide support to the members. And we know that tens of thousands of Mormons are leaving the church every year over these issues. So the church has to know the bishops are going to be constantly getting questions about the Book of Abraham, about the Book of Mormon, about Joseph Smith's polygamy and the Masonic Temple Lodge connections to the temple ceremony and all these problems. And yet they left you completely unsupported without any knowledge or support. You're not even made aware of the essays so that you can tell your members to read them.
Yeah, no, nothing.
I'm just blown away.
Yeah.
In 2022.
2022. Yeah.
Wow.
It was rough. And that's why when you start, but again, I was super busy. So I really didn't think it was a big thing that I had to really look into. Right. And I was told the answer to give. Right. So I didn't really think more of that until all this is starting to build up. And I started really reflecting on where I stand and my position and my thoughts and my feelings towards all of this. And that's just kind of leading up to my breakdown. So
Camille, did you get into the truth claims, church history stuff during this time period?
Not the truth claims.
Okay.
I did start listening to
Mormon stories.
Well, no, Mormon stories. It wasn't my first one. It was Valerie Hamaker. What is it called?
Oh, look, it's in your outline. It's in your outline.
Is it?
Yeah. Keep talking.
Okay.
And did you mention Julie Hanks
And
too?
Julie Hanks. Yeah. And I loved their perspective of, it was kind of more, I think the Hamaker, is it Hamakers? Anyways.
Latter-day Struggles?
Yes. Latter-day Struggles.
How'd you hear about it?
Julie Hanks interviewed Valerie, and then Valerie linked her podcast.
And how'd you hear about Julie?
Just Instagram. I had followed her and loved her work and
She has a big following.
Yeah, she does.
She's
amazing.
She's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, Julie Hanks led you to Latter-day Struggles, which led you to Mormon Stories?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think I had heard of Mormon Stories like through passing, but never really like knew what it was. I just knew it was evil.
Is that what you were told?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Well, I always heard that Mormon stories was more of an anti-Mormon story,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that was one of the perception that I had, at least.
Yeah. Like, I don't even think I really knew any more than that it was like an anti-Mormon podcast, which you stay away from.
Yeah.
Right? For the record.
For the record.
Stay away from
I'm
that.
offended.
Well, I think you have a pretty big following, so I think you're okay.
And we've binged since then, so.
Metaphor.
And Jared's a donor now.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so you start going down this slippery slope of podcasting. Why? What were you seeking?
I think first it was just to hear people's stories and understanding. Like, it just goes back to, like, I just love people, and I just love hearing, like, from the beginning life, till now. I actually listened to a podcast way before any of this called This Is Actually Happening. And it's just like random stories of people's lives. And it was just interesting to hear, like, different religions and different, like, trauma and different, things that have happened to these people and the outcomes of them. And so I just loved that. And then I also loved Julie Hank's way of interviewing and her psychology and everything like that. So it was just kind of like happened to stumble across it and kind of fell in love with the idea of hearing people's stories of, like, why they are the way they are and where they're at.
So what did that do to your struggle/faith?
It emphasized it.
It increased it?
Increased it.
Exacerbated?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
Why? How?
Because I related so much to so many of the stories and kind of realized, like, wow, like, there's some things that maybe I don't believe. So.
Do you have any interest in saying the things you kind of stop believing in, or not want to go there?
I don't know if I could really, like, put that into, like, one answer, because it's like topics, right? Like, just different things.
But it feels like that resonance piece.
Yeah.
You resonating with whether that is toward a topic or it's also lived.
Right.
Like, your lived experience is not. Am I saying that?
Yeah.
But I'm kind of feeling that from you is your lived experience with your family, your lived experience of Sundays, your lived experience of how you engage LGBTQ, youth, how your lived experience that you're noticing these kind of flags,
Right.
as you're living, kind of feeling like, wait,
Yeah.
like, I don't actually feel okay about this.
Right.
This doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
More and more garments or
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
And I remember one thing her mentioning to me is she wasn't resonating with church anymore, being there at church anymore, but she started resonating, hearing about these people's stories and how amazing they were.
That's right.
The beautiful stories, like, you would just hear, like, these heart-wrenching, heart-love stories of people that have gone through these things, and they're okay, and they're amazing people.
Yeah.
And are you talking about Latter-day Struggles and Julie Hanks?
No, Mormon stories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when
Just hearing people's epic journeys
yeah,
started
And I just
touching you?
yeah, yep. And I loved it. I loved listening.
And it was never, when she would talk to me about it, it was never like an anti thing. It was more like, man, I listened to this amazing story today, and we were more talking about the amazing stories, not something that was brought up about the history of the church, or that it was more about, man, these are people, I'm not crazy. Like, these stories and these are real things that are happening to other people. And I started seeing a new light in her about her more authentic self.
Yeah.
Versus being forced to do something because she's told to do something, and she wasn't resonating with that the church at the time, like I said. But then she started
to do it for everyone else, like, to make sure, like, our parents know that we're going to church, or that,
she was doing it for herself,
or checking all the boxes, doing my callings, doing all these things. But I was finding, like, this, like, inner, like, excitement and journey or joy that, like, wow, like, I can be more than that.
Yeah. It's like the birth of this new self.
Yeah.
That's emerging, that you're giving some attention and time to and feeding her and noticing what brings her joy or what she really feels filled by.
Yeah.
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 How do other people's stories end up making, it almost sounds like it was therapy for you to hear other people's stories. And obviously we're 20 years in.
Yeah.
I haven't really ever talked to people about, I mean, they always say it helps me not feel alone. It helps me not feel crazy.
Yeah.
And then they learn stuff that they didn't know. How is it helping you find yourself hearing other people's stories?
I think because I was letting myself kind of be more open to different ideas. But the connection, I think, is huge, and the validating that, because in the church you don't talk about the hard, oh, this really is hard for me, or it bothers me, or whatever. Like, you just don't. And so to hear other people like, yeah, this bothers me, and I'm not okay with it, and this is what I've done, what I did to move past it, or find something else that can fulfill that.
Are these conversations you would have ever had with these couples in your ward?
No.
You know?
No, because you don't talk about those things in the church, right? You're told not to talk about those things. You're told to, talk about the positive things, right? You don't want to bring up issues. You don't want to bring up, anti stuff, or maybe, some issues with the history of the church, right? That's just not something you're supposed to hear. And so to hear, I started seeing more of an open. We start having more of an open conversation about some of those things that it wasn't negative by all means. I never looked at it as a negative thing. It was just more like.
And I feel like, and I love people, right? And it almost even opened up more love and acceptance and compassion, which was crazy because I really do love people, but it just gave this whole different group of people that I could love. From their experiences, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And Jared, you were never like, Camille, that's an anti-Mormon podcast. Stop watching it.
No, I was never, because I wanted her to do whatever she felt was best for her. And I saw that it was starting to take a toll on her, before and after, and leading towards her not to come to the church as often and see my kids not be there. And this is slowly starting to, again, put a lot of weight on me outside of all the church stuff that I was talking about, bishop roles and everything like that. Now I'm having more of a personal thing, and feeling, the hypocrisy, and, now having a whole nother element on top of all the additional pressure and stress I'm feeling. And I wanted her to kind of, find whatever fulfilled her, and was making her kind of find her own self and her own authentic self. So.
Yeah.
Still, the way I would have envisioned it is she secretly is listening to Mormon stories. You find out, and you're like, cut that out. That's apostate, bad stuff. It's evil.
Yeah.
That's what the Mormon bishop in my mind would say to his wife.
Yeah. No, I definitely did not take that approach, because one, I didn't know a lot about it, and so I didn't really know if she really was looking at, if it was more anti, and she would because everything she would share with me was just, man, I listened to this amazing story today. She wouldn't say, oh, I listened to this and they were talking bad about Joseph Smith or about the history of the church. She would only share with me these amazing experiences.
Yeah, that came later.
The experiences that she had heard on Mormon Stories or some of these other podcasts. So it was definitely, it was like, oh, that's great. Oh man, that's great to hear that people would go through that. And everything was okay, and they weren't crazy.
So then we got to the Zane and Tina Beard episode.
Was that before his breakdown or after?
Before.
Was it before?
It was before. Right towards the end. It was right around that same time.
Yeah.
So what happened?
So I listened to this beautiful story of Zane and Tina. And
for those who didn't catch the beginning, Zane was serving as a Mormon bishop in Australia when he lost his faith completely. And he and his wife came on Mormon Stories, and Margie and I interviewed them while he was serving as a bishop. And he said, I'm going to be resigning, and I'm going to leave the church, and I don't believe in it, but I'm a bishop now. Yeah. And so you heard that interview.
Yeah. And connected with it so much. And especially to Tina as well, because, her fear of letting her parents down and not doing what she's, supposed to do. But yeah, so I really loved that episode, and I sent it to Jared. I was like, just listen to this one.
And why did you want him to listen to it?
Because I knew that he would relate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That maybe it would help him, or
And maybe it would help him.
or just he'd like it. Both.
Both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as a Mormon bishop in Eagle Mountain, you're watching Mormon Stories podcast. So was that the first you had watched?
That was the first I really watched and really heard. Like, I heard about Mormon Stories, but I didn't really. But yeah, it was the first one I ever listened to, and this is probably around September, October-ish time frame, right? Mm-hmm. And I listened to it, and I was like, I immediately actually text Zane. I messaged him. I stalked him on Facebook. I messaged him, and I just said, thank you. I said, thank you for sharing your story and being vulnerable. I can't tell you, I thought I was listening. I literally thought I was reading and listening to my own story. And I just connected with him on so many different levels. And he instantly messaged me back. I was like, Camille, look.
It's like someone
He
famous.
messaged me back, and we went back and forth for several days, talked with each other. And
You're like, I'm a bishop. What do I do?
Yeah, I'm a bishop. And so that's kind of what happened. And I, again, just kind of building up a lot of this pressure and anxiety, and I was having, and then we had just a incident at home where
He punched a wall. No, I'm
I
just
didn't
kidding.
punch a wall. No,
Oh, your first breakdown, right?
this was my
Yeah.
first breakdown.
So what happened?
in October of 2022? So basically, just one evening after having a really stressful week, work was stressful, and my daughter mentioned something about finances, or she wanted to buy something. I honestly don't even remember, and that's not the point of it.
Yeah.
But we basically just got in a huge argument, and I blew up, and I was just kind of almost like out of control a little bit.
Yeah. Which was so out of character. Like it was almost like scary because we were all like, what is wrong with you? Like, why are you acting like this? Like, he wasn't even making sense.
Yeah.
Like the things that he
Yeah.
was saying.
Yeah.
And I think at one point he turned to me and said, like, right, Camille, you agree with me? And I was like, I actually don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I was like, and you're done. Like, we're done with this conversation. And
You sent him to his room or
I
something.
sent him to his
Jeez.
room. I said,
She
you
said,
go to your room. You're grounded. No, I went in. I was like, I don't want to talk about this in front of the kids right now. And
Was it like a psychotic break?
it was.
It was.
Yeah.
I just had literally just a mental breakdown. I can't even explain it other than I physically had a breakdown. I was not mentally there. I was not emotionally there. Obviously, I wasn't spiritually there. And I just had a complete mental breakdown.
Yeah.
And again, you don't talk about mental health. I really didn't even know what was happening. All I knew was all that pressure and anxiety and feelings and complaints and everything that I had been dealing with for so long, especially those last couple of years of being bishop, especially that year of the last 6 months and going through so much, just felt like it just all that weight on my shoulders. I just felt that at that one moment.
Yeah, you like imploded.
I just imploded, and I literally went to my room. I laid down.
Well, we went in. Yeah, you laid down. You literally like couldn't even move.
I couldn't even move.
And I was like,
physically could not move.
I said, I don't know what is going on right now. Something has to come off your plate, and I really think that you need to be released as bishop.
And we didn't want to talk about it at that moment, and I laid in bed for 3 days. I didn't get out of bed for 3 days.
Wow.
3 days?
Yeah, I physically every time I'd get out of bed, I would have some sort of panic. Like I'd go try to eat something or get some, or go to the restroom or something. I had to hurry and go lay back down.
Yeah.
Because I physically could not move.
Yeah.
I physically could not move. It was.
That's extreme.
It was, and so finally we had.
I think I did take you to the doctors, though.
She took me to the doctors.
Get on some
He got
anxiety.
me on some anxiety medication. He gave me some other stuff to help me calm down for those type of severe episodes. And then I was finally well enough to have an open conversation with her about it. And she said, you need to text the stake president right now, and we need to meet with the stake president.
Camille, did you, before he even told you, did you know what was going on with him, or did you have no idea?
I could tell it was a complete breakdown, like a just mental overload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I texted the stake president, and he was leaving out of town. Or no,
I was gonna go out of
going to
town.
leave out of town that week. And but I said he said, well, let's just meet when you get back, because he didn't understand the context of it, right? Because we actually had a pretty good relationship and stuff like that. I was doing the bishop thing, right? I was doing everything I should be doing, and he always used me as an example. And so we met on a Wednesday, met with them, and I couldn't even talk.
Yeah.
I was literally just in tears. All the emotions was just coming out. I don't think I've ever cried like that in my whole entire life. Every emotion in my being just came out.
That you probably had
built
held in
up for 20 years.
Yeah.
With your stake president
With my stake president.
saying I need to be released, or
Telling
what?
me.
And
Released.
you couldn't even say that. Like
She actually
he couldn't even
was-
say it. So like the stake president turned to me and said, "What's going on?" And I just said, I always said we. I said we need to be released. This isn't working.
Yeah.
Wow. You said we.
I said we, and I think he was kind of like, okay, well, and it kind of, and you didn't say anything.
couldn't
So I
talk.
was like,
I was
it's
literally
just it's not working. There's a lot going on.
It's got to be, I don't know if the word humiliating or emasculating.
Yeah.
But like Mormon bishops don't go to their stake president and say, I can't do this anymore. Because it's God called you and God wanted you there. The first presidency signed your calling letter, and the Lord knows what he wanted from you, and we do hard things and pioneer ancestry and service and all the blessings. So like going and saying I need out before the 5 years is up, I just don't think people think that that's even a thing. So I can see why you'd be
Like, is
silent.
that an option? Like, yeah.
And so he gave us some guidance and counsel around, well, we need to pray about it. We need to think about it. And Camille mentioned, I think we're done. But then he kept encouraging us to really make sure that was the right decision for us.
Well, and then he offered counseling.
He offered
He said, well, you
counseling.
know that bishops have free counseling, right? And I was like, what? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
You're like, good.
Oh, I'm like,
know.
that could have been helpful like 2 years ago. But yeah, that wasn't like, brought to our attention at any point.
So
But
we
yeah.
told him that she was leaving out of town. He's like, okay, go out of town. And then when you get back, let's have a discussion again.
No, and I said no.
And she said
I
no.
said no. Like-
but then I was like, let's at least respect his counsel, basically, and let's talk about it.
Yeah. And then he said, well, I just want to make sure that if you get released, that you will be prepared for what people will say about you.
Yeah.
And
That's what he told us.
that was like not what I thought he was going to say. Like it totally caught me off guard because I was like, that's
Why are we
what we're concerned about?
So there's different ways to parse that. One is that he's genuinely worried about your reputation, that
Yeah.
people will gossip
Yeah.
and say he must have had a porn problem or an affair or couldn't hack it. That's one. The other is he was worried about how it would look for the church, for him, for the ward, for the stake, the headaches. And he was putting that on you because of the inconvenience on him. I guess you wouldn't be able to know what his motives
No.
were.
And one thing I will say about that, he was one of the most nicest men, most genuine and sincere men. And I think he was just, that's what the church
It's
culture
the
is.
reality.
Yeah.
That's just what the
Yeah.
church says, that how you should react to things, just like the response that I was giving to in counseling people with.
Yeah.
And he definitely was genuine about it, but he obviously wanted to make sure that it was the best decision, that we weren't making such a, abrupt decision about it.
Because,
So
it is potentially torpedoing your fast track future as a power couple, right? Am I wrong?
yeah.
Because, did you have visions of being a mission president someday or a stake president someday or even a
So-
general authority
Yeah, for
someday?
sure. His patriarchal blessing
Yeah.
said that you would have high callings.
and also everybody always kind of made little comments here and there. We even had a temple president pull us aside after a session and asked me if I was a bishop, and I said no. He's like, well, you will be, and you're going to be a mission president. And you're going to do great things in the church, right? And so I always had little comments here and there, maybe because we looked the part, maybe because they were feeding in my ego a little bit. I don't know. But so obviously in the back of your mind, like, sure, I would love to become a mission president because that would be the next step, right? And I did love my mission, right? And that's the experience I had. And so it was, like I said, it was 20 years of mixed emotions all coming out at that time. And we took a step back and we walked away from that meeting, and she left out of town. We came back and we talked about it for a couple of days. Really didn't, we tried to avoid it a little bit. We finally just talked about it. And, that weekend, I actually didn't get back in contact with my bishop. He asked me how I was doing. I said I was okay, or the stake president. But then that weekend, this may have been like a week or two later, I was in Mesquite for my son's football tournament. And one of the nights he was out with his friends. He was planning on staying over at one of his friends' hotel, and the parents and stuff like that. And I was just sitting there in my truck in the parking lot, and I had just another mental breakdown. I was getting text messages from ward members. I was getting text messages, just normal church stuff, callings, like I was trying to get away for a minute. They obviously didn't know what was going on. Nobody knew, not even my counselors knew. But all the church stuff kept going.
So it's almost like you've like made a decision in your mind, like, okay, I'm done, but then it's still coming at you, because it's not like, okay, you're released. Like, no, we need to find someone to replace you. And so you're going to have to hold on for a little while.
Yeah.
And so I think that was like the other pressure that was like building on you.
Yeah. And it just kept coming at me, and I just had another nervous breakdown, which was, again, I'd never experienced anything like that up to those 2 episodes. And I physically could not move in my truck. I had, and so I called her and I said, this is what's going on. Just stay on the phone with me. And I didn't have like any suicidal thoughts or anything like that, but it was more just I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know how to deal with the stress and anxiety that I was feeling.
Were you having physiological, like, was it a panic attack?
Yeah,
Were
I was
you
going to say
having
panic.
your heart racing, or a lot of
And I was afraid to even drive because I was having such a bad panic attack.
Yeah.
Like you thought you might die?
Yeah. I literally thought I was going to die.
Yeah, that's right.
And so like a Mormon bishop is stuck in his truck in Mesquite, Nevada, calling his wife saying, please don't, please stay on the phone with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
Scary.
Camille? Why? How?
Well, I just felt so bad for him.
And she was so far away from me.
And I wasn't there. And so just seeing someone that's like so confident all the time and just, amazing, like just feeling that way and feeling helpless. So
yeah,
it was scary.
So, man, what came after?
We got back, and I end up texting my stake president the next day. Had one more day in Mesquite. Finally, she stayed on the phone with me until I got to the hotel after like a couple hours.
Yeah.
Finally, went to the hotel, and the next day I texted the stake president and said, I've made my decision and I need to be released.
Yeah.
And let's talk. He said, okay, let's talk. We scheduled the time to speak, and we went in the next week and said, okay. And, he said it's going to take some time. Obviously, we got to go through the process. We got to go through. So just keep doing what you can do. And it could take a couple of weeks. It could take a month. And I said, well, do we at least have some type of a time frame? And he said, well, we'll do it as quickly as possible. And so that was the beginning of November, middle of November. And I got released December 17th of 2022.
Okay.
So about a month later. So
as I'm looking through your outline, Camille, you have like a list of crisis points, and I thought I'd read them. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
So shelf grows, mostly cultural issues, never question the doctrine due to the gift of faith. Frustrated with male-dominated leadership roles. Studied the church handbook more than scriptures. Who is that? Is that you or
Me?
You did.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was what we were taught in our stake, to read the handbook.
like nonstop. Know the handbook front to back, page, every single page of it. It was a strong emphasis in our
So
stake.
moms are studying the church handbook?
No, it was because
She was in a stake
because
call.
I was in stake callings.
Stake young
yeah.
women.
So like when we'd have meetings and stuff, like that was like
Yeah.
our opening like thoughts were
Yeah.
like from the handbook.
Okay. Planned youth activities, but saw they didn't meet the deeper needs of youth, like mental health and family issues. Advocated for simpler events, allowing jeans at dances, but ideas were minimized. Exhausted by over-the-top activities that took you away from your family. Decorated your friend's room during a cancer diagnosis and was told what?
That it wasn't appropriate.
By who?
That it was a really society president at the time.
How could that be inappropriate?
I don't know.
Well, because she wanted it to go through the Relief Society president, and she wanted to go through the church and not do it basically on her own.
So like
In other
not
words-
proper
So-
channels?
Yeah.
So I had this thing where like I didn't like the sign up lists that would go around in Relief Society
So
because
fair.
because I'm not good at cooking. Like I don't want to make anyone a meal. And so I really like worked on being observant and using my talents and gifts to serve the women in my ward. And it started this thing. I love decorating and staging homes. I was doing that for work on the side for Jared's real estate business. And I would decorate spaces for women that were going through hard things. And I would actually get money from people. I would reach out to friends and their families and say, hey, I'm going to redo their bedroom. You know, they're going through a divorce. Let's like create this space. And so it was kind of something I had done over the years.
Yeah, she done it several
And then when
times.
my friend got diagnosed with cancer, she had, you know, these 6 boys and never had her own like girly space. And so when she went in for surgery during her cancer, I asked her husband if like we could go in and like beautify her room so that she could have a place to
She was bedridden.
heal. And so, and the beautiful thing is that people did trust me with their money, and I did raise a lot of money for this specific thing. And everyone was so amazing to help. We painted, we, you know, got new furniture, and we, you know, cleaned their house and all these things. And in the middle of it, the Relief Society president had come up to me and said, I just feel like this is inappropriate because, you know, it needs to go through the Relief Society and the ward. And I said, well, but it's not the ward. Like I've reached out to like friends and family that aren't even in our ward. Like this is like the way that I want to serve. And she just said, well, what if she passes away? Then that's not worth like their money to put into this project. And I just said, but it is, because this is a place for her, you know? And she ended up dying in that room. And her husband told me later that that was one of the most kindest things that anyone had done for her, to have that space of her own that was beautiful.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, that crushed me when I was like told that the way that I wanted to serve wasn't okay. So
Yep.
I'm so sorry. Just a couple more. You have struggled with rules around modesty, especially when your daughter wanted a second piercing, meaning in the ear, right?
yeah. Yeah. Now look at me. Yeah.
But the church forbade that for decades, right?
And this was before, because then the pamphlet changed.
And then all of a sudden they were allowed again.
It was so crazy. So I feel like I'm like just ahead of the church a little bit. Like I keep doing these things. Like I start wearing tank tops and then they change the garment. Anyways, my daughter loved the styling of piercings, and she would just beg, please, can I just get my second piercings? And I was just like, no, let's just wait. And she was like, why? Like, why does it matter? And I was like, I don't know, because it's what we do or don't do. We just don't do that. And she said something so profound. She said, me getting a piercing has nothing to do with anybody else. And I said, let's go.
And so she went with her.
So I went with her, and we both got our second piercings. And I was scared. And she was like, why are you so scared? I'm like,
Well, because
I don't know.
Prophet and President Gordon B. Hinckley
And he was
denounced a second piercing over General Conference pulpit.
And this is when I was bishop.
Yeah.
So,
oh my gosh, I was
here's
so
the
scared.
bishop's wife, the second piercing.
I was like, what if someone sees it? And then, now we're, anyways.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And then you've got kids didn't want to attend church.
Mm-hmm.
You ended up attending alone. Jared's mental breakdown and him being released. And then the last thing, we'll just go here, felt unsupported by leadership. And I think your friends, after Jared's release, no one asked how you were doing. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Like,
So you serve people for years. You live in this area for years. You've got all these besties you're traveling around the world with. And what happens?
No one said anything.
Yeah, not even, I didn't have.
You didn't resign or like.
No. So I got released. I tried to go back to church a few times.
Well, wait real quick. So the day you got released, they called the new bishopric to come sit up. And then he comes and sits down with us, which was like the first time that all of us
in 8 years I've sat with my family.
Yeah.
Did they honor you by having you speak? And
Nope.
What?
Nothing.
Whenever a bishop's released, they have the new bishop come up to the stand, and the old bishop, the parting bishop, sends love messages to the ward and gives a final testimony. Then the new bishop and their wives. Why didn't you get that?
I don't know if it was because of the state of mind I was in.
Or because you asked, maybe?
Because I asked. I don't recall ever saying, I know she didn't want to say anything. I don't ever remember saying I don't want to say anything. But what was interesting is when I got released, we were sitting on the front row in the kind of the gym section, the cultural hall. And after we got released, our family just sat there and not one person came up to us.
So we stood up. And
we stood up
home.
after, like we expected people to come up to you and say, thank you for your service. And I'm not,
are you okay? Like, what's going on?
And I'm not blaming anybody.
That is super weird.
Were your friends that you were traveling with or were they in your ward?
A couple of them had moved out. There was a few, but not a lot of them.
Not a lot of them, but you would just think in general.
Yeah.
And it's not like I need to be, I expected that. It's not like something like, I wanted that, but you kind of like, that's just kind of what happens when a bishop gets released is you have the ward come up to you and thank you for your service. Are you okay? We literally we sat there for a minute just to make sure
waiting,
if anybody came up to us. And we literally sat there. Next thing we know, everybody had gone out to their classes. Everybody had left. So we just stood up instead of going to class.
And I was bawling.
She was bawling.
Like I was just so heartbroken in a way.
What were you feeling?
I don't want to say I was embarrassed, but I was like, I don't know how to explain it.
Were you
like
disappointed?
Disappointed. Yeah.
So we went home as a family right after sacrament. We didn't stay, and we
probably went out to lunch or something.
No, we did.
Just kidding.
But
because food.
Yeah,
because you need the food.
We just went home and.
But it's not like you had broken a commandment or like apostatized or like spoken up in church or fought with the leader.
Well, and then after that, obviously, and I had tried, like I said, I had tried going back to church a few times after that, but every time I stepped into the building, I started having panic attacks.
Had you lost your faith by that point or not yet?
No, not altogether. I was just going through more of the emotional stage of it. But we then started hearing a lot of rumors that were starting to spread, that I had an affair, that I was stealing money from the church, that I was doing pretty much everything. We started hearing all these rumors about all this stuff.
So your reputation smeared on top of all this.
So I specifically told Camille, like, I literally physically can't go back to church right now. And then I started listening more to Mormon stories, and man, same thing with Camille. I started really resonating with people and their stories, and I listened to the Missouri, the bishop Mississippi that, from the pulpit, that he basically resigned from the pulpit, and I started listening and really hearing about all these amazing, kind of what Camille already shared, these amazing stories of people, and I'm like, wow, it's okay. Everything will be okay. And I started really focusing on realizing, why is the church focusing so much on eternal life? They're so worried about living for the future instead of living in the moment. And at that point in time, I started realizing that I was not living in the moment. And that was kind of a recommitment that I made, that my family is the most important thing. I hope that I love them. I hope that we are together after, if that's what it's about. I don't know. And I started really, when people say, I know, that started really, do people really know? And it was like, I think it's more, for me though, it's a hope, and and just a lot of things. I had time to really reflect. Mm-hmm. I had time to reflect. Up to that point, I never had time to reflect because I was so busy. Mm-hmm. And I just took the time to really process everything, all the emotions and the feelings and my beliefs. And, obviously I started thinking more, listening more to different podcasts and stuff like that. And things would come up, and I started looking into that. And, and right now my faith is more based off of just love and hope and living in the moment. Mm-hmm. And I don't have to worry about, are we going to make it to the celestial kingdom, or what's glory? Am I going to live with this person? I'm like, everything will be okay, because if God really does love us, who we are, he knows our heart. If he does really know our hearts and our intentions, and that's okay. And that everything will be okay. And, it's just slowly, after having that open conversation with each other, mm-hmm. we started having a more of a open conversation mm-hmm. with each other.
Yeah, we were more connected with each other than we had ever
authentic.
Been in our whole marriage.
Yeah.
Because it was finally like being honest about things, like specifically like garments. Like, yeah, I'm not wearing my garments anymore. I don't feel like it's giving me what it's supposed to, or,
wasn't resonating with
wasn't
you.
resonating. And I remember we were on a hike and you said, yeah. And you took your garments off.
Yeah. I was like, well,
the next day. So.
Yeah. And it was just like one thing, like we were more focused on us and our family, and we found purpose around that, not just because of the church is telling you where to find your purpose mm-hmm. and how your faith should be and how you should live. And you can live a certain way, or you can make it to heaven if you do this, and all the ifs and buts about everything. You can go to the temple. You're allowed to go to the temple if you pay your tithing a certain way and a certain amount. And all that just started really thinking about, it's like, why can't we all just be based off of love and just be there for everybody, and just try to be the best versions of ourselves and serve one another and to love one another, and not how the church is telling you.
And serve in the way that you can serve with your talents and your gifts.
Yeah. So that was kind of the beginning of the deconstruction. So.
Yeah.
So there are the two main stereotypes of people who leave the church by believing members are, number one, they got offended, and number two, they wanted to sin. So if y'all were to address those two common scapegoats that believing members want to say, was it that you got offended, or was it sin? Which was it, sin or offense, or both? Which one?
I know this might be hard for people to acknowledge, active believing members, but it was neither. It just wasn't resonating with us anymore. It wasn't fulfilling what we were getting out of the church anymore. It just felt empty. And I started to realize that I can be more genuine and authentic with my relationships and with people and our family, not because the church tells you to do that, but more because I want to do that. And I had never lived that way. It was always because the church told you to live and do things a certain way at certain times. And that's just always how I lived. And I'm like, wow, I just felt liberated. Mm-hmm. I really felt liberated. Mm-hmm. And I was kind of excitement. And it's okay to not have an unknown future of what could happen in the future. It was kind of, we both just kind of like, we're okay with this.
Yeah.
How about for you, Camille?
Yeah. I wanted to sin.
I'm all about the sin.
All about it. No, not at all. I mean, that was like way not even
crossed our
minds. Like it's so much more than that. And I definitely feel the connection of just love and being there for my family. So, and it didn't work for us.
What if somebody were to say, okay, you got an anti-Mormon literature. Of course, okay, Mormon Stories is an anti-Mormon literature, but anti-Mormon podcasts, and that's what led you out. What if people wanted to blame it on that? What would you say?
I would say no. It wasn't anything that I don't know. That's a hard thing to say, because I do think it like opens up your mind to like a different perspective.
It gets you out of the bubble.
It gets you out of the bubble and the reality of things, and really diving into people's stories and what they've gone through. And I don't know. I just feel like that, yeah, maybe that did lead me away, because I wanted to be able to love more. So.
Yeah.
And the church doesn't allow you to love that way, because if they're not in, they're not in. They're out, right? And you gotta, and so we kind of just took some time to really figure out like where are we at, and we're like, you know what? It's okay to be unknown. We're still going through that. We're still trying to figure that out, and that's okay.
Yeah, this is fresh.
This is fresh.
Yeah,
it's just
Very
fresh.
fresh. You also moved from that
So we ended
neighborhood.
up.
Was that partly because you felt like abandoned?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was like we needed to get out. And it was interesting when we would tell people, like the bishop reached out to me after like 4 or 6 months, the new bishop, to say, hey, how you're doing? Good. Just let you know, we bought a property, a lot over in the Ranches, which is a different part of Eagle Mountain, and we're going to be moving. He's like, yeah, I think it would actually be a good idea for you and your family to move.
They totally want you to get out of there. That was same with us.
That's literally what he said.
I told Camille,
I was like, what?
did he just really
After I was
say that?
excommunicated, every time I saw a ward member, they're like, I hear you're moving. When are you moving?
Yep,
You should
just let
move.
me know
That would
when
be
you're
really
moving.
good for you and your family.
Yeah.
Let us know so we can
Everybody
help you move.
was
But no
saying
one
that
helped
to us. I'm like, okay, well, I guess we need to move. So I bought a property.
But wait, how many of those friends that you traveled the world with came up to you and said, tell us what happened? How are you?
How are you
doing? What was the cause? Like, help us understand.
Zero.
Zero.
I think it doesn't even have to be a direct, what happened.
Yeah.
Even just an expression
How are
of
you?
care,
Yeah.
of just, how are you? I've been worried about you. How can I show up for you? I'd love to talk with you about how things
How do you
have been,
explain
right?
that? How do you explain? I call it the cricket effect. The same thing happened to us. We were in a ward for 12 years. I get excommunicated. Relationships are done. Nobody wants to know why.
I think it's avoid it potentially being an awkward, or maybe they don't want to know if something did happen. I think that was a big thing with my family. They knew I got released, but we didn't really tell anybody why. And
So they're just respecting your privacy? You're saying?
maybe respecting our privacy, but you also allow them. I even got an email from a member of our ward who was one of those complainers, and she even said, if you are not letting everybody know why you got released, then you are allowing people's minds to wander and make their own assumptions.
So you deserve it.
Yeah. And so, so it was just like, this is,
It was bizarre.
So we're
it was like a Twilight Zone. Like, it was almost like unreal. Like, we just felt so alone and like invisible.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a perfect word.
Yeah.
We felt invisible.
And after you'd given so much for so long to these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I bought a piece of land over in Eagle Mountain. We were planning on building. I don't know if you want to, there are some things that
It was too close to Tim Valley.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We told you that already. So we found out this is all going on.
You didn't want to enter into
It's a little
a frying
wild.
pan into the fire.
Yeah, all that
I
was
mean,
going
I guess
on.
like no one would like notice us if everyone was worried about Tim Ballard.
Yeah,
So.
and so he was.
That ward's a mess.
Yeah,
It
we
is a
heard the
mess,
ward is
yeah.
a mess. She reached out. She knew some people in that ward, and we actually at that time were thinking that maybe a new start we could go back to church. It kind of crossed our mind maybe a little bit. Yeah. But during that time, we started hearing a bunch of this. I'm always looking at real estate. I found this property in Draper, and we're just like, let's just completely move out.
Yeah.
So we live in Draper now, and it's been the most amazing 6 or 7 months. Like I said, it's quiet. We get to be our own selves. We get to enjoy each other and be more authentic with each other and our kids love being there, and they're more open to things, and they don't feel judged. They're not projects like everybody would come up to me, and the really young women's president, young men's counselor would come up and say, they would actually say that to me while I was bishop. Reagan's our project. Like, that's my daughter. Like, no, she's not. Like, Kate, I'm going to get Kate to come back at church. He's our next project. I'm like, really? Is that what the church is? We're all projects if they're not doing exactly what the church tells you? And
The answer is yes.
yeah. And so we're just really enjoying where we're living and where we're at. And it's been great.
So your smiles are disturbing, and here's why. We're taught wickedness never was happiness, and yet y'all seem happier. So let me just ask, Jared, your mental health, better or worse after leaving the church?
Better, 100 times better.
Okay.
Am I still working through it? Yes. Do I still have things I need to, work on, and do I need to get some? And am I still, again, working through that? Absolutely. But the pressure and just the release and the liberating feeling around not feeling that stress and anxiety that I was feeling and that was building up, my mental health is it's getting better.
Good. Camille, mental health.
Way better.
After leaving? Mm-hmm. How do you explain that?
Kind of the same thing, like not being as busy and not as stressed.
Sunday's the best day in our family. We get together.
We love Sundays.
Yeah.
We
It
do.
is so amazing. And
I'm not working.
It's actually one of the most spiritual days with our,
really is.
when we're all together and
Go on hikes and
yeah. So, and obviously mental health is a constant struggle and work in progress. So I can't say 100% like, oh, your depression will be gone if you leave the church. That's not true. I think it's you're more aware of what's going on and things that you can do to help.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do think too, it's so effortful oftentimes to remove yourself from all the things and the entanglements of Mormonism. Family being really one of the major ones, right? Wherever you go, you can change where you live. You can change, right? But you can't really change extended family.
Yeah.
And how, so mental health is kind of a tricky thing to just kind of say, is it unilaterally better? It's like, well, this is an effortful process, as it turns out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that, like I've mentioned a few times, how the church always preaches like the church is the center of the planet, it's the core of the plan, but it was literally tearing our family apart.
Yeah.
I truly believe now, where we are at, being outside of the church, it is now the center of our lives and the focus of our lives.
That. So you're actually in alignment with your own values now.
Correct. And that's what we wanted in the church, and it wasn't happening in the church. It was, like I said, it was tearing it apart.
Yeah.
And it's just I'm not saying our life is perfect. Like, we have our struggles, we have issues still, but it's just in a different, more genuine and authentic way.
So the levels of emotional intimacy and the quality of your relationship, better or worse?
Better.
Much better.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can rub your back and your shoulder.
Yeah.
But you're talking more, connecting more, sharing more as a couple.
Yeah, and I'm still working through a lot of things because I am still so busy in different ways. But yeah, and like I said, leaving it is not perfection. It's a
process.
It's progress, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm still trying to, become the best version of myself and figure out more about where I'm at, and I'm okay with that unknown. I'm okay with just living in the moment and trying to become better and having open conversations about our relationship and what I could do better, and be a better dad and father and provider, and and allowing her still to be be amazing, and so
Yeah.
What a beautiful story. Any final words either of you want to leave with our audience? Are y'all looking at other churches? Or are you kind of done with churches for now? Like anything you want to say to your family or friends as a close? Anything? Final advice? Words of wisdom?
Go ahead.
You want me to share something first?
Yeah.
Okay. So just kind of going back to my intro, I know this might be a shock and maybe sensitive and
Truth
hurtful.
is, they probably won't watch.
Okay.
Right? I mean, that's how it usually is. They might,
Okay.
Yeah.
but usually they won't.
Yeah. Well, if they do, I just want them to know that I still love them. I feel like I'm able to be more authentic. I feel like I'm still the same person. I'm just have a different way and a different perspective of what's important in my life and the priorities of my life. And, hopefully this story can resonate with some bishops that are maybe feeling that same way and feeling the pressure and anxiety and the mental health that is put on bishops and stake presidents, or let alone, like I said, any leaders, and that they can be more open about it, especially the men, and that they can be open and having open conversations to get the help that they need for whatever solution they're looking for. Not necessarily encouraging to go down the same path I went down. I do not want this to impose upon anybody, change anybody's beliefs or opinions, but do whatever they need to do to make sure they are taken care of and that they have control of their mental health, and they do whatever is going to help them serve and be the best versions of themselves.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's really good. I don't know. I kind of have a different ending. I think if the church hears this, I think they need to maybe recognize the pain and the struggles that bishops are going through and help. Mm-hmm. Because it's not okay for these men to feel this way and feel the pressure of, the constant nagging and helping and serving and I don't know if that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But I just love everyone. I love everyone's story. And
yeah, with $250 billion, the church could train their bishops. Mm-hmm. They could tell them they have mental health services support from the beginning, not when it reaches a crisis. Yeah. They could educate them and make them aware, provide them with support, provide them with resources, mentors, all the way along. Mm-hmm. This doesn't have to happen.
Yeah.
They have the money to fix this problem. I think the problem is if they acknowledge their problems, then they probably worry about spreading the problems to other people. So they must be intentionally not providing the information and the training and the support and the services, because then that would send the message that there was something wrong that needed services and support for, which is unethical. I think that's what you're saying, Camille.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. And I also appreciate you guys allowing us to come on here. I know I mentioned this before, but I know this was a big step for me in my journey and being able to accept where I'm at and that it's okay and that I'm not, crazy and that I'm still trying to, work on some things personally and emotionally and my mental health. And I know this was a big step in the right direction. So thank you for allowing us to come on here and share our story.
It is always amazing to witness people prioritize their own mental health and the care of themselves. You deserve to have good care, both of you, and receive good love, not just give it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's amazing.
All right. Camille and Jared Johnson, keeping up with the Johnsons. Now you're just making it harder. How are any of us supposed to keep up?
I wouldn't say that. We like our own little quiet.
No one.
They're like, no, how about a bubble of our own making? That we get to make it.
No, thank you for your courage, for sharing your story on Mormon Stories. We hope you'll stay in touch. We hope you'll come back. And most importantly, we appreciate your gift to all of us. And we wish you just all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah. Margie, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm so glad I was.
Yeah. And just to end, thanks to all of you who make this possible. Donors are what support the Mormon Stories podcast. So if you are a donor, we have about 1,500. We have hundreds of thousands of listeners and viewers and about 1,500 people every year who actually donate. So it's weird. But if you're a donor, thank you for making this possible. We lose donors all the time. And if we don't replace them, then we have to stop doing what we do. So if you value what we do and you want to see it continue, it's really easy. You go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor, and we'll keep doing what we do. Thanks to Julia and Gerardo and Maven and Brooklyn, all the staff at the Open Stories Foundation, along with Margie and co-host. We couldn't do it without you. And our board of directors also keeps us on a good path. So thanks to them as well. We love your feedback. mormonstories@gmail.com is where you can write us. We have an application process, a new application process for becoming a guest on Mormon Stories. Jared, you filled that out? That's how we heard about you. Is that right?
Yeah. I'd made a few comments on social media about a couple of stories that I resonated with and said, oh man, that was amazing. Thank you. And I just felt like I just had a moment that I just felt like I needed to do it. And it was the right step for me.
I saw his video.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a guest or at least be considered, we can't take everyone. It all has to do with, timing and topic and, your application and what's going on. But if you go to mormonstories.org, scroll down, you'll find the application button. Click on it, go through the process. We'd love to evaluate you as a fit for Mormon Stories podcast. Please subscribe on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. That helps with the algorithms and it helps us grow. And we love your comments here and in email as well. So hope you all enjoyed today's episode. We're always looking for people. We love everyday Mormons. We want to do that. We love in it to win it, hyper-achieving Mormons. And we have a whole other set of topics we're looking to do panels on or individual stories. And that's all part of the application process. So if you've got a great story, we'd love to hear it. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Thanks again, Johnsons. Thanks, Margie. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.